Lille, what kind of kick was that? Barcelona coach Martinez's face was ashen. The young man called Lille looked displeased. Coach, there's nothing wrong with my kick. The 2014 La Liga season was about to begin and Barcelona was conducting brutal training. Lille, 16 years old, from the great nation of China, was sent abroad for polishing. Just now Lille, unguarded, received a pass from a teammate. Instead of passing, he shot the ball directly into the net. Now he was being scolded by the coach. How many times have I told you? After receiving the ball, you must immediately pass it to the striker. But just now I was completely unguarded. It was a perfect shooting opportunity. Lille was still explaining. Martinez sneered contemptuously. Do you still want to play for Barcelona? If you do, you must listen to me. You are just a substitute player. You must unconditionally provide assists for the striker. Am I only worthy of being a supporting role? Haha, that's right. In Barcelona, if you play, you can only be a supporting role. Striker Roberto mocked. Even if you have a scoring opportunity, you must let the striker take it. Striker Alves also taunted mercilessly. Lille's eyes blazed. Coach, is this the rule of Barcelona? Martinez nodded. If you want to play, you must listen to me. Lille was actually a transmigrator all along. In his previous life, he was a soccer player. On his way home, he suffered a serious car accident. He thought it was the end, but he was reborn in 2014 and came to Barcelona Football Club. Unexpectedly, the physical condition of this reborn body was appallingly poor, even though he also played soccer. Fortunately, the football dream system appeared. However, this system could only be activated by formally participating in a match. Lille could not leave. He chose to stay and must find a chance to play. 3 days later, the match between Barcelona and Sevilla was underway. Terrible. Barcelona striker Roberto was tackled to the ground. The game is temporarily stopped. The commentators shouted hysterically. Barcelona coach Martinez's face was ashen. Substitute striker Alves, get on the pitch immediately. He shouted several times, but got no response. Coach Alves has a high fever and has been taken to the hospital, explained another substitute defender. A fever at a time like this. When the team needs him most, he can't play. We must send a striker on immediately. What can we do? Coach, this is the most important relegation match for Barcelona in 2014. What should we do now? If not, send a defender. Nonsense. Do you think our defenders are all-rounders? That would be a waste of a substitution. Coach Martinez laid his eyes on substitute Lille. Lille, can you play? As soon as the words were spoken, Lille stood directly on the sidelines. Can I play as a striker if I go on? Martinez nodded reluctantly. I don't expect you to score. Just keep the draw until the end of the match. Lille stepped onto the field with great excitement. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding, football dream system activated, waiting to start. Ding, system auto-activated, reward newcomer chest 1. Oh my god. The legendary system had finally appeared. Lille not only had the sharp instincts of an athlete, but also lightning-fast reaction speed. It turned out that he not only trained on the pitch every day, but also often read transmigration novels before going to bed. He always thought they were nonsense, but now it was actually happening to him. After coming on, Lille was calm and composed, his eyes full of the light of victory. The current score was 1-1, and the result of this match would determine which team would be eliminated from the first division. This is what is commonly called relegation. Lille remembered, don't attack recklessly. Just hold on until the end of the match. Martinez specifically instructed. After coming on, Lille's gaze fell on the huge clock. Damn, less than 2 minutes left. Then he looked around. There were actually several thousand spectators watching the match. Lille was a bit surprised by such a grand scale of the game. At this moment, a tall and burly young man walked towards Lille. Isn't this Lille, the famous waste of Barcelona? How come they even sent a trash like you on? Looks like Barcelona has no one left. Captain, we've got this win. Lille just turned back and asked a teammate. Is this guy so arrogant? He's Beto, the captain of Sevilla. His hurricane-style shot is extremely powerful. He just injured our striker. Leave it to me. Now let them taste the power of Barcelona. Lille sneered. The teammates behind him looked at Lille in shock. Is this kid talking nonsense? I think so. Give him the ball. Let him attack. It's him who will make a fool of himself. The ball was passed directly to Lille. What? Why give me the ball? Brother, you are the only striker in the team right now. The teammates' eyes were full of pity. One striker is injured, the other is on leave. Now it's all on you, Lille. Don't let us down. Lille gritted his teeth, then quickly dribbled forward with the ball. The captain of Sevilla, Beto, charged directly at Lille. Lille dodged. You can't outrun him. Lille gritted his teeth and charged straight at the opponent. The two collided heavily. Lille felt his whole body lift off the ground, and Beto's face in front of him became blurred and unrecognizable. Lille was knocked flying as soon as he came on. The audience's jeers rang out. This Barcelona striker is way too overconfident. Like a moth flying into a flame. Even the strong Barcelona striker got injured, let alone this skinny monkey. Sevilla gets the ball now, or they'll probably win. Poor Barcelona substitute striker, he must be badly hurt. Lille fell heavily on the ground. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained one lightning acceleration opportunity, duration 1 minute. The audience was enjoying Captain Beto's brilliant dribbling performance when suddenly Li Lei caught up from behind Beto like a whirlwind. Li Lei's sudden interception made Beto even more furious. You're courting death. You were lucky I didn't knock you dead just now. This time let's see how you escape. Beto violently charged at Li Lei and his teammates were all terrified. Li Lei, are you out of your mind? Obviously we are no match for Beto, why risk your life? With your thin frame and the low salary the coach gives you, it's not worth it. The spectators shouted, fool, aren't you just going to be knocked away for nothing? What's wrong with the Barcelona forward? Are they determined to lose miserably? I can't be a Barcelona fan anymore, it's too heartbreaking. Beto stared triumphantly at his opponent, but strangely at the moment of collision the opponent disappeared. Beto was stunned. As he looked around, the ball was suddenly stolen from under his feet. Li Lei snatched the ball with lightning speed. Beto had never seen such momentum before. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Beto turned to chase Li Lei. But his huge strides could not keep up with Li Lei. At this moment the audience was all stunned. What's going on? What is Beto doing? That skinny monkey from Barcelona actually stole the ball. How did he do it? Did Beto let him win on purpose? Maybe, or else Beto wants to chase, but can't catch up. Seeing that he couldn't catch Li Lei, Beto immediately shouted to his teammates. Defenders, you must stop Barcelona's forward. Don't worry, captain, will show him what we're made of. One defender is enough. A defender casually intercepted Li Lei but failed to stop him and fell head over heels. He still refused to admit defeat. This kid is just lucky he got past me. Two more defenders violently intercepted, but they could only inhale Li Lei's exhaust. They watched helplessly as Li Lei disappeared before their eyes, only able to see the number on his back fluttering in the wind. In the blink of an eye, Li Lei had bypassed all the defenders. The audience stood up excitedly. This Barcelona substitute forward is amazing. One man taking on the entire Sevilla defense line. Now the show is getting good. Do you think he'll score? I think after such a long run he'll probably have trouble getting past the goalkeeper. Li Lei gritted his teeth and persisted. The system's countdown voice kept ringing in his ears. But at this moment, he was still more than 10 meters away from the goal. If he ran all the way to the goal, the acceleration skill would disappear, and he might not even have the strength to shoot. Looking at the menacing goalkeeper, Li Lei made a difficult decision. Just as the Barcelona teammates saw hope, Li Lei suddenly fell while advancing. Immediately his teammates' laughter rang out. Damn, Li Lei has no strength left. Looks like he's just a bronze, can never be a king. Missed opportunity. Barcelona is finished. A draw means we're out. But the Sevilla goalkeeper laughed happily. Without thinking, he rushed out of the goal with a whoosh. Idiot, you can't even hold on to such a ball. There were also boos from the audience. What kind of crap forward is Barcelona? He actually fell. So frustrating, really, mud that can't hold up a wall. Poor Barcelona forward, he wasted the chance to turn the tie into a win. Beto showed a delighted expression. It was long as it was a draw, Sevilla would be safe from relegation. Barcelona coach Martinez's face turned extremely ugly. He slammed the cup in his hand heavily to the ground. Damn it, Li Lei, a Chinese football is too difficult for them. Just as the goalkeeper was about to touch the ball, Li Lei's fallen body suddenly stood up. The ball flew directly over the goalkeeper's leg. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ball. The ball swept toward the Sevilla goal like a whirlwind. Even Beto of Sevilla opened his mouth in shock. Damn kid, I didn't expect him to play dirty. At this point nothing could be said. A whirlwind directly rushed into the net. The ball kept spinning in the net, and at the same time the referee's whistle sounded. Goal valid. All the spectators were stunned by this goal. This is absolutely an unparalleled goal. Of course it's a wonderful world wave. Lucky I filmed it. I didn't expect this late substitute to be good at disguising himself, winning the game with a clever trick. Truly unexpected. Barcelona actually won in the end. I lost a fortune on this game. Damn Barcelona. In the audience a tall man was constantly taking pictures. He was carefully looking at those photos, making admiring sounds while looking. Li Lei knew nothing about this, but at this moment everything was beyond his expectations. At that moment the system prompt finally sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for scoring a goal, reward 1,000 points. Li Lei was disappointed. What was the use of these points? Prompt, every goal will give corresponding rewards. Points can be exchanged for various physical indicators. Li Lei was stunned, and the system immediately displayed his physical indicators. A panel appeared before Li Lei. Host Li Lei. Physical fitness 10. Offensive awareness 30. Ball control 20. Dribbling 20. Passing 10. Set pieces 10. Heading 10. Speed 20. Endurance 15. Shooting 1. Defense 20. After reading these stats, Li Lei's heart sank. If these indicators were all out of 100, then the body he was in was extremely poor. Li Lei thought for a moment, then decided to exchange 100 points for 100 points of shooting. If the shooting skill value increased quickly, as long as there was an opportunity, Li Lei could score. A flash of white light passed, and the shooting skill index instantly became level 2. Ding, congratulations to the host. Shooting technique has broken through level 2. Super long range shot granted once. Effective range 200 meters. It was an unexpected surprise. At this moment, Li Lei realized that the higher the shooting skill level, the higher the hit rate would be. However, to increase various skill indicators, he had to complete the tasks assigned by the system. While Li Lei was rejoicing, suddenly Coach Martinez walked directly towards him. He frowned, his face stern. Li Lei was stunned. Wasn't Coach Martinez happy that Barcelona had succeeded in staying in the league? Li Lei, your contract with Barcelona is up. This sentence made Li Lei's heart jump to his throat. Li Lei's contract with the Barcelona team had expired. Although he had just contributed a brilliant goal to the team, Coach Martinez could not make any decisions at this moment. He was merely a coach. The real decision-maker was of course the president of Barcelona. Coach, the contract has expired, so can we renew it? Li Lei's heart stirred, but his face remained calm. But regarding the president, Martinez said, looking deeply troubled. Hearing this, the teammates nearby immediately grew excited. What a pity. Although Li Lei helped the team avoid relegation, his contract has expired. An occasional burst of brilliance doesn't mean much, it's the consistent performance that counts. Indeed, Chinese people are still relatively weak in terms of physical fitness. Compared to us tall and robust Europeans, you Chinese are at the bottom. These mockeries flooded into Li Lei's ears, stirring a flame of anger within him. Clenching his fists, he said, Coach, I want to see the president. Martinez looked at him with astonishment, thinking, are you crazy? Now that the contract is up and your usual performance hasn't been great, even if you plead with the president, the result will be the same. As long as there's a 1% chance, I'll fight for it. Who says we Chinese are inferior to you Europeans? Li Lei clenched his fists. At this, the teammates cast contemptuous glances. You're all talk, you've never had the upper hand in physical confrontations. That goal was just a fluke, not a display of your true ability. You know, during training you're no match for us. Li Lei gave them a cold smile. That's because I haven't awakened yet. Once a Chinese person awakens, how could you incompetent lot possibly rival me? This remark infuriated all the teammates present. If you're not convinced, let's compete right now. Yeah, if you want to stay on this team, how can you play without our cooperation? Does scoring one goal make you something special? It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Seeing the escalating conflict between Li Lei and the players, Martinez stepped forward to mediate. Just then a phone rang. Martinez tensed up as he saw the number. It was the president of Barcelona, John. With a nervous heart, Martinez answered. President, what's the matter? I heard Li Lei's contract has expired. At those words, beads of sweat formed on Martinez's forehead. Without wiping it off, he said, President, I understand. I'll let him go immediately. The teammates nearby, hearing this, broke into smiles. It seems the president is wise. Once this Chinese guy leaves, our strength will be greater. You let him get out of here. I wouldn't even bother passing the ball to him. These ingrates were simply burning the bridge. Li Lei wanted to argue with them. But now that the president had called, it was probably to terminate his contract. Just as Li Lei prepared to argue with the president, Martinez's expression suddenly changed. Boss, what did you say? Renew the contract. The teammates who had been fanning the flames were stunned. They all turned their gazes to Li Lei. Could this guy really get a renewal? Unbelievable. Did the president decide to keep him based on a single goal? Impossible. The boss must be drunk. Hearing this, Li Lei straightened his back. This was the boss's approval. It seemed staying with Barcelona was the right decision. But then Martinez's expression grew serious again. Boss, I will convey your message to Li Lei. After saying this, he carefully hung up and turned to Li Lei. Li Lei, you are incredibly lucky today. The president saw your brilliant performance and decided to give you a chance. Thank the president for the opportunity. I will play my best. However, the president said that if you want to renew, your annual salary must be reduced. Martinez enunciated every word. This was like a bolt from the blue. For Li Lei, he had come to this foreign land with his wife and child to gain experience abroad. Having been stuck on the bench, his annual salary was only 1,000 yuan, barely enough to get by in Spain. If the salary kept dropping, what was the point of staying with Barcelona? The other teammates hearing this cheered up. So even if the president keeps him, it's just charity. 1,000 yuan in Spain is barely above the poverty line. Just treat him like a beggar. This kid has no future. What else can he do? Does he have any other options besides staying with Barcelona? Li Lei's just relaxed heart tightened again. Coach, I've decided to speak with the president directly. Martinez shrugged indifferently. As a Chinese person, Barcelona giving you a chance is already generous. Don't be so picky. This has nothing to do with being picky. Without my goal, Barcelona would have been relegated, Li Lei argued. That's beyond my control. The president is in a good mood today, otherwise he would have kicked you out of the club, Martinez said, ignoring Li Lei's plea. Li Lei then spoke up again. Please don't insult our Chinese determination to play football, and don't look down on us. You've always been weak in football. Yet what are you so proud of? When it comes to physical sports, you're done for. The teammates continued their sarcastic remarks. Li Lei said in a cold tone, Today I will prove to you that Chinese people are no worse than anyone else in football. Talking is useless. If you've got the guts, let's have a match. Yeah, if you're so capable, try taking on all 10 of us. The teammates provocatively challenged him, fully expecting Li Lei to back down. After all, 1 against 10 was almost hopeless. Even Coach Martinez looked at Lillet with pity. The kid had incurred the wrath of the team. Even if he stayed, he would be isolated. Just when everyone thought Lillet would surely concede defeat, he calmly said, "I accept your challenge. Let me show you my true strength." Lillet actually dared to challenge 10 teammates. In Martinez's eyes, this was an utterly outrageous act. He hurried forward to advise, "Lillet, you need to think this through. If you accept the pay cut, you can still stay at Barcelona FC. Even if I lose, I won't regret it. As a man, I must fight for my dream." Lillet remained unmoved. Those teammates immediately began to sneer at him. "If you lose, get out of Barcelona FC right now. Without you, our team will develop even better. This is like an egg against a stone, utterly overestimating yourself. No matter how good you are, can one man beat 10 of us?" At that moment, the air in the club instantly froze. The players, led by goalkeeper Gelson, immediately formed their defensive formation. Not only that, he made a provocative gesture toward Lillet. "All you need is to break through from the other half of the field. I think it's impossible. There are 10 men in front of him. Right? And our goalkeeper is so excellent. It looks like this Chinese is bound to be kicked out." Lillet, however, stood calmly alone in his own half. At this moment, he was filled with mixed emotions. Since going abroad, he had suffered unequal treatment and discrimination from his Spanish teammates. Now the club president actually wanted to treat him in this way by cutting his salary. This confrontation with them was a battle for dignity. At this time, a powerful fighting spirit emanated from Lillet. He walked step by step toward the 10 Barcelona teammates. The ball was thrown directly to Lillet's feet by Martinez. He controlled it calmly, but facing the formation of 10 men, he unexpectedly halted. "Look, that guy must be regretting it. Just give up now. At least you'll keep a little dignity." "Haha, Chinese just can't do it." Lillet suddenly widened his eyes in fury. He had to use the super long shot from the system. This might be the last goal of his overseas career. He chose to use the super long shot, and a surge of power quickly infused his legs. He decisively raised his leg and gracefully assumed the shooting posture. His arms spread wide like a great rock spreading its wings. The Barcelona teammates looked at him with disdain. "What is this guy trying to do? Could he be shooting? Are you kidding? It's impossible to score from here. This guy is insane. He's simply asking for death. Our defense is as tight as an iron barrel. With just him, he wants to break through." As soon as the words left his mouth, the ball was already launched from the other side. With a thunderous boom, the air over the entire pitch began to vibrate rapidly. The players looked toward the other side and found they couldn't even see the ball clearly. "What kind of kick is this? Why can't we see the ball? We can only see a blur of air rolling. What is Lillet up to? Forget him, let's hurry back to defend." After kicking the ball, Lillet stared fixedly at the opponent's goal. That kick was truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. All the power in his body was poured into the ball at his feet. The scene even stunned Martinez, who was watching from the sidelines. Goalkeeper Valdez initially paid no attention at all, leaning against the goalpost to watch the excitement. Even after seeing Lillet strike the ball, he remained dismissive. "What are you worried about? From this distance, even a god couldn't kick it in." As soon as the words left his mouth, a violent gust of air flew over from the other side. Valdez only felt a heavy impact on his chest. With a loud bang, he was struck directly by an object. With a scream, the goalkeeper's body was actually carried straight into the net. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. "It's absolutely unbelievable. The ball actually shot straight into the net. How lucky must he be to pull that off?" Martinez was dumbfounded. This goal could be called a spectacular worldie. If Lillet could perform consistently, he would definitely be a powerful pillar of the Barcelona team. Use this opportunity to make those Barcelona players acknowledge Lillet. With this thought, Martinez walked directly to Lillet, his face beaming with joy. "That was a brilliant kick. A spectacular worldie. Thank you for your recognition, coach," Lillet said calmly. "With just this one goal, you can stay at Barcelona FC." "Coach Martinez, I feel there is no point in staying any longer," Lillet said, stunning everyone. Martinez looked up in surprise. After all, Barcelona FC was one of the world's top clubs. Players who could play at this club were renowned worldwide. Was Lillet really going to give up such a golden opportunity to shine? With that in mind, Martinez quickly tried to persuade him. "Don't act on impulse. Maybe the boss offered you a lower salary, but only a platform like this can shape a strong you." Lillet, however, said firmly, "Coach Martinez, you're wrong. If I play in a club full of discrimination like this, no matter how strong I am, I'll always be the weak Chinese in these guys' mouths." These words deeply stung those players. Especially when Coach Martinez tried to keep Lillet, they were even more filled with indignation. "Coach, there's no need to humble yourself, begging a Chinese. He's weak anyway, that goal was just sheer luck. Yeah, otherwise relying on his individual breakthrough would never have reached our goal." Martinez was also very disgusted with these guys' comments. On the pitch, they played terribly, yet they were all talk. Without another word, Lillet strode directly toward the club entrance. Just as he was about to reach the club entrance, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz sedan suddenly stopped at the door. A middle-aged man in sunglasses with a cigar in his mouth stepped out. "Lillet, what are you doing?" Lillet's heart tightened. What a small world of enemies. Before him was exactly President John, who planned to cut his salary. Lillet held his removed jersey in his hand, and John had already guessed most of it. Lillet glanced at John and said, "I plan to leave Barcelona FC." "What a joke. We just unearthed your potential. Do you want to just walk away?" John said coldly. Lillet's heart skipped a beat. Could John actually be trying to bring up the contract? But the contract had already expired, and he was free to leave the club. With that thought, Lillet walked straight toward John. His eyes burned with anger, and an intense aura hovered between the two of them. "Chairman, you yourself said that if I want to stay at Barcelona club, I must reduce my salary. Do you know how many people are lining up to join FC Barcelona? That has nothing to do with me anymore. I would rather leave such a discriminatory and unequal team." A hint of disdain appeared in John's eyes. The frail Lillet before his eyes had somehow become surprisingly confident. Could another team be poaching him? As he was pondering this, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. "You did the right thing, Lillet. Leave Barcelona and join our Bayern Munich." This news stunned Lillet but enraged John. He gazed intently toward the distance. The newcomer was none other than Flick, the coach of Bayern Munich Football Club. "What wind blew you here?" John's words carried an edge of anger. This Flick had always been John's adversary, and the two football clubs were natural rivals. Bayern Munich ranked among the top clubs in the world, while John had consistently worked to elevate Barcelona's status. Lillet had just begun to show promising potential, and yet Flick was already coming to poach him. What was going on? Had Lillet already made up his mind to leave? Flick, standing opposite, said calmly, "Such an outstanding player, and you keep him on the bench at Barcelona. What does that concern you? This is an internal matter for FC Barcelona." John was furious. To his surprise, Flick directly pulled out a stack of photographs. He waved them right in front of John. It turned out that Flick was the one who had been photographing Lillet during the match. Having witnessed Lillet's prowess with his own eyes, how could Flick possibly let this golden opportunity slip away? Through internal channels, Flick learned that Lillet's contract had already expired. Outside the club, he had overheard the argument between the players and Lillet. All of this indicated that Lillet's days at FC Barcelona were numbered. Resolute in his determination to sign Lillet, Flick finally took the decisive step. "Anyway, Lillet's contract with Barcelona has expired. He is free to decide where he goes next," Flick stated bluntly. "Even so, I am the chairman, and my approval is required for any transfer." John replied without hesitation. "What you are doing is illegal. According to the regulations, once a contract expires, if the player agrees to a transfer, Bayern Munich only needs to pay the corresponding transfer fee." Flick spoke with professional authority. However, John held firm, and Flick engaged in a drawn-out battle with him. Just as the two were embroiled in a heated argument, a woman's figure appeared before the three of them. "Lillet, why didn't you answer my call? Wife, I just finished the match and haven't had time to check my phone yet." The woman was Lillet's wife, Wulan, carrying a string of food containers in her hand. "I saw your performance in the live broadcast. It was outstanding, so I bought some delicious food specially for you." Wulan smiled gently. Lillet did not take the containers. Instead, he firmly grasped Wulan's hand. "There's something I must tell you. Just say it directly. I will support whatever decision you make. If I leave Barcelona, will you blame me?" Lillet could not help but ask. "No matter what decision you make, I will stand firmly by your side," Wulan replied calmly. "Once you leave the club, your livelihood will be insecure. Are you sure I shouldn't resent you?" Lillet could hardly believe his ears. "From the day I married you, I have supported your football career. Otherwise, I would never have crossed the ocean to accompany you to Spain. Now that you have decided to leave, there must be circumstances you find unacceptable. How could I possibly blame you?" Wulan was extremely understanding. Flick, who had been listening nearby, interjected directly. "The way Barcelona treats Mr. Lillet is utterly inappropriate. I am willing to welcome him to Bayern Munich." Wulan's heart skipped a beat. Bayern Munich was one of the premier football clubs in the world. If Lillet could join them, would he not achieve even greater development? Wulan was well aware of Lillet's struggles at Barcelona. Being stuck on the bench as a substitute meant that even after a decade playing abroad, his abilities would remain stagnant. Rather than endure this, joining Bayern might actually be a viable path forward. "Husband, what do you think?" Wulan turned her gaze toward Lillet. In truth, Lillet himself was deeply troubled. It was not merely the issue of transfer fees. John's intentions were clear. If Lillet left Barcelona, John would never let him go easily. He would not allow his rival to acquire what he himself could not have. Although he was deeply reluctant to increase Lillet's salary, Flick was currently pressing his advantage aggressively. Lillet had unexpectedly become a highly sought-after player. This time, John intended to seize every advantage and secure the starting striker position for himself. Recalling this, Lillet spoke directly. "Since Barcelona is willing to renew my contract, what terms are you offering?" John was taken aback. "Lillet, how did you become so pragmatic?" Lillet sneered. If not for that successful goal, he would still be nothing more than a reserve striker. So what if Barcelona was one of the most prestigious clubs in the world? Clearly, John was unprepared for this turn of events. However, Flick stepped forward confidently and said, "Come to Bayern Munich. Everything has already been arranged." Lillet immediately became interested. Bayern Munich was not only a global powerhouse, but also the champion of the 2014 FIFA World Cup in Brazil. If he could play as a starter for even a short while at their club, his abilities would improve dramatically. Combined with the system's assistance, he would surely lead China to victory. With this in mind, Lille nodded. I do not demand an excessive salary. I only ask to be fielded as the starting striker. Even Lille felt this condition was somewhat demanding considering Klose and Müller were both legendary Bayern forwards. How could Flick possibly hand the starting striker position to a Chinese player who had scored only one goal? Yet something astonishing occurred. Flick agreed without hesitation and his offered annual salary reached 200,000. Lille stared at Flick in disbelief. Coach Flick, are you truly certain you want me as the starting striker? Indeed. You will start alongside Klose and Müller as one of our main forwards. Just as Lille was about to accept Flick's offer, John suddenly made a loud declaration. Seeing Flick so determined to poach Lille, John made a momentous decision at that moment. A smile spread across his face as he pulled out the contract. Flick, you're ruthless. If you want to take Lille, you'll have to pay a price. Flick's heart raced with excitement, yet he maintained an impassive facade. After witnessing Lille's brilliant goal from the stands, he had already made up his mind. Now hearing John finally relent, Flick was overjoyed. Hasn't the contract expired? If it means letting Lille go to Bayern, I don't care what price I have to pay. These words filled Lille with profound gratitude. After all, Lille was usually nothing more than a benchwarmer, and he had nearly worn out the substitute seat. Now that a coach from Bayern had finally recognized his talent, joining Bayern was undoubtedly the best choice. With this thought, Lille cast an admiring glance at Flick. However, at that moment, a sly gleam appeared in John's eyes. Do you think you can just pay the transfer fee specified in the contract? Do you mean I have to add extra money? Flick said dismissively. Exactly, you're right. How much? Name your figure. John calmly raised 5 fingers. Flick was startled. Could it be 5,000? No, he had heard that Lille's annual salary at Barcelona was only 1,000. Lille had been an unknown nobody. How could he be worth 5,000? Seeing Flick's silence, John said triumphantly, when I signed Lille, the contract clearly stated 5 million. At these words, even Lille was stunned. He stared at John in disbelief. Chairman, are you mistaken? But when they both looked at the contract in John's hand, there was no denying it. The black and white terms clearly stated a transfer fee of 5 million. In truth, John had written that figure on a whim, never expecting Lille to become a dark horse. Now that Flick wanted to poach him, John could inflate the price. If Flick couldn't afford it, he would be scared off. Even if he had that much money, John would still come out ahead. Watching John's radiant smile, Flick gritted his teeth. 5 million. I agree. Hearing Flick's acceptance, John's face lit up with joy. Dear Coach Flick, are you sure? Absolutely. I've thought it through thoroughly, and I have full authority to decide. Flick declared firmly. What a pity, a head coach of Bayern being so blind. Don't you think Lille was playing a fixed match? John couldn't resist one last jab. Flick was visibly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. No matter what kind of ball Lille plays, I recognize his ability. This deflated John's arrogance. However, John retorted, cash and carry. The transfer must be completed before 10 p.m. today. In fact, John had calculated carefully. If Flick was just bluffing, there wouldn't be enough time. But to his surprise, Flick nodded and immediately pulled a check from his pocket. With a few swift strokes, Flick elegantly signed the amount and his name. Watching John's astonished expression, Flick slicked back his hair with a flourish. So, I'm sincere about bringing Lille to Bayern. Fine, you win. You'll regret taking such a useless player. John said spitefully. I, Flick, have never regretted anything. Not now, not ever. Flick firmly took Lille's hand. Their hands clasped tightly together, and even the clouds above seemed to radiate a joyful glow. Lille's wife Wulan, upon seeing her husband's successful transfer, hugged their child in excitement. Honey, you can finally leave this team that discriminated against you. Yes, I'm joining the world's top club, Bayern Munich. Lille declared firmly. That's just your dream. Even if you join Bayern, you'll never get to play. John scoffed disdainfully. What makes you say that? Do you even know Coach Flick's character? Lille shot back. You were a waste at Barcelona, and at Bayern you'll be even more overlooked. Don't forget, Bayern is a team of stars. The prodigy Klose, the trickster Müller, the midfield anchor Lahm. How could you replace any of them? John said smugly. Lille was taken aback. It seemed John had thoroughly researched Bayern. At that moment, Flick burst into laughter. Old John is right. Once Lille is at Bayern, how I deploy him is our internal affair. What business is it of yours? This left John speechless. Fuming, he signed the transfer contract, then jumped into his Mercedes and sped off. The entire Barcelona club erupted in excitement. The teammates rushed to the club entrance. I heard Lille was signed by an outsider. That's the biggest joke of 2014. It's no joke. I just heard the coach say so. Bayern coach Flick must be a fool to take a benchwarmer to Bayern. Even if not a fool, he's an idiot. Bayern's been played for a fool. Any of us is better than Lille. Maybe one day we'll join Bayern too. Hearing these remarks, Flick merely gave them a contemptuous smile. You want to join Bayern? Then show me your goal-scoring ability. In my eyes there are no starters or substitutes, only those who can score. Flick's words silenced the mocking teammates. Lillet turned back to look at the Barcelona club sign, taking a deep, meaningful breath. Barcelona Football Club today, I Lillet leave you for good. From now on Bayern Munich is my home. You're right, dear. Let's set off for Bayern right away, Wulon said by his side. Flick drove the three of them to the airport. After a flight of over an hour, Lillet and his family arrived at Bayern Munich Football Club. As soon as they stepped through the gates of Bayern Munich, a football came flying straight toward them. The ball came flying towards him. Lillet quick and agile sidestepped, and the ball flew straight out of the goal. A tall figure appeared before Lillet. The opponent stared at Lillet with an arrogant and indifferent gaze, the number 10 on his jersey brightly vivid. Flick looked at him and then said joyfully, Klose, you've come just in time. Come and welcome our new teammate Lillet. Hearing Flick's words, Klose did not lower his proud head. He merely nodded slightly at Lillet, then turned his gaze back to Flick. Seeing this, Lillet walked directly up to Klose. Are you Klose, the top striker of Bayern Munich? That's right, I didn't expect an unknown nobody like you to know my name. Klose said arrogantly. In your eyes I'm just an unknown nobody, but I see myself as a future football star. Lillet laughed, patting his chest. Klose looked Lillet over again with an incredulous gaze, then revealed a contemptuous smile. Are all you Chinese people so confident? As a Chinese person, of course, I must establish confidence in football, Lillet said with firm eyes. Unexpectedly, Klose burst into laughter. If you say your table tennis is strong, I have absolutely nothing to say about that. But if you want to become a star in football, you'll probably have to wait for your next life. Flick, who was nearby, immediately darkened his face upon seeing this. Klose, is this how you treat a newcomer? But Klose was completely unmoved, and he laughed arrogantly. Coach Flick, I have always respected your character, but bringing such a fellow to Bayern, I'm afraid everyone will be dissatisfied. Lillet instantly understood Klose was just a player coming to provoke him. Standing behind him were undoubtedly the entire Bayern Munich squad. He had thought this German would be a bit better than the Spaniards, but he still showed contempt for Chinese football. Though Flick was furious, he was helpless. After all, Klose was the scoring ace every time. If he were severely criticized, the upcoming matches might well fall flat. He knew Klose's temper. Once angered, he would recklessly make wrong decisions. So Flick turned to Lillet and said, Mr. Lillet, as the head coach, I have failed in my duty. Go back to the hotel and rest. I will prepare a welcome ceremony tomorrow. With that, Flick politely made a gesture for him to leave. Klose, standing nearby, wore a disdainful smile, holding the ball that had just flown out. He expected Lillet to leave, but unexpectedly Lillet once again came before Klose. Mr. Klose, take back what you just said, slandering Chinese football. This is not slander, it's just stating the facts. When have you Chinese ever entered the World Cup? Klose said arrogantly. Those words instantly ignited Lillet's anger, and he fired back like a machine gun. Don't think that because Chinese football was weak in the past, it's still weak now. Just talking is useless. Our Bayern team's principle is to stand with the strong. Klose straightened his tall frame. Lillet finally understood Klose simply didn't believe in his ability. It seemed that to join Bayern Munich, he must first pass this test. Now if he didn't show some real skill, this detestable German would never be convinced. Seeing the two at daggers drawn, Flick quickly stepped in to mediate. Mr. Lillet, you've had a long journey today. Come play at the club tomorrow. Listen to our coach, or you might lose face. Klose sneered. But Lillet refused to be intimidated. If he didn't make Klose step aside today, he would never get into Bayern. In fact, Flick didn't know that the news of Lillet coming to Bayern was leaked by Barcelona. Their goal was clear: to isolate Lillet within Bayern and leave him with no way out. When Lillet couldn't establish himself at Bayern, he would obediently return to beg Barcelona. Unfortunately, Barcelona's scheme fell through. Facing Klose's provocation, Lillet directly replied, Coach Flick, thank you for your kindness. As a football player, travel fatigue doesn't exist. That's right, now that's what a football player should be like. Klose gave a knowing smile. As long as Lillet accepted the challenge, all the players would give him a hard time. With the team's coordinated play, they would surely crush Lillet. But unexpectedly, Lillet took the initiative. Mr. Klose, since I've agreed to show my skills today, can you accept the challenge? Klose, hearing exactly what he wanted, quickly nodded. Mr. Lillet is right. Bayern happens to have two teams. You can join the reserve team. The situation was now clear. Klose wanted to use the main team's advantage to completely crush Lillet's confidence. Klose was in high spirits while Lillet had traveled far, giving Klose the advantage of leisure over fatigue. Flick overheard and felt it was unfair, so he said directly, Klose, don't you think this is unfair? What's unfair? I didn't force Mr. Lillet to agree. Klose smiled slyly. Unexpectedly, the foolish Lillet fell right into Klose's trap, everything developing as Klose had anticipated. Lillet, however, smiled nonchalantly. Since I voluntarily offered to accept the challenge, can you take me to the Bayern club now, eh? No problem. Coach, just watch from the sidelines. We'll definitely give Mr. Lillet the warmest welcome. Klose gave a sinister smile. Flick felt a bit uneasy. If Lillet was hit hard as soon as he arrived, would he just turn around and leave? He had wanted to stop them, but seeing Lillet's resolute demeanor, Flick didn't find it convenient to intervene again. Watching Li Lei and Klose walk side by side into the building, Wu Lan's heart also felt a sense of foreboding. Although Li Lei had improved his skills recently, did he stand a chance against the mighty Klose? If they directly confronted each other, winning would certainly establish Li Lei's position at Bayern, but he might also be isolated. If he lost, he would surely be looked down upon by everyone, and his fate would be even worse. Just as Wu Lan was lost in thought, all the Bayern players unexpectedly burst into enthusiastic applause. Li Lei was taken aback by the round of applause from all the players. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the cheers were directed solely at Klose. Klose, you've done an excellent job. You've successfully provoked this Chinese man into competing against us. We've always felt he was unworthy of joining Bayern Munich, and now we have the chance to defeat him. Exactly. How could such a frail figure possibly prevail against us? Facing these contemptuous words, Li Lei merely emitted a cold sneer. There was absolutely no point in arguing with them now. Standing before Li Lei were over 20 players. Clearly a combination of the starting 11 and substitutes. Based on Li Lei's knowledge of Bayern, this was likely the legendary first team and second team combined. Klose, Müller, Lahm, Lewandowski, and Neuer. These were undoubtedly the unquestioned starters. As Li Lei had anticipated, Klose stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder. Do you see these teammates before you? These faces are all quite familiar. Li Lei replied calmly. This only infuriated Müller, who made a mocking face. This Chinese fellow is terribly impolite. He's never been to Bayern before. How could he possibly have seen us? Lahm spoke directly. You're being called foolish, and you still don't believe it. Your IQ is indeed too low. He definitely watched us on television. Lewandowski nodded. As Bayern's second-choice striker at the time, he harbored no real ill will toward Li Lei. Yet even in his silence, the others continued their relentless mockery. Neuer, the goalkeeper, sneered with particular contempt, spinning the ball between his legs. Klose, since you've invited this fellow, and what are you waiting for? Li Lei, sharp as ever, instantly grasped Neuer's meaning. Though he'd sensed from the start this was a treacherous trap, having walked into it, he harbored no fear. He couldn't simply wait for these men to dictate the terms of the match. Taking the initiative, Li Lei felt a sudden lightness wash over him and raised his voice. I've heard that Bayern's players are all world-class with a clear sense of winning and losing. Klose chuckled. You've analyzed this quite well, lad, but flattery won't change your fate. You're still getting kicked out of Bayern. Li Lei ignored Klose entirely and walked straight to Lahm. Gazing at Bayern's captain, a fresh idea began to take shape in his mind. Captain Lahm, I trust your word carries weight. Li Lei's words stunned everyone. Lahm's role as Bayern's captain was kept remarkably secret. A man who consistently turns the tide at critical moments would never reveal himself so easily. Lahm stammered. I think you must be mistaken. Who told you I'm Bayern's captain? Just from the charming aura you exude, I, Li Lei, accept you as Bayern's captain. Li Lei spoke with remarkable calm. Lahm was clearly pleased by these words, a smile spreading across his face. This Chinese man, though slight in build, possessed a remarkably discerning eye. Neuer suddenly mocked Lahm. Lahm, surely you haven't been swayed by a few kind words. Lahm said nothing, simply stepping aside. Neuer glanced at Klose. As Bayern's top scorer, you must make this Chinese man concede defeat today. Klose offered a faint smile and was about to speak, but Li Lei had already beaten him to it. It's my first day at Bayern, so I'm essentially a newcomer. You should understand that much. A newcomer must behave like one. You must obey the captain's orders without question, Klose stated directly. But if I am a newcomer, I also have the right to choose. Li Lei showed no sign of yielding to anyone's pressure. Neuer's interest was clearly piqued. Do tell us, what do you propose? According to Bayern's tradition, to join the starting lineup, you must play a match against us. Li Lei smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to the other players on the field. He immediately spotted the handsome young man Götze. Based on his jersey number, this guy is also a substitute. Who could have predicted he'd be the one to score the winning goal against Argentina in the World Cup? Since I've encountered Götze, I might as well turn the tables and bring him over to my side. With this thought, Li Lei turned to Neuer with a smile. Since playing for Bayern is unavoidable, I choose to fight alongside the second team. Upon hearing this, Klose and the others erupted into laughter immediately. Flick, standing nearby, felt a flicker of anxiety. Was Li Lei being foolish? He could have simply demanded to play with the regulars against the substitutes. In that scenario, Flick would have wholeheartedly supported it. Yet Li Lei had somehow turned a winning hand into a losing one, leaving Flick frustrated and powerless. Just as he stepped forward, Lewandowski held him back. Coach, this kind of matchup is actually more interesting. Lewandowski pressed on. What do you mean? Playing against a weaker team. Imagine the excitement if the underdog scores. Müller, overhearing Lewandowski's proposal, burst into laughter. I thought Lewandowski was a peacemaker, but he's actually even more of a troublemaker. Indeed. How could a weak team possibly defeat our first team? The combined value of our starting 11 approaches 100 million, while those substitutes. The starting players mercilessly mocked their counterparts. The starting players mercilessly mocked their substitutes. But Li Lei stepped in to defend them. Frankly speaking, even with your impressive market values, disparaging the substitutes in this manner is unjustified. Hearing Lillet speak up for them, hope ignited in the substitute's eyes. Gotza was particularly moved, immediately stepping forward to stand beside Lillet. Mr. Lillet is quite right. Football knows no borders, and there's no reason for you to mock either him or us. Klose sneered. Gotza, who hasn't scored a single goal, is showing courage today. Indeed, perhaps he's found his kindred spirit. Muller laughed boisterously. Just as Gotza was about to confront them, Lillet abruptly pulled him back. In that case, there's no need for further chatter. Let's begin the match, Lillet said expressionlessly. Klose raised his arm and cheered immediately, gathering many starting players around him, a veritable constellation of stars. In contrast, Lillet's side was utterly dim. Aside from Gotza, who had some reputation, the others were substitutes who had never played before. Upon hearing that Lillet wanted to drag them into a match, the players' resistance immediately erupted. If you want to play, why drag us into it? Are you not satisfied with humiliating us enough? We've had enough of sitting on the bench. It's fine to embarrass yourself alone, but you want to drag the whole team into it. Their goalkeeper has almost never conceded a goal, while our second-team goalkeeper trembles at the sight of the ball. All signs indicated that Lillet's second team was destined to lose. Gotza, who had been brimming with confidence at first, grew noticeably dejected after hearing these cynical remarks from his teammates. Seeing this, Lillet was extremely anxious. Gotza's emotional fluctuation was a sign of future instability in his performance. He had to pull him out of this negativity. With that thought, Lillet turned to the crowd. I am a Chinese, having traveled thousands of miles to play football in Europe. I was fortunate to meet Coach Flick, and I will never give up this opportunity. What is a Chinese doing causing trouble in Europe? Yeah, if you can't even play well in your own country, why come here to embarrass yourself? To be honest, the physique of you Chinese is simply not suited for football. You are at a disadvantage in physical confrontations. Facing these sarcastic remarks, Lillet could not help but laugh heartily. Actually, I have considered all these questions, but there is one buddy who won't let me leave. Who are you referring to? Klose asked, puzzled. Lillet pointed confidently at his own foot. This buddy doesn't believe in any myths. He only believes in his own strength. Klose suddenly understood, clenching his fist tightly. Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to go all out today. Flick naturally became the referee. He least wanted to see the two teams clash, but this was also a way to improve the players' abilities. This was the perfect chance to test Lillet's true strength. A two birds with one stone situation. Regardless of whether Lillet won or lost, Flick would unhesitatingly keep him. Lillet stood among the substitutes and decisively placed Gotza in the forward line. It was Gotza's first time playing as a striker, and he was utterly at a loss. Although he had seen Klose successfully storm the opponent's goal countless times from the bench, this time, he did not know how to attack. Gotza took a deep breath, waiting for the whistle. The whistle blew and Gotza decisively set off with the ball. For Lillet, he was in no hurry to attack. First, observe how Klose dribbles to launch a counterattack, then intercept the ball when the opponent is off guard. Lillet fixed his gaze on Gotza. This guy should have some ability. But his opponent was Klose, a forward with extensive combat experience. At that time, Germany had not yet implemented Lowe's tactics. Oh, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to find their weaknesses? Gotza dribbled forward, and soon Klose charged at him aggressively. Facing Klose, Gotza became flustered. Klose seized an opening and directly intercepted the ball. After a few steps, he passed it to Muller. Muller excitedly dribbled forward, but before he could rejoice for more than a few seconds, a figure charged towards him. By the time he realized what had happened, the ball had already been taken away. All the players were stunned. What's with this Chinese guy? How does he know our playing patterns? It's as if he predicted the ball would go to Muller. Never mind, he's just lucky. Stop him quickly. Muller had lost the ball in an instant, still dazed, but Lillet had already dribbled into Klose's half. Muller, you idiot, you lost the ball to this guy. Klose shouted hysterically. Muller snapped out of it and frantically chased after Lillet. Lillet's eyes were fixed only on the goal, for only scoring could earn him the system's rewards. As for Muller behind him, he paid him no mind. He shouted to Gotza behind him, Gotza, what are you waiting for? Attack now. Only then did Gotza realize and quickly ran to Lillet's side. Lillet nodded with satisfaction. Facing the oncoming Lewandowski, he was not flustered at all. When the opponent stepped in with his right foot to intercept, Lillet skillfully lifted the ball with his left foot. Lewandowski was instantly dumbfounded. He never dreamed that this Chinese guy would be familiar with his interception style. But Klose was not about to let Lillet off easily. He charged swiftly towards Lillet's side, repeatedly bumping into him with his body, trying to alter the ball's trajectory. Lillet nimbly dodged left and right, yet the ball was not taken away. His gaze had already fallen on the opponent's Lam. This guy is remarkably patient, lurking in the back half, without moving. When Lillet charged forward, Lam finally rushed in from the front. On one side, Klose kept harassing from the front. Lam bore down directly. More worryingly, Muller was gradually closing in from behind. Lillet was now surrounded on three sides. For an ordinary player, the ball would have been taken long ago. But Lillet grew excited. Come on, try to take the ball. I'm not afraid of you. This immediately enraged the trio, and they desperately tried to intercept the ball. Just as the three were about to close in, Lei suddenly kicked the ball into the air. It was an exceptionally clever pass. Götze saw the ball descending from the sky, excitedly trapped it, and then quickly charged towards the goal. Lei, that was a brilliant pass. Now it's up to you. Neuer's goal is right in front of you, Lei shouted from behind. Seeing the ball had been passed close, and the other two charged at Götze again. At this moment, Lei was completely unmarked, and hope glimmered in his eyes. On the other side of the goal, there was no defender at all. All defensive efforts were focused on Götze. Under immense pressure facing the experienced Neuer, he immediately began to tremble. With a thud, he took the shot. The field immediately erupted with jeers from the players, but then a figure appeared on the other side of the goal. Götze's shot was essentially a narrow-angle strike. Faced with the exceptional goalkeeper Neuer, he had kicked it in a moment of panic. It was predictable that Neuer would easily read the direction of the ball. A contemptuous smile spread across Neuer's face as he lunged toward it. Götze, your shot was absolutely pathetic. Just as Neuer was about to clutch the ball against his chest, Lei had already rushed in from the other side. With lightning speed, he cleanly swept the ball away right before Neuer's eyes. Taken by surprise, Neuer hadn't even registered what happened. By the time he landed and tried to lunge back for a save, it was already too late. In that instant, Lei was about to strike, aiming the ball directly at the near corner. Klose and the others, who had been wearing triumphant expressions just a second ago, were left stunned. What's going on? Defenders, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and intercept. Did they actually let this Chinese guy Lei get through? Block him now, or it'll be too late. The two defenders scrambled toward the goal, trying to block Lei's shooting angle. Lei faced a difficult decision. If he forced a shot, the ball would likely strike the defender's legs. That would only mean squandering a golden opportunity. Yet his gaze drifted toward Götze, who hadn't rushed in after his shot. More worryingly, Lahm was closing in from another angle. Seeing the defenders had completely blocked his shooting angle, Lei turned and dribbled away without hesitation. The two defenders continued their arrogant taunting, ready to have a go at him. Seeing him turn away, they immediately launched into mockery. As expected of a Chinaman, runs away the moment a defender steps up. With your kind of skill, you still want a spot in Bayern's starting 11. You'd better wake up from your Chinese dream. Lei didn't pause. Instead, he struck the ball directly toward the goalpost. This scene left Flick, who was watching from the sideline, utterly astonished. Normally, such a ball should have been laid off to Götze behind him. But shockingly, Lei had chosen to shoot blindly instead. The real question was, what was the point of kicking it toward the post? Klose and the others burst into laughter at the sight. I think Lei has completely lost his mind, hitting the post in his panic. His shot accuracy is terribly low. How could someone like this make the starting lineup? With us super strikers around, there's simply no room for Lei. Today will prove to Coach Flick that signing Lei was a mistake. Götze behind them was also stunned. What is Lei doing? He had a perfect chance to pass the ball to me. Lei paid no attention to Götze, immediately running back after striking the post. The two defenders burst out laughing and sprinted toward the ball. Seeing the crisis had passed, Lahm also slowed his pace. Such a ball could be cleared by any defender. But when one defender went to boot the ball away, an unexpected thing happened. After hitting the post, the ball rebounded outward at incredible speed. The defender hadn't even touched it. The ball flew at an acute angle toward the touchline. Götze, this one's all yours. Lei made a graceful gesture toward Götze. Only then did Götze suddenly realize this had been Lei's gift to him. As a substitute player, Götze had always been deeply insecure. But ever since this Chinese man Lei had joined Bayern, everything had changed. Lei had actually passed the ball directly to Götze. Filled with immense gratitude, Götze felt power surging through his legs. Right then, the far corner of the goal opened up before Götze. The ball came flying toward him, and without hesitation, he executed a brilliant sliding strike. The ball flew at an impossibly acute angle in the opposite direction of Neuer's lunge. Neuer was practically fuming. He'd already run back and forth twice. Götze, you brat, are you trying to humiliate me with another one of these tricks? Neuer reached for the ball, casually assuming this ball, like all the others, could never go in. Since the ball was in midair, Neuer's tall frame was perfectly positioned to his advantage. But just as Neuer was about to seize the ball, a figure suddenly leapt up from outside the penalty area. This terrified Lewandowski. Neuer, watch out. This Chinese guy is going to head it in. The shout threw Neuer into a panic. He thought the ball was completely harmless, never expecting Lei to reappear. But this Chinese man's stature wasn't tall. He shouldn't be able to reach the ball. Indeed, the height Lei reached wasn't as high as Neuer's jump. While Neuer smugly caught the ball, he didn't forget to mock Lei. You short little Chinese guy trying to compete with me for aerial duels. You've got a lot to learn. Lei said nothing, but a cunning gleam had already appeared in his eyes. At that moment, the air above the goal seemed to freeze. Just as Neuer was certain the ball was his, Lei made a stunning move. In mere seconds, Lei's body began to rotate backward. Lahm beside him immediately shouted, "Has this Chinese guy gone mad?" Attempting to twist his body at that height. I think he's just making a joke, funnier than me even. Muller burst into laughter. What a waste. At this height a Chinaman could never win an aerial battle. Even Flick and Wu Lan on the sidelines felt their hearts tighten. Attempting to rotate his body and shoot at that height. Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Moreover, Neuer's towering frame held tremendous power. Could Lille really be his match? Neuer's hand had already touched the ball, his proud expression already declaring the ball's ownership. Just as all the players believed the ball was secured, something unexpected happened. A look of panic suddenly flashed across Klose's bright eyes. His gaze fell on Lille's rotating body, suspended in the air. Lille was rotating his body, rapidly alternating between his left and right foot. He was using his farthest foot to directly strike the ball in Neuer's hands. This was simply a heavenly strike. Lille's leg collided with the ball in Neuer's grasp. At that moment, an explosive force burst forth from Lille's foot. In Neuer's incredulous gaze, Lille's foot gained the upper hand. The ball was forcibly kicked out of Neuer's hands by Lille's foot. This scene instantly stunned Flick on the sidelines. He excitedly waved his fists and shouted to Lille's wife Wu Lan. This is simply an extraordinary goal, absolutely brilliant. Wu Lan's palms were sweating with nervousness. She wasn't sure if Lille could score. From her angle, the ball had merely flown out of Neuer's hands. The force just now was precisely the killing aura bursting from Lille. That fearless spirit, undaunted by heaven or earth, became Lille's pillar. Though his body was about to crash into the ground, Lille remained reckless and unyielding. The ball was ultimately not intercepted by Neuer again and swiftly flew into the net. At that moment, Lille's body completely relaxed, and then he fell onto the grass with a thud. All the Bayern players present were stunned. They stared at the scene before them in disbelief. Especially Neuer, who was already heartbroken when he saw the ball slip from his hands. Utterly despicable. A Chinese man actually breached my goal. Furious, Neuer pounded the turf with all his might, his face etched with frustration. Flick blew his whistle at the opportune moment. Goal counts. Bayern 2 currently leads 1-0. As soon as the words were spoken, all the Bayern substitutes erupted in cheers. Amazing. I never expected Lille to have such skill. I thought we had no hope after Götze missed the ball. Götze needs to step up too. We must strive to defeat the starters. Yes, we can't remain silent any longer. Götze, witnessing this, felt a mix of joy and worry. Lille, who had just joined Bayern, could perform so brilliantly. He had assumed a Chinese man wouldn't be proficient in football, yet Lille had scored. The thought that the second team might defeat the first team brought Götze great delight. But if Lille replaced Götze's position, would he never have a chance to play? Despite his mixed feelings, Götze approached Lille. Congratulations, Mr. Lille. This is your first goal for Bayern. Lille smiled calmly, then clapped hands with Götze. Not only that, Lille even performed a backflip in the direction of Klose. This move immediately startled Klose. This kid celebrated a goal in the same way I do. It's like we're cut from the same mold. Could he be mocking you on purpose? Muller shrugged helplessly. This guy was a mischievous striker, and he never missed a chance to take a jab at Lille. I don't think so. Maybe he admires your cool move. Lahm offered a different perspective. In Lahm's mind, Lille was extremely humble and polite, which had left a very favorable impression. Hearing Lahm's words, Klose's anger subsided a bit. Regardless of the reason our starting lineup conceded first, that's not like us at all. Klose's words resonated with Neuer. Klose is right. We can't underestimate our opponent, or we might lose badly. Neuer stared at Lille in the distance with a hostile gaze, clenching his fists. You Chinese guy embarrassed me. Now let me show you Neuer's counterattack. Lille paid no heed to anyone's comments, for at that moment the system prompt sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for scoring a goal. You have received 2,000 points and a bottle of soul water as a reward. Lille was quite surprised by the 2,000 points. He remembered that when playing against Barcelona's opponent Serbia, he only got 1,000 points for scoring a goal. But now playing against an internal Bayern team, he received 2,000 points. It seemed joining Bayern was an excellent choice. Lille gave himself a perfect score. But what was this soul water the system had gifted? Suddenly Lille recalled a Coca-Cola advertisement. Could it be something that stimulates the soul? Just then the system prompt sounded again. Tip soul water is a liquid that can reformat the body's stats, but there is a certain chance of failure. Lille certainly knew the term format. Just like with a phone, if you force a format, all files might be lost. He never imagined such soul water would appear on a football field. Lille carefully examined his various body stats. His physique was alarmingly weak. Except for his shooting skill, which was at level 2, everything else was at the initial level 1 stage. If he didn't take a gamble, now he might not achieve a major breakthrough in the short term. Lille gritted his teeth. Go big or go home. He directly chose to use the soul water, and a beam of white light descended from the sky. Lille was enveloped in the light, and his mind went blank. After a full minute, Lille's consciousness returned. He quickly glanced at the system panel again, and this time he was ecstatic. Excellent. His physical attributes had been upgraded to level 2, and his shooting index remained at level 2. Moreover, all other stats were close to the top of level 1. Lille couldn't contain his joy and leaped high into the air. Just then a ball slammed into his head with a loud bang. Seeing this, the substitute players clapped loudly. Mr. Lillet is fantastic. He blocked Neuer's long pass. His awareness of positioning is incredibly strong. Now Lahm can't play his role as defensive midfielder. Lillet was puzzled, but he subconsciously stopped the ball. Götze catch the ball. Let's launch another super fast counterattack. Götze struggled to control the ball, staggering back a few steps from the force. He couldn't believe it. The pass hadn't seemed that powerful, but suddenly Lillet had exerted such strength. Mr. Lillet, could you please pass the ball with a bit less force next time? Götze said sheepishly. Lillet was stunned by these words. He examined his body repeatedly, but there was no visible change. He had only used 1/10 of his strength. Was this the tremendous effect of the soul water? With that thought, Lillet quickened his pace and charged toward Götze. Lillet's sudden acceleration left the other Bayern players bewildered. Müller watched with keen curiosity. Perhaps he was encouraged by that goal just now. But it doesn't matter. We must stop him this time. Lahm headed straight toward Götze's direction. Klose seemed shaken, his gaze fixed upon Götze. In normal circumstances, Götze wouldn't dare confront Klose. Merely seeing him approach would make him tremble. Yet Lillet's arrival had breathed new life into Götze. What invisible power did this Chinese man possess? Forget it. All this did not matter. Since this fellow was being arrogant, they might as well teach him a lesson. With that thought, Klose shot a glance toward Neuer. The two had partnered for a considerable time and shared impeccable chemistry. Neuer understood instantly. He immediately bellowed to the two defenders, "That kid just scored. We must return the favor." Absolutely, Neuer. He mocked us just now. Oh, it's time for revenge. Remember, even if you commit a foul, do it outside the penalty area. Neuer was cunning indeed. Understood, Neuer. A defender surged straight toward Lillet, ostensibly to mark him, but in truth, he was simply waiting for Lillet to receive the ball so he could deliberately sabotage him. This was the first time Lillet was receiving such treatment. The opposing defender clung to him like superglue. "What are you doing sticking beside me?" Lillet asked in astonishment. "None of your concern. As a defender, I choose whom I wish to mark." Lillet chuckled inwardly. These Bayern starters were indeed skilled. He had just scored, yet they immediately threw a defender onto him. Clearly, they regarded Lillet as their most formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Götze's path forward was also obstructed. Lahm had already appeared before him. If he forced his way through, a brutal confrontation seemed inevitable. Just as Götze attempted to pass the ball, his eyes fell upon the defender marking Lillet. He hesitated, seemingly intimidated by that player. But those few seconds of deliberation handed Lahm the perfect opportunity. Without mercy, Lahm launched into Götze, and the ball was stolen clean. Though Lahm lacked height advantage, his exceptional reading of the game was second to none at Bayern. Upon seeing Lahm intercept the ball, Lillet instantly grew anxious. Lahm's ball control was remarkably outstanding. If Lahm launched a counterattack directly, the second team would likely be caught completely off guard. Realizing this, he urgently shouted to the second team's defenders, "Teammates, Mr. Lahm is going to attack." The defenders descended into panic. No one expected Lahm to advance with such astonishing speed, those short legs unleashing inexhaustible power. He cleanly dribbled past one second-team player and immediately passed to Lewandowski. The towering Polish striker exploded into action, swiftly breaking past two second-team players with lightning speed. Lillet's defensive recovery seemed impossible. Lewandowski had already breached the penalty area. Götze sprinted frantically toward the second team's rear. He would not let the starting players trample all over their half. "Don't think you can run wild just because you're starters. Götze, you'd be wiser to reconsider. You're facing Lewandowski." Müller laughed from the side. "So what? I refuse to sit idly by and wait for defeat," Götze declared with iron will. "Well said, Götze. The entire back line depends on you to save us." Lillet suddenly halted his steps. Müller immediately sneered. "This Chinese lad is clearly exhausted. He expects Götze to rescue the team. Looks like victory is within our grasp. I'll charge toward their goal." Klose raced swiftly toward Lewandowski's side. As Bayern's premier striker, he would never allow Lillet to defeat them, especially since he was representing the first team against the second. Defeat was unthinkable. Lewandowski rapidly brought the ball to the edge of the penalty area and immediately feigned a shot. It was incredibly fast. Goalkeeper Stark hurried toward Lewandowski. But at that exact moment, Lillet loudly shouted to Stark, "Hold the far post. That shot is a feint." His words triggered murmurs among the second team's defenders. Does Lillet think scoring one goal makes him some kind of god? How could that possibly be a feint? Lewandowski is clearly about to shoot. We shouldn't always follow Lillet's instructions. Stark, you need to make your own decisions. Stark wavered for a moment, but in that instant Lewandowski's ball had already shifted to the opposite side. The truth was, the very moment Lillet spoke, Lewandowski's body trembled involuntarily. He had intended to use the fake shot to feed Klose on the other flank. He had believed the plan was flawless, yet at the moment of execution Lillet saw through it. Though he tried to retrieve the ball, it was already too late. However, when Lewandowski saw that Stark had not moved as Lillet suggested, he burst into uproarious laughter. That fool fell for it just as I expected. Close beside him wore a knowing smile. It seemed Stark might be too late to recover. The ball soared high through the air, and Close sprang upward instantly. Within mere seconds, Close headed the ball straight into the net. Whoosh! The ball slammed into the side netting. At that moment the whistle blew. Frick immediately signaled the goal valid. The scoreboard updated to 1-1. Triumph gleamed in Close's eyes as he stared down at Li Lei from above. Li Lei was despondent inside. How frustrating was Stark to be so stubborn. If only Stark had followed his advice, wouldn't the ball have been stopped? Now Close had equalized, and the match was deadlocked. For the comparatively weaker second team, this was already an unfavorable position. Meanwhile, Bayern's first team erupted in wild celebration. I told you, Close would never let us down. Of course he's our god, Close. That goal from Close was stunning. That was a classic feint. Let's press our advantage and score 5 more. Li Lei's heart grew restless. Just then Frick's whistle sounded once again. Just as Close was in high spirits, Flick suddenly blew his whistle. What's going on? Is Coach Flick trying to end the match? Muller flashed a mischievous grin. It can't be right. A practice match should be at least 90 minutes, shouldn't it? Lewandowski stared at the timer in disbelief. Maybe the coach has his own ideas. Lahm seemed to sense something. Close fixed an extremely dissatisfied gaze on Flick. Coach, what exactly do you mean by stopping the match? Flick said unhurriedly. Today is Li Lei's first day at Bayern. This is just a friendly match among you. Close persisted relentlessly. No matter what kind of match, we must have a winner. Flick's heart was churning with anxiety, but on the surface he remained calm. Close's petulant streak had flared up again. He was determined to settle the score. If he continued to act out, it could easily breed discord within the Bayern squad. With that thought, Flick directly smiled and said, friendship first, competition second. Both you and Li Lei are excellent strikers. Hearing this, Close's discontent immediately surged again. In my heart, Close, a match without a winner is utterly meaningless. Just as Flick was about to speak, Li Lei also stepped up to face Close. I also believe Mr. Close is right. Between us, there must be a victor. Unexpectedly, the two were at loggerheads, neither giving an inch. The atmosphere on the field became stiflingly tense again. Suddenly Flick recalled something. He quickly grabbed his phone and checked it nervously. The moment his eyes rested on the screen, he became excited. Both of you don't rush to settle who wins or loses. Tomorrow we have a match against Bayer Leverkusen. Hearing Flick's hint, Close immediately understood. The head coach's intention was clear. They couldn't exhaust all their energy in today's match. Fortunately, Close had already scored a goal, leaving the score tied. Flick's concerned gaze fell on Close's eyes, filled with subtle hints. Close was no fool. Though reluctant, he changed his mind for the sake of the bigger picture. If it weren't for the match against Leverkusen tomorrow, I would definitely defeat you. They expected Li Lei to back down after gaining an advantage, but instead he became even more aggressive. That's no excuse. If your stamina drops in today's practice match, you can let me be the starting striker tomorrow. This remark instantly provoked strong protests from the first-team players. Chinese, you've only been with the team for a day, and you already want to snatch the striker position from Close. Muller laughed. Yeah, doing that will only accelerate your downfall. Close has been with us for quite a while. What qualifies you, a newcomer, to compete for striker? Lewandowski also looked surprised. Even if Close's stamina gave out, there were still him, Lewandowski, and Muller. How could it be Li Lei's turn? Hearing these comments from the players, Coach Flick fell into deep thought. What they had said indeed made sense. No matter how you looked at it, it was not Li Lei's turn to play as striker. If he took Li Lei's side again, now he would incur the wrath of the others. If Muller and Lewandowski collectively went on strike, the upcoming match would be extremely tough. Close's position at Bayern was rock solid, and he was universally liked. Li Lei was fully aware of this. At that moment his eyes darted, and he quickly came up with a new idea. Coach Flick, I think you've all misunderstood me. Muller pulled a funny face. Chinese, aren't you competing with Close? Yes, we won't tolerate that. Lahm also stood his ground. Almost the entire first team was firmly backing Close, but on the second team, aside from Götze, no one explicitly supported Li Lei. Götze raised his arm and shouted, Li Lei played exceptionally well, he's fully capable of being a striker. Nonsense. Close is our idol. Lewandowski declared loudly. The verbal clash between the two sides grew increasingly heated. As head coach, Flick tried repeatedly to mediate, but was silenced by the fierce arguments. If this continued, the two teams might fall apart. Just as the conflict reached its peak, Li Lei suddenly stood up. Mr. Götze, thank you for arguing my case. I appreciate it. Götze smiled awkwardly. Mr. Li Lei, this is all I can do for you. You've already done quite well, much better than those indifferent teammates. Li Lei cast his gaze toward the silent second-team players. If a lion leads a flock of sheep into battle, even in defeat, they will fight with ferocity. But if a sheep leads a pride of lions, they may well suffer a devastating loss. The performance of these teammates was utterly disappointing to Li Lei. He decided to cut straight to the chase. Coach Flick is my mentor, you must give me a chance to play. Li Lei's words suddenly made Flick feel distressed. Had Li Lei already backed down? A Bayern player must never do that. They must have an indomitable spirit. With that thought, Flick directly called out, Lille as a new arrival has a remarkably broad perspective and is not stooping to your level. Hearing this, Klose became displeased. Since Lille's arrival, Flick had been praising him to the skies. Klose couldn't tolerate that. He immediately retorted, "Coach, you can't play favorites. He only scored one lucky goal. Does that mean he replaces me?" Before Flick could respond, Lille simply waved his hand. "Mr. Klose, I think you've misunderstood." "Misunderstood? How could it be a misunderstanding? You've already taken aim at me. You're definitely doing it on purpose." Klose pointed at Lille. To his surprise, Lille wasn't angry at all. He just let out a long sigh. He stared at the sky for a long time before finally looking back. Seeing Klose's rigid expression, Flick was also deeply troubled. But Lille smiled faintly. "You really have misunderstood me. I only want to be in the starting lineup. I don't care which position." The other players erupted upon hearing Lille's words. "This Chinese guy is really strange. He doesn't care about which starting position he gets. He's too foolish. He could be striker, but what if Coach Flick puts him as a defender?" Lille calmly proposed a plan that stunned everyone present. Did Chinese players bring major reforms after joining Bayern? Lewandowski was also amused and pulled at his jersey firmly. "Wouldn't this shake the position of us high-scoring strikers?" Klose did not raise explicit opposition to this proposal. Actually, deep in his heart, he felt a sense of anticipation toward this false nine formation. After all, Lille had not directly seized the striker position, but willingly chose to play in the center-forward role. This was itself a form of respect toward Klose, so naturally, he would not refuse. Nevertheless, he raised a series of concerns. Although the false nine formation Lille spoke of does possess certain attacking power, if every player seizes the opportunity to take a shot, wouldn't it turn into complete chaos? Klose's point is valid. For instance, if defenders on the back line receive the ball and push forward, who covers the spaces they leave behind? Neuer also voiced his objections. Lille had long seen through this and stated directly, "This is simple. Whoever is nearby goes to cover the position. Even if the person is a striker, they can do it." These words instantly sparked an uproar. Head coach Flick stared at Lille in astonishment. This is a major revolution in football history. Does Bayern truly need to do this? Exactly. If even the forwards can fill in positions, then what is their purpose? Lewandowski asked directly. "I believe this approach could easily cause us to miss scoring opportunities. After all, defenders hardly have the strength to shoot." Muller simply shrugged helplessly. Only Lahm stood by, offering continued support. "Actually, Lille's plan is quite good. Take myself as an example. I have scored as a defender on multiple occasions. Are you saying I am incapable?" These words struck right at the core concern of those forwards, leaving them speechless for a moment. Flick fell silent for a while, then said, "Tomorrow is the official match against Leverkusen. If the false nine formation succeeds, we will use Lille's strategy from then on." It was clear that Flick was giving Lille considerable face. Although goalkeeper Neuer was somewhat dissatisfied, he agreed. Among the entire team, only a few forwards showed slight reluctance, but their voices of opposition carried little weight with Flick. Klose furrowed his brow. "Coach Flick, if the false nine formation fails tomorrow, can we agree that this strategy will be prohibited in the future?" Before Flick could respond, Lille took over the conversation. "Mr. Klose, as long as we coordinate properly, this false nine formation will absolutely catch our opponents completely off guard. You have only just joined Bayern. Do you truly have confidence?" Klose continued to question. "I pledge by my honor. If this formation fails, I will automatically leave Bayern." Lille's words rang out with power and conviction. Klose, excited, extended both hands toward Lille for a handshake. Their hands collided in the air with force, shaking not only their bodies, but also the hearts of everyone present. Wu Lan, Lille's wife, watched his impulsive behavior and could not help but cough softly to remind him. "Lille, there is truly no need for this." Lille turned his head and fixed Wu Lan with his bright, steady gaze. "If I came to Bayern merely to enjoy a high salary and settle for a backup striker role, I would rather return to China. My football faith cannot be stopped by anyone. I will surely realize the value of the false nine formation." Lille's words were delivered with great passion. Wu Lan knew that if she continued, Lille would remain unmoved. Once Lille made up his mind, nothing could change it, unless he faced failure. Flick held the number 20 jersey in his hand and handed it directly to Lille. Tomorrow against Leverkusen, Lille will start as the center forward. Filled with overwhelming excitement, Lille smoothly accepted the number 20 jersey. Football is like this. One can only constantly improve through continuous matches. The year spent at Barcelona had been far too comfortable, to the point of driving Lille nearly mad. The torment of never being able to touch the ball had almost broken him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he received assistance from the football Mr. System and finally got the opportunity to score. Even more luckily, he met Flick, his true patron, the turning point of his life. Tomorrow against Leverkusen, Lille would surely give 100% effort and play a proper match. The moment Lille put on the number 20 jersey, applause erupted throughout the club. Among them, Götze was the most excited. He clapped vigorously, his hands aching from the force, yet he did not stop. Lille, you must perform well tomorrow and show the spirit of us substitute players. Don't worry, Gatza. You are also a very good footballer. I believe Coach Flick will give you ample playing time. Lille's words had an extremely profound impact on Gatza. After everything concluded, the Bayern Football Club held a grand welcome ceremony. Whether supporting or opposing Lille, all the players offered welcome greetings on the surface. The big match tomorrow was imminent, and Lille was fully prepared. Leverkusen, you are the first experimental subject for my false nine formation. Early in the morning, Lille found himself unable to sleep. Based on his understanding of Leverkusen, the most formidable threat among their ranks was undoubtedly their striker Son Heung-min. The young man from Korea, just 22 years old, was undeniably a dark horse in every sense. With this realization burning in his mind, he made his way to the Bayern club at the crack of dawn. Coach Flick was already conducting his tactical training session, while Klaas and others had begun their warm-up routines. The sight of Lille's early arrival left them all visibly taken aback. A Chinese fellow, could it be that you're simply too excited about your first starting appearance? I'd say so too. At Barcelona, he never once earned a spot in the starting lineup. Muller let out a mischievous laugh. Regardless, the fact that he came to the club so early is commendable at least. Lahm cast Lille a warm, friendly glance. Lewandowski beside him remained silent, his attention entirely devoted to Coach Flick's tactical analysis. His focus was specifically on Leverkusen's striker, Kiesling midfielder Brandt, and goalkeeper Leno. It was hardly surprising for back then Son Heung-min was virtually an unknown entity. The opposing coach had positioned him in midfield, rendering him a seemingly insignificant presence. Once Flick concluded his analysis, the players launched into an animated discussion. Coach Flick, I believe you're making far too much of Leverkusen. Muller burst into laughter. I'd have to agree. They're merely a second-tier team. Even Muller alone could shatter their defensive line. Lewandowski chuckled along. Especially the Kiesling you mentioned. He might be useful against weaker teams, but against Bayern he won't stand a chance. Klaas spoke with unwavering confidence. Lille, however, remained silent, for he knew only too well that Son Heung-min's explosive power was nothing short of extraordinary. Raising the issue now would only invite unanimous ridicule from his teammates. Nevertheless, out of gratitude toward Coach Flick, he chose to offer his warning regardless. Coach Flick, have any of you taken notice of a player on Leverkusen named Son Heung-min? Upon hearing this name, Muller's expression instantly shifted to one of bemusement. He scrutinized Lille from head to toe, then proceeded to pull a grotesque face. The name sounds familiar. Isn't he that Asian chap from the land of kimchi? Muller's tone dripped with condescension, causing Lille's expression to harden. Mr. Muller, I urge you to show respect toward Asians. Muller shrugged his shoulders, wearing an air of indifference. My apologies, but I've always spoken my mind. I simply don't see the point in paying attention to this Asian player. Klaas sneered dismissively as well. I also believe that fellow is nothing but a nobody. Our primary focus should remain on their key players. Lewandowski never uttered a word, though his gaze lingered thoughtfully upon Lille. He wasn't surprised by Lille's remarks, but rather curious about what grounds he had for such claims. Mr. Lille, I believe you're manufacturing evidence from thin air. There's truly no need to fuss over an unknown player. Lewandowski's words were relatively measured. In stark contrast, Lahm ceaselessly offered words of encouragement to Lille. Mr. Lille, please don't let their words get to you. After all, you're in the midfield position. You have the freedom to choose whom you defend against. This single statement enlightened Lille. Indeed, opponents his teammates chose to ignore were precisely those he could monitor himself. He regarded Lahm with profound gratitude. Frick's tactical arrangements remained cautiously conservative, with Müller firmly established as the first-choice goalkeeper. Once all the players' positions were announced, the team boarded their bus, heading directly toward Leverkusen's home ground. Throughout the journey, the other players admired the scenery along the route. Lille, however, did nothing but continuously contemplate Son Heung-min's dribbling characteristics in his mind. The player's greatest strength lay in his individual penetration ability and explosive power. Determined, Lille resolved to personally and completely shut down Son Heung-min in this match. In times past, such a decision would have been utterly absurd, given that he and Son Heung-min were simply not of the same caliber. However, Lille, having consumed the spirit water, had elevated his physical constitution to a staggering secondary level. In practical terms, even when compared against first-tier football players, his competitiveness fell nothing short. More crucially, Lille was a newcomer to Bayern. Other teams harbored no concerns about him whatsoever. This presented Lille with the perfect opportunity to achieve the unexpected and create a miracle. The players swiftly arrived at Leverkusen's home stadium, where the Leverkusen squad was already warming up on the pitch. From a considerable distance, Lille immediately spotted the relatively shorter Son Heung-min among the crowd. The sight of the small-statured player drew immediate chatter from the others. So this must be the Son Heung-min that Lille mentioned. Could such an unusual player truly pose a threat to us? Perhaps they suffer from Koreaphobia? Isn't that what the Chinese often fear? Surely Lille won't make the same mistake in this match. Li couldn't be bothered to dignify such banter with a response. Son Heung-min's designated position was midfield, though the player delighted in drifting into the winger's role. Once he initiated a flank breakthrough, the destructive power would be immense. With this thought in mind, Li ceased his idle chatter with the others and headed directly onto the field to warm up. Shortly after, Li drew curious stares from the Leverkusen players. I heard Bayern signed a Chinese player. Could this be him? He looks so frail and delicate. Could they have made a mistake in their scouting? Regardless, this is excellent news for our team. The more chaos within Bayern, the easier it becomes for us Leverkusen to defeat them. Under the pretense of warming up, Li swiftly drew closer to Son Heung-min's vicinity. Though their distance was not particularly close, Li could distinctly sense the vitality emanating from Son Heung-min's very being. I hear you come from Asia as well. Li initiated the conversation with Son Heung-min. Without the slightest hint of arrogance, Son Heung-min immediately offered Li a warm smile. That's right. I'm from Korea. And you? From China. Li nodded confidently, a gesture that filled Son Heung-min with genuine admiration. In the past, Chinese players had been reluctant to engage in conversation with Koreans. That this Chinese man would proactively speak to him. What could it possibly signify? We'll be opponents on the field shortly. I do look forward to witnessing your true abilities firsthand. Son Heung-min spoke with characteristic humility. I too wish to experience the genuine strength of the Asian king. The gazes exchanged between Son Heung-min and Li burned with intense competitive fervor. At that very moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The two sides quickly determined their offensive and defensive order, with Leverkusen obtaining the kickoff rights. Li's gaze was firm as he stared at Son Heung-min across from him. His primary target was none other than the Korean star. As for the other forwards and center forwards, he would leave them to Lam and the others. At this thought, an exhilarating excitement surged through Li's heart. This was the first time he would engage in direct confrontation with the Asian brother number one. He absolutely could not lose in terms of momentum. Leverkusen's forward Kiesling was tall and imposing, his eyes filled with arrogance. The moment the referee's whistle sounded, he swiftly dribbled past the defenders. Yet unlike usual, all three of Bayern's forwards had joined the pressing. This caught Kiesling completely off guard, bewilderment flickering in his gaze. Damn, it wasn't it said their forwards only participated in attacks. That's right, no idea what's going on, said Demirci, another forward. The two frantically attempted to pass the ball, but Klose had already swooped in at the first landing point to snatch it away. Before either could attempt to win the ball back, Klose had already surged into Leverkusen's half. Li secretly gave Klose a thumbs up in his heart. This man truly deserved to be called Germany's top striker. However, Leverkusen's center forwards were not about to give up without a fight. They immediately swarmed toward Klose. They absolutely could not let Klose dribble through. As long as we stop Klose, the other forwards pose no threat at all. Watch me, I'll teach Klose a lesson he won't forget. Klose seemed utterly unconcerned with these center forwards, completely unaware that Son Heung-min had quietly crept up behind him. When Li saw Son Heung-min approaching Klose, he immediately heightened his alertness. He shouted loudly toward Klose, "Klose, watch out for Son Heung-min behind you." Klose hadn't taken it seriously at first, but when he turned to attempt to pass, Son Heung-min had already stolen the ball clean. Beads of cold sweat formed on Klose's forehead as he frantically called out to Muller. "Muller, steal the ball from that Korean bastard." Muller didn't hesitate for a second, launching into a sliding tackle to try and dispossess Son Heung-min. But Son Heung-min's reaction speed was simply too quick. His gaze had already locked on a Kiesling ahead. A beautiful long pass, the ball arcing through the air toward Kiesling. Well played, Son Heung-min. That pass was brilliant. Kiesling shouted excitedly. But before his excitement could last a few seconds, Lewandowski had already charged toward him. "You dare underestimate Bayern. Let me show you what Lewandowski is capable of." Before the ball had even descended, both men had leaped into the air simultaneously. The two players were evenly matched, the ball striking both of them before bouncing toward the ground. Demirci immediately sprinted toward the landing spot with no Bayern defenders nearby to mark him. "This time I'm going to create an opportunity. Here I come, Neuer." Suddenly a figure appeared beside Demirci. He gently executed a short pass, the ball accurately finding its way to the defender Lam. Demirci stared in utter disbelief. It had been the Chinese player Li who had just stripped him of the ball. "You insufferable fool, how dare you take my ball? Perhaps you should blame your own poor positioning instincts. Your attack has already failed this time." Li sneered contemptuously. The ball smoothly reached Lam, who did not pass it back, but instead dribbled straight toward the opposition's half. This unexpected turn of events immediately sparked heated discussion among Leverkusen's players. "What's going on with Bayern? Isn't Lam a defender? Why is he charging forward? We don't understand. What is their head coach thinking? Won't a defender be easily intercepted? That makes it even better. We can launch another effective counterattack." The spectators in the stands were even more bewildered. What is Bayern doing? Aren't they wasting our ticket money? Being away from home gives us no advantage to begin with, and now they're trying something completely different. This time we might very well lose our bet. If Bayern loses, I'll be on the rooftop by tomorrow night. Faced with these waves of doubt, Bayern's head coach Flick paid them no attention at all. The advantages of this formationless formation had already begun to manifest. Since Lahm had the ball, they would see whether he possessed the skill to break through the opponent's half. At that moment, Klose and the others stationed in the forward line caught sight of Lahm advancing with the ball, and genuine admiration flickered across their faces. This tactic does appear rather innovative. Perhaps that Chinese player's strategy might actually work. Let's see if he can break through to their half first. Lahm advanced with the ball cautiously, but despite being a defender, his dribbling skills were remarkably polished. In no time at all, he had somehow already penetrated into the opponent's half. One of the opponent's center forwards attempted to intercept, only to be shaken off by one of Lahm's feints. The Leverkusen players furiously cursed in frustration. Unbelievable that a mere defender could break through our defensive line. We simply cannot comprehend these bizarre tactics. Hurry up and charge at him, steal the ball back. We absolutely cannot let him advance any further toward the penalty area. Son Heung-min charged toward Lahm once more. A premonition of danger immediately struck Li Lei's heart, and he quietly moved closer to Lahm's side. Lahm observed that Son Heung-min was roughly his own height, then attempted to deploy the same feint. However, Son Heung-min proved remarkably astute, dismantling Lahm's feint with lightning speed before dribbling past. This scene left Klose and the others utterly astounded. So Li Lei was right. Son Heung-min truly was formidable. A relatively unknown player, yet his dribbling speed is so extraordinary. But wouldn't it be rather humiliating if all three of us forwards went to intercept him? Yet by this point, Son Heung-min was already racing down the flank toward Bayern's half. It was evident that Bayern's flank defense remained rather porous, as Son Heung-min had consecutively beaten two Bayern players. Just as he was thoroughly enjoying himself, an unobtrusive figure had silently drawn near to his side. It was only when the opponent extended his foot that Son Heung-min sensed the impending crisis. The ball was cleverly stripped away, and Son Heung-min nearly toppled to the ground. He wheeled around furiously, only to discover it was Li Lei. So you turn out to be a dark horse after all. But be warned, this won't happen again. I won't let you take the ball from me a second time. Son Heung-min charged toward Li Lei. Li Lei remained utterly unperturbed, though at this moment he had no intention of advancing with the ball himself, but instead passed it once more to Lahm. This scene left every single spectator in the stadium completely bewildered. What on earth is this Chinese player doing? Why isn't he passing to Klose? Ignoring the forwards and insisting on passing to a defender. What is the meaning of this? Faced with all these doubts, Li Lei simply turned and departed, leaving the spectators with nothing but the number 20 on his jersey as he walked away. Ram, upon receiving the ball, was filled with gratitude toward Li Lei. This false nine formation might just present an excellent scoring opportunity for defenders like them. However, choosing a breakthrough point indeed became a problem. Leverkusen's players were generally quite tall, while Ram was only around 170 meters in height. To weave through such towering opponents certainly required a certain amount of skill. Ram dribbled the ball, while his sharp eyes scanned for his teammates' positions. This time Klose and Lewandowski followed at an incredibly fast pace. Ram just pushed forward with confidence. Leave the rest to us. Klose called out loudly. Exactly, Ram. Don't carry any mental burden. We will absolutely support you, Lewandowski added, voicing everyone's thoughts. At that moment, an unusual spectacle appeared on the pitch. Two world-class strikers were actually trailing behind a defender. Leverkusen's players were completely bewildered. Every time they attempted to intercept Ram's ball, he would effortlessly pass it away. And the intended recipients were none other than Klose and Lewandowski. This tormented Leverkusen's players terribly. Dealing with Klose alone had already been quite challenging, and now Lewandowski and Ram had joined the attack. The spectators in the stands were buzzing with discussion. Bayern has certainly deployed a cunning tactic. Our defenders are playing like forwards. Don't underestimate Ram just because of his small stature. His pace is incredibly fast. Perhaps facing Leverkusen's tall players, they have come up with a brilliant strategy. Look, Muller isn't even participating in the attack at all. What on earth is going on? Leverkusen's head coach found this sight extremely troubling. They had assumed their formidable starting lineup would intensify pressure on Bayern's defense, but they never expected Bayern to deploy defenders to join the attack. Clearly, this was a new countermeasure. However, Son Heung-min's performance earlier had caught the coach's eye. What shocked him even more was that Li Lei, Bayern's newly joined Chinese player, had matched Son Heung-min's performance almost perfectly. Desperately, he shouted toward the field, switched tactics immediately, and contained those three attackers. Leverkusen's players quickly converged on the trio. At this point, the first half had only reached the 20th minute, and Li Lei had chosen to bask in the sun at midfield. Given the current situation, conserving energy was the best approach. Li Lei would only enter the field when their stamina had sufficiently declined. Based on Li Lei's understanding of this match, neither side had created any meaningful chances in the first half. But that was the past. Bayern was now employing the false nine formation. As long as the timing was right, Li Lei could also become that blade striking at Leverkusen's heart. Even Neuer, stationed far back in goal, found himself bored. This false nine formation was indeed rather interesting. Bayern's players had effectively pinned Leverkusen in their own half, constantly attacking. Yet on Bayern's side of the pitch things were remarkably quiet, with Lille and his teammates leisurely strolling about. Neuer couldn't help but complain, "Lille, this false nine plan you proposed is actually quite good. Mr. Neuer, this is merely the beginning. You will soon see its true power." Lille smiled subtly. "Isn't this not the most impressive part yet?" Neuer looked perplexed. "Of course not. Right now they still know who to mark, but in a little while they will be like headless flies running around." Lille wore a triumphant smile. Even Son Heung-min was panting from exhaustion against Klose's trio. The three were not in a hurry to score. Instead, they were playing a passing game in the opponent's half. Due to their exceptional chemistry, Leverkusen's defenders could not manage to intercept the ball even once. "Damn you Bayern players. We will definitely not let you off. I can't believe they keep passing without shooting. What on earth are they doing? Are they simply trying to mock us?" Klose's actions had successfully provoked Leverkusen's backline. By now the first half had passed the 40-minute mark and the bored spectators began scrolling through their phones. "This match is absolutely dreadful. The first half has been nothing but a stalemate. Even though Bayern controls the ball, it holds no significance. What value is there in watching such a game?" In reality, it was not that Klose and his companions lacked the desire to break through, but rather that the opponent's defense was quite tight. Muller, far back in Bayern's half, had no intention of joining the attack. He had his own agenda. By conserving his energy, now he could showcase himself in front of Flick at the critical moment. Let those two strikers show off. When the decisive moment came, Muller could step up and carry the team. As the first half was about to end, suddenly someone burst forward from Bayern's half. Once Leverkusen's players realized who it was, their faces showed astonishment. "Look, that Chinese player is charging forward. Is he here to make a fool of himself? Does a Chinese player really think he can touch the ball? Absolutely ridiculous. Let's see what happens." Son Heung-min, watching from the side, noticed that Lille's running speed was increasing. He immediately sensed something was wrong. The other Leverkusen players remained indifferent, only Son gave chase. The spectators were equally puzzled by Son's behavior. An unknown Chinese player. Why is Son chasing him? It must be about seeking revenge, but Son's speed will definitely surpass the Chinese players. Finally, something entertaining. Perhaps this is the highlight of the final minutes. To Flick, this scene was absolutely brilliant. Muller, seeing Lille go on the attack, was still laughing sarcastically. That Lille must be desperate for goals. If he goes forward like this, isn't he just wasting his energy? But as Lille's speed increased, even Son, trailing behind, began to feel the strain. The spectators applauded Lille's thrilling display enthusiastically. Klose and his companions, hearing the crowd's cheers, turned around and discovered Lille charging forward. "Lille is coming. Does he want to score? We can't break through. Can he really do it? I think we should let him try. The first half is nearly over anyway." Ram directly offered his unconventional opinion. Klose, steeling himself, made a decisive turn and passed the ball back to Lille. Lille was gradually distancing himself from Son Heung-min as he sprinted toward the incoming ball. The other defenders were focused entirely on containing Klose's duo and had not noticed Lille's surge forward. Amidst the astonished gazes of his opponents, Lille controlled the ball flawlessly and charged down the wing straight toward Leverkusen's goal. Lille's explosive burst of speed was nothing short of astonishing, leaving all others far in his wake. Yet the two Leverkusen defenders swiftly converged upon him. Wendell surged forward from the left flank, attempting to blunt Lille's momentum with a direct body check. Regrettably for him, Lille had already discerned his ruse and executed a brilliant feint to leave him trailing behind. "Damn Chinese player. How can he move with the ball so rapidly? Calm yourself, I am here." Hilbert, the other defender, came charging over. Despite this defender's ferocity, Lille moved as though he were invisible to him. Hilbert threw himself into a sliding tackle, yet Lille sidestepped it with effortless grace. With a deft touch, Lille lofted the ball skyward and then struck it forcefully forward, a maneuver that completely caught the defenders off guard. Now only the goalkeeper Leno stood between Lille and the goal. "This Chinese player possesses genuine skill," Leno mused, daring to challenge me with sheer speed. "You had best beware, Leno," Hilbert shouted urgently. Yet Leno seemed utterly secure in his abilities, paying no heed to the approaching threat. The ball now sailed toward the penalty area, while Lille lagged considerably behind. Would this not simply gift the ball to the goalkeeper? A golden opportunity presented itself, one he could not afford to squander. With decisive courage, he charged boldly from his goal. The surrounding spectators immediately erupted in derisive jeers. "I never imagined Klose would create such an opening only for this Chinese player to squander it. I ought to have known better. His ball control is truly abysmal. No wonder they persistently miss at the final hurdle. This match has been utterly dreadful. I shall not return next time." These mocking taunts drifted directly to Klose's ears, stinging his pride. "I should never have passed to him in the first place. I should have gone straight to Lahm. We can only trust to fortune now. Perhaps this Chinese player can conjure a miracle, Lewandowski interjected suddenly from the sidelines. Drawing upon his instinct as a striker, he had already sensed the extraordinary nature of this play. Though the ball remained distant from Li Lei, the Chinese player's velocity continued to mount. Most crucially of all, Li Lei had yet to abandon his pursuit of the ball. To Lam's eyes, the goalkeeper's decision to abandon his post so casually reeked of folly. While this could create an opportunity, should the opponent seize the ball, the consequences would prove calamitous. Do not rush to judgment so hastily. I sense that Li Lei may yet succeed, Lam said with deliberate calm. Li Lei himself harbored uncertainty about whether he could reach the ball, yet he recalled the points bestowed by the system. These points could enhance his physical attributes or be exchanged for items within the shop. Taking advantage of his sprint, he searched the shop for suitable items. To his delight, the system shop indeed harbored relevant football skills. After careful contemplation, Li Lei realized that shooting directly from this distance carried an almost certain likelihood of failure. However, employing a specialized dribbling technique might enable him to score unexpectedly. Glancing toward the goalkeeper, he saw Leno charging at full speed toward the ball. The gap behind him lay glaringly exposed. Precisely the outcome Li Lei had envisioned. He offered Leno a faint smile. What a bold decision coming out of your goal. Leno retorted mercilessly. Your ball shall be confiscated by me any moment now, and you still find cause to smile. How can you claim the ball is yours until the final moment? Li Lei remained supremely self-assured. I have never encountered a striker positioned so far from the ball, yet displaying such unwavering confidence, Leno replied. Leno was on the verge of reaching the ball. Li Lei still had nearly 10 meters to cover, whereas Leno had less than 5 meters remaining. Under ordinary circumstances, no miracle could emanate from Li Lei. Yet at this critical juncture, he decisively selected a skill from the system shop. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Exchange complete. The scorpion kick skill is now ready for deployment. The scorpion kick was a technique routinely employed by forwards. While this maneuver posed considerable difficulty for ordinary strikers, for Li Lei backed by the system, it proved remarkably effortless. He crashed to the ground, drawing astonished stares from onlookers. Instantly, mocking jeers rose from the stands. This Chinese player is absolutely comical. He fell down because he couldn't keep up. Perhaps he's crafting an excuse now so people won't criticize his inability to score. What a useless player. Get him out of Bayern immediately. Close, what are you waiting for? Go chase after him. Lewandowski could have managed this as well. A tragic waste of this opportunity. From the coaching bench, Flick's brow furrowed at the unfolding spectacle. Li Lei had not needed to fall, so why had he suddenly collapsed? Could it truly be, as the spectators suggested, that he was deliberately falling to evade responsibility? The two Leverkusen defenders, who had been expending maximum effort in pursuit of the ball, burst into raucous laughter upon witnessing Li Lei's fall. This fellow is finished. We needn't exert ourselves any further. Leno alone can handle this. He will undoubtedly catch the ball. He won't merely catch it. He'll launch a devastating counterattack. The two defenders bantered as they gradually slowed their pace. Across the field, Leno wore a smug grin, certain of his ability to claim the ball. Alas, Li Lei, who had just fallen, suddenly accelerated his sliding motion, especially as the turf carved a series of grooves beneath his sliding body. Against all expectation, Li Lei's velocity surpassed that of Leno. How is this possible? This lad is about to reach the ball, Hilbert exclaimed. Curses, he deliberately deceived us. Wendell added hastily. Yet for Leno, the situation remained far from lost. The opponent had only arrived at his position without having touched the ball. By the time he rose to kick, the ball would likely already be cleared by Leno. You damn Chinese player, even your cunning schemes won't save you. The ball will be mine. But before Leno's words had barely left his lips, Li Lei suddenly pushed himself upward into a handstand. The sight left every spectator present utterly stunned. What on earth is this Chinese guy doing? Is this a football pitch or an amusement park? This bloke is bringing disgrace upon his entire nation. Tell him to leave immediately. All spectators believed the ball was beyond reach, yet at this very moment Li Lei suddenly shoved both hands forcefully off the ground. Everyone was stunned by the move. In the audience, Li Lei's wife Wu Lan clenched her hands tightly, consumed by tension. Li Lei, you are taking an enormous risk. In fact, Wu Lan had seen this move on television before, but Li Lei had never attempted it. Since his transfer, he seemed to have become a different person altogether. Everything he had never tried before, he now wished to attempt, bringing Wu Lan no small amount of surprise, yet also considerable worry. Watching Li Lei with his hands off the ground, his feet striking directly at the ball, the spectators were even more puzzled. Why did he touch the ball just now, and why are his hands off the ground now? He is most likely attempting a handball goal. How foolish the Chinese are, not even knowing that handling the ball is a foul. Perhaps this fellow simply does not understand the rules of the game. Bayern Munich will suffer a huge embarrassment. Klose seemed to understand this kind of posture, his eyes widening in astonishment. He watched carefully to see what Li Lei would do next, when suddenly Lam could no longer contain himself. Klose, he appears to be imitating your scorpion kick. Indeed, Lewandowski said, giving a direct thumbs up. I believe he is imitating Klose as well. Klose still refused to admit it, for the scorpion kick is a move many forwards attempt. Yet in the previous match, Klose had defeated his opponent with this classic move. But this Chinese player was joining Bayern for the first time. Was he really going to attempt such a difficult move? If his hand support was insufficient, it could very likely result in a fracture. Although Klose did not particularly like Lille, he knew that if the man were truly to suffer a fracture, it would surely affect Bayern's morale. With this thought in mind, Klose shouted loudly toward Lille. Lille, do not attempt such a move. You risk fracturing your bones. Pass the ball to me quickly. I will finish it. Klose's shouting proved futile, for Lille's eyes were fixed solely on the goal. Before the watching crowd, after releasing his hands from the ground, he swiftly rose higher. Lille did not rush to strike the ball with his foot. Instead, he first used his rising body to block the goalkeeper Leno's line of sight. Taking advantage of Leno's momentary lapse in reaction, Lille decisively kicked. The ball was struck high into the air, then sailed over Leno's head. This brilliant move instantly drew gasps of amazement from the spectators. Is this Chinese player an acrobat? How can he possess such extraordinary skill? I think it is merely a fancy display, impressive in appearance, but useless for scoring. Leno, what are you waiting for? Grab the ball now. Seeing this, the two defenders immediately rushed toward either side of Lille. But this time it was far too late. Lille's sole purpose was to score. At the moment of his inversion, he had already caught sight of the countdown on the large screen. Less than 2 minutes remained, and this goal would determine the first half score. Faced with Klose's concerns and the murmurs of the crowd, Lille's composure did not waver. Confronting Leno's resistance, he seemed entirely unconcerned. As the ball ascended, Leno's body had already leaped to the skies. You think a mere scorpion kick can find the net? You underestimate me, Leno, by far too much. The spectators nearby, seeing Leno's soaring body, immediately cheered. I told you, Leverkusen's goalkeeper is no ordinary man. Do you understand now? To have devised a way to counter the scorpion kick, truly remarkable. Go, Leno. You must save this shot. Head coach Flick, seeing Lille's shot about to be blocked, his eyes filled with anxiety. If Lille's attempt were foiled by the opponent, they would have lost a priceless one-on-one opportunity. This could very well be the final goal of the first half. Watching from the sidelines, Klose sighed in regret. This time Lille has certainly failed. His scorpion kick has been read by the opponent. And if it were you, could you have scored? Lewandowski teased. Even I could not have succeeded in this situation. The goalkeeper has blocked the shooting angle. Klose said helplessly. I do not believe the opportunity is lost. Lom's eyes suddenly brightened. He could clearly see Lille's body still rising, and his other leg had begun to kick toward the ball as well. Utilizing the same technique, alternating between left and right foot strikes. Earlier, Leno's leap had only blocked the ball kicked by Lille's left foot, but the rebounded ball was struck again by his right foot. This move was simply breathtaking. All the Bayern players erupted in cheers. This is nothing short of spectacular. I did not know Chinese martial arts were so formidable. They can even perform the scorpion kick. This is no ordinary scorpion kick. It is the double-headed scorpion strike. All the Bayern players hoped this goal would surely enter the net, while the Leverkusen players could only wish for the ball to fly wildly out of bounds. Leno threw himself to block, but alas, he could not reach it. The ball flew past his shoulder. Even in his desperate attempt to dive and thwart the shot with his foot, he fell short. The two flank defenders sprinted with all their might, but unfortunately the ball was just a fraction too quick. Though Lille had already landed on the ground, his gaze remained fixed upon the soaring ball. Though the power applied had not been immense, the ball was already hurtling toward the goal. At this moment, every spectator's eyes were fixed upon the ball suspended in the air. The two defenders were unable to reach it, and goalkeeper Leno lay fallen on the ground. Then a figure appeared in Leverkusen's half. Once everyone recognized his true identity, they collectively gasped. It turned out that during the struggle for the ball moments earlier, one figure had already surged ahead. That man was the South Korean player Son Heung-min. Seeing Son charging desperately toward the ball, Lille immediately sensed danger. He had only activated the scorpion kick skill earlier, not the acceleration ability. Son was now closing in on the ball, and even if Lille pursued, it would be too late. What everyone had believed was a certain goal was now gradually being caught up by Son. All spectators held their breath, speculating upon the outcome. This Korean player is incredibly fast. Can he still intercept the ball? It is hard to say. The ball's speed is steadily decreasing. Bayern may have wasted another golden chance. Bayern has squandered yet another opportunity. Yet Lille was not discouraged, for he suddenly noticed a subtle change in the ball's trajectory. Son Heung-min desperately threw his body to block the ball at full speed. Just as he was about to succeed, the trajectory of the ball suddenly changed. The ball had been traveling in a straight line, but at the exact moment Son Heung-min attempted to intercept it, the ball swerved unpredictably. The spectators had already been stunned several times over. Has this ball grown eyes? How could it dodge a player? This is absolutely unbelievable. Son Heung-min's speed is unmatched, yet the ball managed to evade him. Will the ball actually go in? It is difficult to judge. The shot taken by that Chinese player Li Lei is truly bizarre and unpredictable. Head coach Flick was also extremely tense, unable to predict the outcome of the ball. From his perspective, the ball had been blocked by Sun Xingmin, yet cries of shock erupted from Klose's end. The ball actually went over Sun Xingmin. Bayern is about to score this time. Lewandowski began to grow excited as well. Lahm stood aside in silence, his eyes tense as he watched the ball. Even Sun Xingmin, the final obstacle, could only helplessly watch the ball continue to drift forward. Li Lei could no longer apply any additional force to the ball. Everything now depended on the ball itself. Hurry and smash it into the net. Müller shouted loudly from behind. I think this ball is about to go in. As a goalkeeper, my judgment by Neuer was correct. Carrying everyone's expectations, the ball continued its flight toward the goal. Just as it was about to breach the net, the referee's whistle blew. First half is over. The referee announced loudly. The moment his words fell, the ball kicked by Li Lei had already shot into the net. This immediately sparked outrage among Bayern fans. The Chinese player's ball clearly went in. Why didn't they award the goal? This is unfair to our Bayern team. The ball entered after the whistle, but before the match ended. Bayern should be awarded the goal. The head referee simply ignored such unreasonable demands. On the other side, Leverkusen fans began chanting loudly. That was incredibly thrilling. If it had been 1 second later, Leverkusen would have conceded. Heaven blesses our Leverkusen team. We will surely win. That Chinese player is nothing but a clown. So what if his shot was impressive? Did he still score? Klose stood aside with a furrowed brow, remaining silent. Fury flashed in his eyes as he walked directly toward head coach Flick. Coach, why didn't you speak up? This is clearly unfair to our Bayern team. Müller also protested loudly. Li Lei's ball went in. Why didn't they award us the goal? I feel the head referee is favoring Leverkusen. This is unjust. Neuer beside him was also complaining relentlessly. Flick remained silent at this moment, his gaze still fixed on that earlier ball. Indeed, if that ball had gone in, Bayern would have taken a 1-0 lead. Unfortunately, the ball had arrived just a few seconds too late. According to the head referee's judgment, there was no issue. However, without an explanation, it would be difficult to quell Bayern players' anger. Thinking this over, he turned directly to the Bayern players and said, first, let me make my position clear. Bayern's goal attempt was spectacular, especially the coordination between Li Lei and his teammates, which was flawless. Flick's words not only praised Li Lei but also commended Klose and the others. After receiving affirmation, emotions gradually calmed. Now I will certainly go to the head referee to discuss this matter. Although the outcome may not be satisfactory, I will still fight for it. Flick walked directly toward the head referee. At this moment, dark clouds gathered overhead on both sides of the pitch. A gloom settled over the players on both teams as they awaited the head referee's final decision. Of course, for the Leverkusen head coach, this was highly advantageous. That was incredibly close. If not for that ball being delayed, we would have certainly lost this time. It was simply our team's good fortune. It is not a matter of luck. It was Sun Xingmin's extraordinary performance at the final moment. Leverkusen players continued their discussion, but Flick had already arrived before the head referee. After an intense debate, the head referee still refused to change his decision. I saw it clearly from my position. The ball had not entered the net when the match time had already expired. Why don't we review the video replay? Flick suddenly proposed. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this suggestion, the head referee flushed with anger. He rose to his feet in fury and screamed at Flick. Do you disagree with my judgment? If so, you can request a replacement of the head referee. Obviously, the head referee had already developed resentment toward Flick. Flick did not back down, either clenching his fists. As Bayern's head coach, this goal requires an explanation. Of course, if you consider this unreasonable, you are free to criticize me. I believe my judgment is completely correct. If you consider it unfair, you may file an appeal with the German Football Association, the head coach said firmly. At this moment, Flick was deeply conflicted. If he accepted the result, the players would surely be dissatisfied. But if he refused to accept the decision, an immediate appeal would be necessary. The consequence of such action would be the second half of the match would have to be suspended. Now the fate of the game rested on Flick's single decision. He pondered for a moment, then slowly unclenched his fists. I apologize, head referee. I was a bit impulsive just now. The second half should continue as scheduled. That is more like it. As a head coach, you must remain calm in such situations, the head referee mocked. Flick walked back toward the Bayern team with heavy footsteps. At first, the players still hoped Flick would bring back favorable news. But when they saw his expression, they immediately guessed the unfavorable outcome. Coach, does this mean the head referee refuses to reconsider his decision? Correct. The head referee will never retract a decision he has already made, Flick said helplessly. Then why didn't we appeal to the German Football Association? Klose protested directly. Doing so might prevent our second half match from proceeding normally. Flick showed concern on his face. Coach, Flick is right. Compared to an unfavorable result, we would rather look forward to an exciting second half. The players all turned their gaze toward the speaker. Li Lei stood like an iron tower towering before his teammates. The aggressive players immediately fell silent upon hearing Li Lei's words. After all, it was Li Lei who had created that magnificent goal, granting him the most authority to speak on the matter. Even Klaus and his companions ceased their venting of frustration. Li Lei, this essentially cost you a goal. Muller ventured a jest. Regardless, this is merely my first match. Even without scoring, gaining recognition from everyone is already quite satisfying. Li Lei smiled with characteristic humility. I believe Li Lei's performance was truly exceptional, especially in terms of his coordination with us. Lam directly offered Li Lei a thumbs up. The truth was, what brought Li Lei the greatest joy was earning the acknowledgement of his teammates. Goals could be scored again in the future, but trust was truly priceless. Although Klaus had not directly praised Li Lei, his gaze had shifted from initial hostility to considerably greater warmth. Not only had Li Lei not usurped his position as the starting striker, but he had also provided an assist to Lam. Had it not been for their unfortunate luck, they might have scored as well. Since the person most directly involved, Li Lei harbored no complaints about the goal, others had even less reason to mind. With this realization, Klaus produced a seemingly amicable smile. His hand patting Li Lei's shoulder was in truth trembling with delight. In that case, do continue your excellent work in the second half. Though there was neither consolation nor encouragement forthcoming, Li Lei felt sufficiently content. In the second half, Leverkusen immediately displayed a ferocious offensive intent. In particular, the striker Son Heung-min, whose eyes burned with murderous intent. As the two teams exchanged halves, the moment Son Heung-min passed by Li Lei, he defiantly raised his middle finger toward him. There's absolutely no way a person from your country can make a name for himself in the Bundesliga. Flames of fury erupted in Li Lei's eyes as he unceremoniously gestured toward Son Heung-min, mimicking the motion of drawing a bow to shoot a great eagle. Whatever you Koreans can accomplish, I as a Chinese person can do the same, and I will do it even better. The gazes of these two men clashed like swords, and an intense battle was about to ensue. In the second half, neither team made substitutions, though Leverkusen had repositioned Son Heung-min toward the front line. He scoured everywhere for Li Lei, only to discover that his opponent remained at the center-forward position. Look at that! The Chinese man has been relegated to the midfield. We finally have our chance to win this match, Son Heung-min declared triumphantly. That's right. We may have been at a disadvantage in the first half, but in the second half we absolutely must take the initiative, Kiesling declared, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Beside him, Delmeji waited with the ball poised to advance at any moment. Yet Bayern's half of the field remained relatively tranquil, with Li Lei even taking another leisurely stroll through the midfield. The spectators were deeply dissatisfied with this reality. What on earth is happening with Bayern? Why won't Flick let that Chinese player operate on the front line? Indeed, this is absolutely unjust. That dangerous strike earlier was created by that Chinese man. Why can't he be given a proper chance? It seems Bayern's head coach Flick should step down. The cacophony of voices rose and fell, leaving Flick increasingly flustered. He understood perfectly well that this entire situation was Li Lei's meticulously orchestrated strategy. He had assumed the no-striker formation would inevitably expose numerous vulnerabilities, yet in the first half, they had nearly breached Leverkusen's goal. At this moment, Flick's inner resistance toward the no-striker formation had considerably diminished. Instead, he found himself filled with anticipation for it. The second half would depend entirely on how well these players could coordinate. Li Lei's magnanimity had indeed granted Klaus and the others a considerable amount of face. As long as Li Lei could score, Flick would have every justification to position him on the front line. At that time, Muller, known for his mischievous antics, would certainly be the first to be substituted. Just then the referee's whistle sounded, and Delmeji swiftly advanced with the ball. Strangely, rather than opting for a central breakthrough, he chose to push forward along the flank. This decision clearly caught Neuer off guard. Everyone be vigilant. Their striker is attacking from the flank. Lahm automatically repositioned himself to the right side of the goal. Neuer, rest assured. No one will get past while I'm here. I've got him covered, Lahm declared confidently, thumping his chest. To be sure, maintaining this defensive formation would certainly render the back line considerably more secure. However, just as Lahm prepared to hold his position on the right flank, Li Lei suddenly rushed over. Mr. Lahm, please leave this position to me. But you are absolutely suited for the striker position. Why would you come to the defensive line? Lahm was utterly bewildered. Because that Korean challenged me, and I must defeat him face to face. Li Lei finally revealed his true intention. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lahm burst into laughter. You truly are a filial Chinese man. Someone who repays grudges tenfold. You are mistaken, Mr. Lahm. I am a magnanimous man. But regarding someone with malicious intentions, I absolutely cannot flee from the challenge. A radiant confidence emanated from Li Lei's eyes. Lahm nodded vigorously upon hearing this, then withdrew to the left flank. In the blink of an eye, the defensive line had transformed into a coordinated pairing of Li Lei and Lahm on both sides. Muller, stationed on the front line, retreated directly to defend. This was indeed permissible under the rules. This time he chose to create opportunities for Klaus and Lewa, as those two were Bayern's two principal starting strikers. As for Muller, he could certainly devastate weaker teams. As Muller charged forward, he shouted toward Delmagi ahead. "Dare to have a proper showdown with me, Muller." Yet Delmagi completely ignored him, continuing to advance without pause. Whenever he encountered a Bayern player attempting to intercept, he would unhesitatingly pass to Kiesling on the other side. The two's coordinated play on the flanks was remarkably seamless, and for a brief period Bayern's defenders seemed to struggle. "How about it? Our coordination is truly seamless." Delmagi grinned at Kiesling. "Absolutely. We've been playing together for so long, of course we'd outmaneuver their defenders." Kiesling glanced ahead before speaking. But before long Lilé's face appeared directly before the two of them. When enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. The two Leverkusen forwards locked gazes with Lilé. They deliberately kicked the ball directly behind Lilé. These two scoundrels had chosen to avoid Lilé entirely, sending the ball over his head. Before Bayern's other defenders could even comprehend what was happening, a swift figure had already darted into the space behind Lilé. Lilé's expression tightened as he hastily turned and sprinted toward the ball. Taking advantage of the moment when the three players were contesting for the ball, Son Heung-min darted behind Lilé in an instant. This indeed caught Lilé off guard, but he did not relax in the slightest. Like an arrow released from the bowstring, Lilé caught up with Son Heung-min in a flash. "You actually want to challenge me to a one-on-one?" Lilé's icy gaze pierced straight at Son Heung-min. "I said earlier that the first half was just a fluke. In the second half I definitely won't let you off." Son Heung-min responded in kind. Without another word, the two men charged toward the ball. Seeing this close, and the others realized that Lilé intended to seize the striker's position outright this time. Klose had not moved yet, but Muller beside him strode directly towards Son Heung-min. Naturally, he could not make an enemy of Lilé now. At least on the surface, Son Heung-min was the target. Muller shouted loudly to Lilé, "Lilé, leave this ball to me. I'll make that Korean bastard suffer." Hearing this, Lilé already sensed what was coming. Muller might look rather comical, but the guy was by no means a slouch. In the first half, Muller had barely exerted himself. In the second half, he was probably going to use all his strength. Now Muller swung his long legs and gradually caught up with Son Heung-min. Seeing this, Klose happily waved at Muller. "Well done, Muller. That Korean bastard Son Heung-min is yours to handle." The spectators nearby saw this and immediately cheered. "Muller, you've finally unleashed your power. We didn't buy tickets for nothing. We have to take down that Korean bastard. We absolutely cannot let a Korean score against our goal. Now is the best time to defeat the Koreans." All these words mocked Son Heung-min, but he did not give up. Although he had only been at Leverkusen for a short time, he had already won over many fans. Seeing Son Heung-min running so desperately, his fans immediately felt heartache. "Son Heung-min, we support you with all our might. No matter where you go, you are the best. Be extremely careful. Don't confront that monster Muller head on. You must play your own style. Absolutely don't let us down." The fans' cheers injected vitality into Son Heung-min, and his speed increased once more. But Muller would not easily surrender the ball to Son Heung-min. He delivered a lethal kick. That kick made it impossible for Son Heung-min to continue dribbling forward. The two men's feet crossed rapidly on the ground. With a bang, both feet struck the ball at the same time, but Son Heung-min had one more trick up his sleeve. In the instant they both staggered back, Son Heung-min hooked the ball away. Even more shocking, he shot from where he stood without a second thought. He was still more than 50 meters from Bayern's goal. Muller seemed completely unable to understand why this Korean bastard had chosen to shoot from there. Even defender Lam and the other players did not take it seriously. That Korean bastard is quite resourceful. He actually stole the ball from Muller. He only got past Muller by using underhanded tricks. Muller is too young, and he's extremely proud. Don't worry, after all, our goal is as solid as a rock. Everyone thought the shot was nothing to fear. Only Lilé, standing in the distance, had already seen the explosive power bursting from Son Heung-min. Even he himself, with the support of the system, could definitely succeed from over 50 meters away. Besides, Son Heung-min was a potential dark horse right now, yet none of the Bayern players had realized this. Lilé immediately noticed Son Heung-min's ankle twisting slightly. He shouted decisively toward Neuer, "Neuer, watch out. This guy is going to take a long shot toward the left side of the goal." As soon as those words were spoken, Son Heung-min, who was about to shoot, froze for an instant, but his foot still struck the ball. Neuer at the goal gave a start at the words and involuntarily moved to the left side. Sure enough, Son Heung-min's shot was sharp and extremely fast, a super long-range strike from over 50 meters out. Fortunately, Lilé had warned early, and Neuer reacted in time to barely push the ball away. Neuer let out a deep sigh. Before he could hold the ball against his chest, another figure charged in. Sure enough, it was that detestable Korean bastard Son Heung-min. Klose shouted in panic from the forward line. "Not good. This guy is actually trying to follow up. Defenders, get over here now. I've got this, don't worry." Lam immediately moved toward the ball's landing point. At this moment, no one saw Lilé's figure. Son Heung-min was in high spirits and had already prepared to shoot. If not for Lilé's warning just now, this ball would have been a certain goal. But the opportunity still existed. If this shot succeeded, Bayern would fall behind. Lam directly blocked Son Heung-min, and the ball hit Lahm's leg and bounced far away. This time Kiesling prepared to put the ball into the net. But just as he raised his foot, a figure suddenly charged in from an angle and snatched the ball away. By the time Kiesling realized what had happened, Li had already carried the ball far away. It was too late for Sun Heung-min to give chase, but several defenders appeared in front of Li. This Chinese man actually dares to come again. Isn't he walking into his death? This time let's have some fun with him. All three of us will go at him together. Let's see how he can get the ball into the goal. The defender's plan was reasonable, but to Li it meant nothing. Right in front of the three defenders, he once again executed a beautiful turn. When he sensed the three defenders surrounding him, he decisively unleashed the scorpion tail. His earlier scorpion tail shot had succeeded, but the timing had been a little too tight. This time Li would not let the chance slip. He used both hands and feet to evade the encirclement of the three defenders directly. The spectators in the stands felt as if their hearts were about to jump out. This Chinese man is truly persistent. Is he using the scorpion tail again? I think he's a fool. What if he fails to score again? No matter what, we have to see the result. At this moment Li's mind was set only on shooting, everything else was secondary. Having used the scorpion tail granted by the system, once Li had already found the pattern. After dodging the siege of the three defenders this time, he decisively struck the ball toward the goal. The ball flew toward the goalkeeper at incredible speed. With a thud, it slammed hard into the body of goalkeeper Leno. This shot was surprisingly right on target, shocking everyone. His wife Wulan, upon seeing the kick, immediately hung her head in disappointment. What happened to Li? Why does he seem so unstable after joining Bayern? In truth, many people had underestimated the true power of this shot. When the goalkeeper looked down carefully, he realized the ball was still spinning violently. That previous kick had landed right on the goalkeeper's leg, causing him intense pain. Leno still believed he had blocked the shot, but after a moment the ball on his leg began spinning violently. Perhaps this was some kind of super spinning ball, though Li had no particular interest in it. The ball Li struck had a particularly tricky angle of rotation. The goalkeeper could initially withstand the flying ball with his body, but now he could bear it no longer. What are you all standing there watching for? Come help me right now, goalkeeper Leno shouted. With you as our goalkeeper, we have nothing to worry about. That's right, our Leverkusen's goal is like a fortress almost never breached. Everyone is counting on you, hoping you won't let us down. All the pressure suddenly concentrated on goalkeeper Leno, which left him in a frenzy. Normally he wouldn't have taken such a shot from the opponent seriously at all. Especially against an opponent like this, Leno wouldn't need to exert his full strength. But there was another problem now. What should be done about this ball? Just throw it away. Yes, this ball is meaningless now. Seems like Li has exhausted all his tricks. When two defenders slowly approached Li, he had already stepped aside. It turned out that Li's final kick was actually a tremendous challenge to Leno. Before Leno could even see Li, the ball was already bearing down. With a deafening crash, Leno's leg was suddenly kicked aside. Even Li showed a look of astonishment. Had he really kicked that ball? Now the ball had bounced from Leno's leg toward the goal. This was another super spinning ball, and Li had gradually figured it out. During his recent attack, apart from using the scorpion tail technique, he had also chosen to exchange items from the store. He had immediately set his sights on the super spinning ball, which was not only suitable for long-range shots, but also highly technical. Listen to me. Anything Li sets his mind to accomplish has never failed. Upon hearing Li's arrogant shout, the defenders nearby were outraged. We're too pathetic. Why should we let a guy like this restrict us? That's right, this kid appears and disappears mysteriously, making him nearly impossible to intercept. Let's rush forward and snatch the ball directly. That would solve everything. Although these words kept reminding Leno, unfortunately, he could no longer withstand the pressure. This ball not only had tremendous spin, but was also extremely fierce. Rather than saying the ball flew away from Leno through its rotation, it was more accurate to say it was kicked away by his leg. The ball rocketed toward the goal in an instant. All the Leverkusen players were desperately hoping this ball would not go in, for they had all seen the ball drifting toward the goalpost. It seems Li's shot has some curve to it. Indeed, it probably won't be a goal. Looks like we were worried for nothing. Bayern has wasted another opportunity. Li paid no attention to anyone's thoughts, for in his eyes, he had already seen hope. The ball, due to its spin, had indeed produced a certain drift, directly striking the goalpost. In Li's vision, the goalpost shook violently from the impact. It was precisely this fierce shaking that caused the ball to rebound once more. The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter. This Chinese player's shooting ability is truly not up to par. Once you hit the goalpost, isn't that just making a laughingstock of Bayern? Bayern probably won't get another chance this time. Coach Flick also stared nervously at the ball, praying silently in his heart that it would go in. After the deflection, the ball instantly flew into the net. Even goalkeeper Leno was dumbfounded. Oh no, what kind of ball was that? It was too late to say anything now. The ball rolled into the net at an extremely narrow angle. This time, all Bayern fans stared intently at the referee. The referee did not immediately signal, instead running directly toward the goal. This only deepened everyone's confusion. Could it be that this goal is also invalid? If it is like this again, it would mean the referee has bias against Chinese people. We absolutely cannot give the referee any face this time. We must demand an explanation. The referee stared at the ball for a moment, then made a gesture to the assistant referee. This time the assistant referee carefully reviewed the video replay and nodded to the referee. The referee blew his whistle and loudly announced, "Goal." The score is now 1-0, Bayern leads. This declaration was absolutely tremendous news, instantly setting the venue ablaze. This Chinese player actually scored. It's simply a miracle. A Chinese person playing in Germany for the first time and actually seized the opportunity. It's a pity this ball wasn't taken by Müller, but given to this Chinese player instead. Well, as long as you can kick the ball into the net, that's what matters. Some female fans even wrote Li Lei's name on a whiteboard and held it high. "Li Lei, you are our idol." This shot embodied Bayern's fighting spirit. Well done. Waves of applause continuously washed over Li Lei, yet he showed no signs of arrogance. At that moment, the system notification tone rang out. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host's successful shot, earned 2,000 points, one high-altitude header opportunity. No matter what the rewards were, they were all quite valuable to Li Lei at this moment. Points could be exchanged for body attributes at any time, and the high-altitude header would require finding the right opportunity. Bayern's teammates also came forward to congratulate him one after another. Especially Lahm, who directly embraced Li Lei. "Brilliant performance, Mr. Li Lei. This kick sealed our victory." "It's nothing. This is only my first goal after all," Li Lei said with a hearty laugh. Klose, however, coldly extended his hand to Li Lei. "Congratulations, Li Lei." Li Lei's heart was free of distractions. He only wanted to score again. "Wait and see. I will show you the power of Chinese football." Li Lei's goal dealt a heavy blow to Bayer Leverkusen. Son Heung-min in particular could barely accept the result. "I think that goal was offside in the build-up. I agree, the referee must have favored them this time. We should get the head coach to protest to the referee. We absolutely cannot allow that Chinese player to run wild." All the players agreed that the head coach should intervene. In fact, the head coach knew perfectly well that the goal had not been offside at all. But unable to withstand his players' protests, he had no choice but to go and argue with the referee. This time the Leverkusen head coach found himself in an extremely awkward situation. The moment the referee saw him approach, he said directly, "If you've come to protest that goal, you'd better go back. But why won't you let me state my case?" "There's nothing to discuss. That goal was beyond dispute," the referee said with great firmness. The Leverkusen head coach was rebuffed and returned to the sideline in embarrassment. Seeing the head coach's grim expression, the players immediately guessed the outcome. "It looks like we'll have to find a way to break down their goal too. Yeah, we were in such a great position before, but now we're on the back foot. For the rest of the match, let's all press forward and see how they deal with us." Son Heung-min and Kiesling now fought side by side. But all of this mattered little to Bayern. Although Klose felt some resentment over Li Lei's goal, Bayern were leading after all. "Fine, we'll let that kid Li Lei have this one." Klose fixed his eyes intently on Li Lei's every move. This time he could not afford to give Li Lei another chance. During the brief pause, Klose, Müller, and Lewandowski had secretly reached a consensus. Whenever any of them received the ball, they would pass it to Klose without hesitation. Klose wanted to use this approach to suppress Li Lei's scoring threat. But none of it mattered anymore, because Li Lei was already calmly stationed in the defensive line. Defending in that position was enough. There was no need for him to chase the ball any longer. By now the spectators had already come to see Li Lei as a rising star. They paid close attention to Li Lei's position, and when they saw him on the defensive line, they immediately grew restless. What's going on? The Chinese player who just scored is now in defense. Are they really going to make him a defender? Very likely. Maybe he's being pushed aside by the other Bayern players. That's so unfair. This Chinese player has performed brilliantly, even outshining those big-name forwards. Perhaps that's precisely why he's been placed in defense. We demand that the Chinese player play as a forward. The chorus of shouts caught head coach Flick completely off guard. He quickly stood up, searched for Li Lei, and upon finding him, made a gesture. Li Lei saw Flick's signal at once and understood what he meant. But what he wanted most at that moment was to conserve his energy in his own half. He had already shown his sharp edge. If he joined the attack again, every opponent would surely swarm toward him. He might as well let Klose and the others charge forward boldly. That would not only give them a chance, but also allow him to rest for a while. With that in mind, Li Lei decisively shook his head at Flick. Sure enough, exactly as Li Lei had predicted, the Leverkusen players launched a fierce challenge against Klose and the other two. Even the three-star forwards could not break the deadlock against the tide of attacks. The opponents basically used close man-marking, leaving them no room to display their skills. Müller nearly had the ball stolen by Son Heung-min several times. Frustrated Müller yelled loudly, but he simply couldn't push forward an inch. The three of them played a passing game in the opponent's half, but even that was not safe. Son Heung-min was a hidden time bomb, constantly looking to launch an assault on Li Lei. The obstacle to all of this was Müller, who was dribbling right in front of him. That man was utterly infuriating. "If you've got the guts, try to dribble past me." Son Heung-min sneered. "So what? I don't want to get past you right now. Oh, I just want to pass." Muller made a face. Then that proves you're a coward who doesn't dare to fight me. You're not even as good as this Asian Sun Heung-min goaded. Muller took the bait and angrily charged at Sun Heung-min with the ball. This time he was not facing just one defender. Even Kiesling moved in to intercept at the same time. The two men lunged with their legs and Muller was heavily tripped to the ground. But the referee did not give a foul and Sun Heung-min and Kiesling took the ball away. The two wore triumphant smiles. They rushed toward Bayern's half, like a whirlwind. Just as Lam was about to step forward to organize the defense, Li Lei charged straight over. Sun Heung-min, let me see how you deal with me today. You again. This time I'm definitely going to get past you and score. Sun Heung-min advanced with the ball gritting his teeth. The two were almost locked in a face-to-face duel. At that moment Li Lei made another feint. Sun Heung-min was astonished to see Li Lei lose his balance. He was about to mock him when he realized that even as Li Lei fell, his leg had sealed off the ball at Sun Heung-min's feet. Sun Heung-min tried to force his way through, but he found that Li Lei's strength was overwhelming. This was the result of Li Lei's relentless enhancement of his physical attributes. With the 200 points from earlier, he had essentially raised his strength to level 3. His formidable physical condition allowed Li Lei to defeat Sun Heung-min outright in the confrontation. Close, this ball is up to you. After winning the ball, Li Lei sent a long pass to Close. Close never imagined that Li Lei would set aside past grudges and pass to him. A trace of guilt rose in his heart, but he received the ball and charged toward the opponent's half. After a brilliant individual breakthrough, he delivered a perfect cutback and Lewandowski scored. The match was ultimately settled at 2-0. With the referee's loud declaration, the contest finally came to an end. We won. We beat Leverkusen 2-0. Fantastic. We've eliminated a formidable opponent. Sun Heung-min and Li Lei's eyes met and fierce flames of rivalry immediately blazed up. Li Lei, just you wait. One day you and I will have our one-on-one showdown. I'm ready whenever you are, but next time it will be on the World Cup stage. Li Lei said confidently. This match had been nothing short of breathtaking for Li Lei. The spectators' assessment of Li Lei had risen to an entirely new level. That goal just now wasn't scored by Li Lei, yet he delivered a magnificent assist. Truly remarkable, achieving a successful long pass from such an immense distance. They say the Chinese constitution lacks physical prowess, but this has thoroughly shattered that misconception. Li Lei is absolutely a rising star, and we ought to keep a close eye on him from now on. Indeed, we must abandon our prejudiced perspectives. Regardless of who scores, anyone who finds the net deserves recognition. It wasn't merely the spectators. Coaches from other teams had begun to regard Li Lei with newfound respect. They devised every conceivable strategy to lure Li Lei away. Yet without exception they encountered their Waterloo at the hands of Li Lei's wife. Her invariable response was, playing for Bayern represents Li Lei's greatest aspiration. This single statement effectively blocked all recruitment attempts from rival clubs. Following the match against Leverkusen, Li Lei emerged as the highest-rated player across the entire pitch. Naturally, the goal orchestrated by Klose and Lewandowski also garnered substantial acclaim. However, as the saying goes, fame invites trouble. Li Lei's meteoric rise had rendered other teams practically gnashing their teeth in resentment, particularly those clubs that had failed to secure his transfer who resorted to an alternative approach. For Flick, Li Lei's performance this time had been exceptionally outstanding. He was presently engaged in discussions with Bayern's executive director regarding the next phase of their plans. Suddenly a telephone call arrived directly for Bayern's chairman. After receiving it, his expression grew grave as he fixed Flick with an astonished gaze. Coach Flick, are you truly certain about placing Li Lei in the starting striker position? Flick nodded affirmatively. I believe he is rather. But a considerable problem has emerged. Perhaps you aren't yet aware. The chairman suddenly interjected. This revelation indeed caught Flick completely off guard. Had something else transpired? He couldn't quite discern the chairman's intentions, yet still ventured to inquire. Chairman, why don't you speak frankly? What's actually happening? Could it possibly relate to Li Lei? Precisely. This matter carries an exceedingly detrimental impact. The chairman spoke measuredly. From the chairman's stern expression, Flick sensed that something had befallen Li Lei. Once the chairman had composed himself, he finally revealed the truth. Flick remained utterly bewildered throughout, only grasping the full picture when the final conclusion was delivered. He fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Chairman, you're telling me that Li Lei stands accused of doping and must submit to investigation. Correct. This call came from the German Football Association. What evidence do they possess? Could it be nothing more than fabrication? Flick protested indignantly. That suspicion occurred to me as well, but they've demanded I attend a meeting immediately. The chairman likewise felt profoundly stifled. Regarding Li Lei, he held him in genuinely high regard and supported Flick's plan to position him at the forward line. Yet since the FA had issued its directive, compliance was obligatory. The chairman departed hastily, while Flick burned with anxious urgency. He hastened to contact Li Lei, who was presently accompanying Wu Lan and their child on a shopping excursion. The two were thoroughly enjoying themselves when Coach Flick's call suddenly came through. Did you need something from me yesterday? Lillet asked, thoroughly puzzled. Coach Flick had explicitly granted him half a day's leave to properly accompany his wife and child. But barely an hour had elapsed. Could there be some urgent assignment? A silence hung on the line before Flick finally posed his question. Lillet, did you engage in any activities before the match that violated competition regulations? Lillet was completely bewildered. Coach, whatever do you mean? Are you suspecting me of unfair competition? That isn't my belief, but the FA has issued an official announcement. Flick articulated each word with deliberate precision. What's actually happening? Lillet seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Could the German FA possibly object to a Chinese player scoring goals? Coach Flick spoke in grave tones. Someone has reported you for suspected doping. These words detonated like a blockbuster bomb, instantly reverberating through Lillet's heart. His spirit surged with fury and his very frame trembled from the intensity of his emotions. His wife Wulan witnessed this and immediately seized his arm. Lillet, whatever is the matter? Lillet hastened to compose himself, then shook his head. Nothing, Coach Flick merely wishes to inquire about certain matters. You're still concealing things from me. Please tell me the truth. The phone remained connected, yet Lillet gestured for Wulan to hold on as he spoke. Coach, is a Chinese man who traveled countless miles to play football in Europe. Do you genuinely believe I would squander such an opportunity by using performance-enhancing drugs? Of course I don't suspect you either, but since someone has filed a report, we must let facts speak for themselves. Coach Flick was equally distressed. He could distinctly sense Lillet's agitation. Lillet declared with righteous conviction, Coach, my conscience is clear. Let them say whatever they please. However, under German FA regulations, once reported for doping, one must cooperate with their investigation. Flick said helplessly. Then I await them at any time. I, Lillet, have nothing to hide. Lillet hung up without hesitation. Only then did Wulan learn that Lillet had been swept up in a doping scandal. In truth, this entire affair stemmed from rival coaches' inability to recruit Lillet, driving them to spread malicious rumors. Now that the matter had reached the German FA, Lillet faced an increasingly complicated ordeal. He would have to endure the FA's investigation and submit to urine testing. Yet what truly worried Lillet wasn't this. It was the upcoming matches. The imminent clash between Mainz and Bayern loomed ahead. Should he become entangled in this doping controversy, his reputation could be irreparably tarnished. Nevertheless, Lillet paid this matter little heed. The German FA's operational efficiency proved to be quite commendable, as barely a day had passed before they issued Lillet their official investigation report. Following comprehensive examinations, the German FA ultimately rendered their verdict. The moment the chairman and Flick glimpsed the conclusion, they erupted into jubilant celebration. Lillet is finally in the clear. You may take your leave. This matter is now concluded. The German FA president declared. Just as the two prepared to depart with Lillet, he suddenly refused to leave. Lillet's behavior left Coach Flick utterly stunned. Lillet, come with me right now. This is no place to be. Flick whispered. Just moments ago, the dark clouds on the German Football Association president's face had cleared, but seeing Lillet stubbornly refuse to leave, the frown instantly returned. Coach Flick was far from foolish. He was actually trying to protect Lillet. Unfortunately, Lillet's obstinate temper had flared up again. He could never tolerate anyone attacking him without reason. Lillet gently shook off Frick's hand and then shouted loudly. Your investigation into me is over. I haven't used any performance-enhancing drugs. Won't you issue a public apology? These words immediately amused the other German FA officials. Have you lost your mind, you Chinese guy? Just being able to play here is already more than enough. You're picking and choosing even at the German FA. Don't you want to play in Germany anymore? Get out of here quickly, or we might change our minds, and it'll be too late. That's right. Don't think just because you scored one goal you can do whatever you want. Do you know who you're talking to? This is the president of the German FA. These words were an immense irony to Lillet. He raised his head and directly saw the obese face of the Football Association president. I don't care whether he's a president or not. If he did something wrong, he must apologize to me. Lillet's stubborn temper had flared up again, and Frick beside him and the Bayern chairman grew anxious. They both knew the FA president's terrible temper. Once it erupted, the two of them would be locked in an inevitable confrontation. For Lillet, this was absolutely terrible news, since this president controlled everything in the German FA. Even if they had wrongly accused Lillet, the most they would do now was laugh it off. For the president to apologize to Lillet, this was simply impossible. Even the Bayern chairman hurriedly pulled Lillet aside. Lillet, why can't you read the room? Chairman, perhaps you all are afraid of him, but I, Lillet, am not. Aren't you worried he could get every club to blacklist you? What of it? If the German FA is like this, I'd rather not play in Germany at all. Lillet's stubbornness rose as well. Seeing no way to dissuade him, Frick and the chairman could only step aside. They had expected the FA president to certainly have someone throw Lillet out. Once an official announcement was made, Lillet would have nowhere to display his talents in German football. Just as Lillet's temper was at its peak, the FA president across from him unexpectedly fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly spoke. You Chinese guy are indeed somewhat interesting. You are the first person who dares to make demands of me. I focus on the matter, not the person. Whoever is wrong must take responsibility. Li Lei said coldly. Then what if I refuse to apologize? I'm the president of the German FA. How can I lose face? Then don't blame me. I'd rather not play in Germany, but I will fight for justice. Li Lei suddenly shouted loudly. To everyone's surprise, the FA president burst into roaring laughter. This is too hilarious. The German FA is the largest football organization in Germany. What can you possibly do? You're right. It is the largest football organization in Germany, but I can absolutely go play in another country. Li Lei shot back. Even if you leave, so what? We Germany have plenty of football talent. The president sneered. Perhaps you think I'm just an ordinary football player, but I am the football god you cannot provoke. Li Lei suddenly declared. Hearing this, the FA staff nearby immediately burst out laughing. You a football god? That's hilarious. Although no steroids were found in your system, you're definitely not clean either. If you want to claim the title of football god, at the very least you need to be the top goal scorer in Germany. Hearing this, Li Lei immediately perked up. In that case, this is too simple. If my goal tally reaches first place in Germany, what will the president do? Hearing Li Lei's words, the FA president immediately hammered down his decision. If your goals can lead Germany to first place in 2014, I will publicly apologize to you on television in front of all of Germany. Good, it's a deal. Li Lei directly clasped hands with the president to seal the bet. Ironically, even Li Lei hadn't expected Germans to be so meticulous in their promises. Nor had he anticipated that an association president would gamble with an ordinary player. Even Frick and the chairman beside him were thoroughly frightened. They hurriedly pulled Li Lei aside. You actually dare to bet with the president. Isn't this asking for humiliation? Exactly. If you lose, you'll have no place to stand in Germany. If it were just one match, perhaps it could be done, but surpassing Germany's all-time leading scorer, that's nearly impossible. I don't even believe you can surpass Lewandowski, let alone top the entire scoring list. In fact, Li Lei himself knew that before his transmigration, the top 5 on the Bundesliga scoring list were already firmly established. But that was before Li Lei traveled through time. Now Li Lei had arrived in the 2014 season, and the number 1 scorer would naturally belong to him. Li Lei simply smiled calmly, and then said to the association president again, President, when the time comes and I truly take first place on the scoring list, don't you shed tears. I, as the president of the German FA, how could I possibly cry? Fine. Next match, I'll let everyone see my true strength. After Li Lei finished speaking, he walked directly out of the meeting room. Frick's heart ached. Li Lei was definitely finished this time. Tomorrow's match against Mainz, the strength difference between the two sides wasn't significant. Even if he got a start, how could he easily score? Moreover, Bayern's starting striker Klose was already too old, and his physical condition was constantly declining. If he came off the bench, the only forwards who could pair with Lewandowski would be Müller. If Li Lei stayed in the defensive position, how could he possibly create history? The more Frick thought about it, the more he felt it was simply a joke. The only solution now was to have Li Lei's wife Wu Lan persuade him. As long as they privately apologized to the association president, this matter would be laughed off. Although Frick had already made plans, it seemed no circumstance could shake Li Lei's determination to score goals. When Wu Lan finished Frick's phone call, what she saw was a shocking scene. Li Lei was sprinting around the yard, dribbling the ball like a madman. Wu Lan never dreamed that Li Lei would be running around the courtyard like a madman. Even though she kept shouting, Li Lei acted as if he hadn't heard and stubbornly continued. Only after he had vented his emotions did Li Lei return indoors drenched in sweat. Wu Lan said nothing but carefully handed him a damp towel. Sensing her affection, Li Lei looked up and asked, Honey, what's wrong? I heard you made a bet with the president of the German Football Association. That's right. Coach Flick told you, didn't he? Yes. Coach Flick is making such a fuss over nothing. You're wrong there. It's precisely because Coach Flick cares about you so much that he tried to stop you from betting with the president. I understand all that. But as a Chinese man, I can't let a man like that humiliate me. Li Lei clenched his fist in anger. Actually, just now, while Li Lei was training, he had kicked the ball straight into a bucket in the yard. Even with such a trash can, the system's notification rang out after he scored. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have earned 1 point. Li Lei was stunned at the time. Could the system really be so stingy as to give only 1 point? But then he thought again, weren't these still free points? 1 goal for 1 point. If he scored 1,000 goals, wouldn't he get 1,000 points? It was precisely this thought that made Li Lei practice shooting in the yard like a madman. Unexpectedly, in just 1 short hour, he had scored 1,000 goals. But Wu Lan knew nothing of this truth, as she thought Li Lei had lost his mind. Having gained such benefits, Li Lei simply couldn't stop himself now. He rested for less than 10 minutes before heading into the yard again, but this time Wu Lan refused to let him. Ever since you came back, you've become a different person. Are you training like crazy because you're afraid of losing? Facing Wu Lan's questioning, Li Lei decided to hide the truth. He couldn't very well tell her he had obtained a system. For now, he could only keep the secret buried in his heart. Li Lei grinned sheepishly. You're right. I really was provoked. Unexpectedly Wu Lan began to sob softly. Honey, can we not push ourselves so hard? It's enough as long as you're healthy and happy. Hearing Wu Lan's heartfelt words, the warmth in Li Lei's heart surged stronger and stronger. He pulled Wu Lan into his arms. Thank you, honey. For you and our child, I'll fight with all my might to win the honor of being the top scorer. It really isn't that important. I'd rather give up that first place as long as you're safe and sound. Wu Lan was still very upset. At that moment, what flashed through Li Lei's mind were images of how to score. Flick was right. Klose was skilled, but he was too old. If he played the entire match, he would basically be physically drained. From that perspective, the ones who could partner Lewandowski were Muller or himself. Only by securing a starting spot in the team could he keep attacking on the front line for extended periods. Suddenly, Li Lei thought of a sly plan. He gently pushed Wu Lan away and dialed a phone number. Mr. Klose. Yes, what is it? This is Li Lei. Are you interested in playing a match? Hearing this, Klose on the other end of the line fell silent. For Klose, the most important thing now was to conserve his strength. Only when the World Cup came for Germany would Klose truly return to full strength. Hearing Li Lei invite him over the phone again, Klose naturally understood what he meant. Are you thinking of having another contest with me? Klose's tone was icy. Mr. Klose, I think you've misunderstood. I don't want to play a match against you. Li Lei quickly explained. Now Klose was completely baffled. Then what do you want me to do? When Li Lei laid out his plan in full, even Klose burst out laughing. I never expected a Chinese man like you to be so quick-witted. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Klose, to take me to see the nearby pitches. Li Lei also laughed heartily. When Li Lei and Klose appeared at the football pitch near Bayern's club, some sharp-eyed people immediately recognized them. Isn't that Klose, Bayern's famous striker? Yeah, why is he at a place where football fans play? I don't know. The young man next to him looks very familiar. I remember now. Isn't this Li Lei, the one who scored in the friendly against Leverkusen? That Chinese guy. That's right. I even have photos from that match. The crowd seemed to welcome the two of them warmly. For Li Lei, there were simply too many football pitches in Germany. Actually, the main reasons he had asked Klose to come along were first to grow closer to him, and second to familiarize himself with the nearby pitches. By Li Lei's estimation, as long as he could score, it didn't matter whether it was a real match or whether the opponents were professional players. Naturally, the higher the level of the opposition, the more points he would earn. Even a match against schoolchildren would be fine as long as he could earn points. It was with exactly this intention that Li Lei had come to the pitch outside the club. It was rare for people to make such a fuss over Klose and him, and Li Lei was overjoyed. Looks like we two are quite popular. Of course. You're a bald man following the moon, basking in my light. Klose chuckled. While the two were chatting and laughing, a few young men walked over carrying a football. Excuse us, could one of you sign this football for us? Klose shook his head haughtily and stepped aside. Seeing this, Li Lei stepped forward instead. If you want me to sign it, you'll have to play a match with me. That would be great, but it seems there are only two of you. Li Lei said mysteriously. You're wrong. Only I will take the field on our side. That remark made the young men laugh. Mr. Li Lei, you must be joking, right? Yeah, how can one person possibly take on 5 of us? Mr. Li Lei, you're hilarious. Li Lei, however, continued to announce loudly that he alone would take the field. The young men glanced at Klose standing nearby and saw that he wasn't supporting Li Lei. Only then did they gain a little confidence. This match is indeed very interesting. Aren't you afraid of losing? Li Lei laughed heartily. I'm afraid you'll be crying when you lose. The atmosphere on the pitch immediately turned tense and the match was about to begin. 5 or 6 football enthusiasts immediately set up their formation. They fixed their gaze upon Li Lei across the pitch. This fellow is truly too arrogant. Does he dare face all 5 of us alone? Chinese people are far too overconfident. Perhaps he thinks he can look down on us after scoring just 1 goal. Even though we are amateur players, we at least hold the numerical advantage. Li Lei stood calm and composed on the opposite half of the field. Even Klose, watching from the sidelines, felt a flicker of unease at the sight. Even at his peak, he would not have dared boast of facing 5 men alone. Yet this Chinese lad Li Lei openly challenged all 5 of them. However, Klose did not grow overly anxious. Instead, he quietly took out his mobile phone. If he could capture this scene, and Li Lei lost, it would become the team's laughingstock forever. Li Lei calmly observed the 5 opponents completing their formation, then let out a thunderous shout. Since you are ready, come bring the ball forward. This imposing manner immediately stunned the opposition. But almost instantly a green-haired youth charged forward with the ball. I refuse to believe I cannot break through your defense. Facing the green-haired youth's charge, Li Lei showed no urgency to engage directly. Only when the youth closed in did Li Lei suddenly charge forward himself. The head-on collision was so direct that even Klose's eyes widened in shock. Li Lei, are you insane? With your Chinese physique, you simply cannot withstand a clash like that. The nearly 2-meter-tall green-haired youth saw Li Lei deliberately using physical contact and immediately flashed a triumphant grin. Chinese, let me teach you that there is always someone greater. The two collided almost face to face, but something astonishing occurred. They barely brushed past each other, yet it was the green-haired youth who was sent flying sideways. Even in midair, the youth's expression twisted in utter disbelief. How is this possible? This Chinese man actually knocked me flying. Li Lei said nothing more, dribbling straight into the opponent's half. A red-haired youth rushed over from the opposite side. He launched a vicious sliding tackle, but Li Lei neither dodged nor evaded. You young fellow is far too arrogant. Once I tackle you, you'll be the one flying through the air. The red-haired youth shouted fiercely. Unfortunately, his swagger lasted no more than 3 seconds. The leg he extended felt as though it had struck an immovable mountain. It could not shake Li Lei's advancing stride at all. With a powerful shove, Li Lei sent the red-haired youth tumbling outward. This is impossible. When did Chinese players become so physically dominant? The red-haired youth crashed heavily onto the ground. Even Close, watching from the sidelines, was rendered dumbstruck. This was hardly a foul, only perfectly legal physical contact. Li Lei showed no sign of slowing down and continued driving forward with the ball. Seeing this, the remaining two youths charged forward together. Li Lei's gaze fixed directly on the goal. Though the two youths were fierce, Li Lei had already devised his strategy. Just as the three were about to collide solidly, Li Lei unexpectedly darted through the gap between the two opponents. To everyone's astonishment, both youths were nearly sent flying. He was like a conquering overlord reborn. Close watched on, utterly speechless. What on earth is he doing? Isn't he afraid of getting injured? Rest assured, Mr. Close, I will definitely breach their goal, Li Lei said with full confidence. The final youth stood firmly at the edge of the penalty area. He could not believe Li Lei could score directly from his position. He had assumed Li Lei would charge forward a bit further before attempting a forced shot. To his surprise, Li Lei did not bother taking another step forward. Instead, he struck the ball directly from outside the penalty area. The defending youth immediately dove forward in an attempt to block. Unexpectedly, Li Lei's kick was a feint. In the blink of an eye, the goalkeeper had been fooled, leaving an open net before Li Lei. He rapidly shifted his weight from one foot to the other and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. He effortlessly broke through the five youths' defensive line on the opposite half. Furthermore, he casually found the back of the net. The young players collapsed to the ground, exclamations of disbelief ringing out. Is this guy using cheats? How can he be this dominant? We seem to be on an entirely different level. His physical constitution is far too formidable. Strange. His frame looks quite slight, yet why does he possess such enormous strength? Who knows? Anyway, our goal has been breached. The youths continued lamenting bitterly, but at that moment a system notification echoed in Li Lei's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 10 points. Overjoyed, Li Lei realized that every shot on goal against amateur enthusiasts rewarded him with 10 points. This was far more exciting than scoring into an empty net. Deciding to go all out, he would make today a slaughter. With this thought, Li Lei did not stop for a moment. Instead, he turned and shouted toward the group of enthusiasts. One goal is not enough. Let us continue playing. These words instantly ignited the rage of the young players. That last goal was purely luck. We refuse to believe you can dominate every single time. Today we will stop you. We must defend the dignity of football enthusiasts. Mr. Close, please make sure you record this for us. Close stood awkwardly on the sidelines. His phone already contained photos of Li Lei's shots. By now, Li Lei showed no regard for physical exhaustion, insisting on continuing to play against the youths. Why was he doing this? Naturally, Close could not fathom Li Lei's motivation behind each shot. How could he not want to accumulate abundant points and rewards? The football enthusiasts, despite pouring all their strength into opposing Li Lei, still proved no match for him. In less than an hour, Li Lei scored an astonishing 20 goals. He effortlessly claimed 200 points. Toward the end, the football enthusiasts could barely run anymore, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. This guy is simply not human. Look at that physical dominance. One person against all five of us, and he still scored so many goals in an hour. This is utterly humiliating. I fear we will lose all face coming to this pitch again. Li Lei's shot frequency was incredibly high, yet not a single drop of sweat marked his body. Close watched in stunned silence, a peculiar thought stirring in his mind. What exactly was Li Lei's background? Why was his constitution so far superior, even surpassing that of Germans? At that moment, Li Lei removed his shirt and slowly walked toward Close. Li Lei stood calm and composed on the opposite half of the field. Even Close, watching from the sidelines, felt a flicker of unease at the sight. Seeing Li Lei approaching, Close quickly took out his phone. Li Lei, you were absolutely brilliant. I captured your spectacular goal-scoring moment on camera. Indeed, a great teammate. Mr. Close, will you be playing tomorrow? Li Lei asked directly. This question struck a nerve for Close, who fell into a long silence without answering. Li Lei sensed something was off and quickly explained. Actually, whether you start or not doesn't matter much. What matters is being able to turn the tide at critical moments. You're right. As a veteran of football, I'm not far from retirement. Close's eyes were hollow. He gazed up at the sky, trying to swallow back the tears threatening to fall. Li Lei understood Close's feelings and spoke gently. Actually, there's no need to think so negatively about some things. As long as you've given your best, that's enough. But in the football world, players over 30 are already few and far between. Close gave a faint smile. Football is really about one's physical condition, not directly related to age. Lele gave Close some reassuring words. Close looked at him with gratitude and then asked, "You're not planning to play in the Mainz match either, are you?" "That's right, I have the same idea," Lele said without any pretense. This truly shocked Close. He simply couldn't believe this. In his mind, Lele had come to compete for his hard-earned spot. But when Close wasn't playing, Lele stubbornly refused to play either. What could be the reason for this? With these thoughts in mind, Close directly asked, "You're at the peak of your career. Why not keep playing to gain more experience?" Lele casually draped his clothes aside and slowly replied, "For me, finding the feeling of playing football is enough. There's no need to obsess over starting every single match." This was certainly a completely new perspective for Close. Every football player dreams of becoming a perennial starter. Even though Close was over 30, he still believed he had plenty of gas left in the tank. This time he didn't argue against Lele's viewpoint. Instead, his gaze toward Lele had become much gentler. "Lele, your advice today was truly excellent. I've always thought of myself as the king of the football world and wanted to achieve something at the World Cup." Lele was also deep in thought. Close had performed brilliantly at the World Cup. Even at the advanced age of 36, he had still scored 2 goals. Now he could accept the reality of being a substitute preparing himself for the World Cup. Lele, however, was more optimistic about Gatza and directly shared his view. "Gatza is really a player full of vitality, a dark horse indeed." The moment Lele finished speaking, Close burst out laughing. "You're absolutely right. Gatza is not only young but also exceptionally talented. I'm sure he'll shine brilliantly at the World Cup. Actually, every player in the club is our teammate. It doesn't matter which position we play." Lele spoke of his false 9 formation strategy once again. Close didn't speak, but directly drew a diagram on the ground. The content was about the false 9 formation, which also surprised Lele. It turned out Close had always appreciated the false 9 formation, just never expressed it verbally. Close sketched out each player's position on the ground. "The false 9 formation does have many advantages, but I wonder how you came up with it." Seeing the question marks on Close's face, Lele smiled magnanimously. "Of course, proposing the false 9 formation did come with some selfish motives. After all, I'm a new player at Bayern. If the formation required a fixed striker, I wouldn't have the advantage." "You're remarkably candid and upright. That's something I truly admire." Close rarely gave a thumbs up. "You're too kind. I just don't want to leave any regrets in my life." Lele gazed into the distance. "As a Huaxiao person, playing football at a top-tier club like Bayern truly proves you have exceptional ability." Close also spoke from his heart. "Indeed, Europeans all think our Huaxiao people aren't suited for football. Every match I give my all to prove that we Huaxiao people can definitely do it too." Lele spoke with growing enthusiasm. Close seemed to have developed a completely different view of this Huaxiao person. His prejudice against Huaxiao people began to slowly fade, replaced by admiration. Especially when Lele had fought against those youths earlier, he clearly had the advantage in physical confrontation. At this moment, Close didn't want to hide it, but spoke openly about it. "Mr. Lele, I believe you do have some technique in physical confrontation." True to Close's nature, he effortlessly got to the heart of the matter. Lele naturally couldn't tell Close the truth, but he still wanted to mislead the other person. He smiled faintly. "One cannot judge a book by its cover. My seemingly delicate exterior actually contains boundless power." The moment these words fell, Close actually stepped onto the field. This left Lele completely bewildered. "Mr. Close, what do you mean by this? Since you possess boundless power regardless of how long you've just played, do you dare to compete against me now, eh?" Close revealed a cunning look. He had expected Lele to definitely refuse, because with so much physical exertion, exhausted challenging Close would only mean certain defeat. But unexpectedly, Lele agreed without even thinking. Moreover, the two immediately began their confrontation without any pause. Close took a shot from far away, and it flew perfectly into the net. Lele was equally impressive, matching Close evenly. However, the moment the shot succeeded, the system immediately rewarded 30 points. Lele was now beginning to figure things out. Roughly speaking, each shot in unofficial matches earned around that many points. After each had scored just 1 goal, Close burst out laughing. "Impressive, I see you do have some accomplishment in long-range shooting. I still can't match you, Mr. Close. I still have much to learn." Lele smiled sheepishly. "I wonder how you are at set pieces, Mr. Lele." This question struck at Lele's weakness. He had been focusing on improving his physical fitness and shooting stats. Set pieces, as Close mentioned, had become a shortcoming for Lele. Lele smiled awkwardly and was just about to speak when he suddenly saw Wu Lan running over from the distance. "Lele, I have been looking for you for a long time. I finally found you," Wu Lan said in a breathless tone. "What is it, wife? Is something wrong?" Lele asked curiously. "You should go back and rest. Coach Flick just called. Do you think something has changed? Tomorrow's match against Mainz you will start as a first-team player," Wu Lan said directly. Close's expression immediately darkened, and the look he shot Lele turned fierce. Seeing this, Lele quickly explained, That is just Coach Flick's own wish. I will be a substitute tomorrow. Klose never dreamed that Lillet would also be willing to sit on the bench. In fact, Coach Flick had already called Klose long ago, instructing him to be a substitute. He called it a way for Klose to conserve his energy for the decisive moments. Klose felt deeply uncomfortable inside, yet seeing this foolish lad Lillet willing to share the bench with him, a smile of delight crept onto his face regardless of whether Lillet was genuine or pretending. He held out his hand directly, and Lillet gripped it firmly. The following day, when Flick tallied the starting lineup, he was surprised to discover a problem. Lillet had actually sat on the cold bench beside Klose. Flick hurried over to Lillet. Lillet, what is going on with you? Why are you not starting? Coach Flick, I would like to observe Manga's playing style first, and then come on when the moment is necessary. Flick clearly did not quite understand such a reason. Have you considered this well? Many players are fighting to be first-choice starters. Flick turned his gaze toward Klose, still suspecting that the older player was behind the scheme. His eyes were filled with sternness while Klose felt somewhat displeased. Coach Lillet sits with me on the bench. Are you dissatisfied with that? Although Flick seethed internally, he dared not vent his anger on Klose. After all, Klose was a key figure at Bayern Munich, and offending him could lead to serious consequences. So he directed all his fury toward Lillet instead. Lillet, you disappoint me greatly. I wanted to develop you into a super striker. Hearing Flick's words, Lillet did not rush to respond. Instead, he said slowly, Thank you for your cultivation, coach. I am simply taking a rest and observing the opponent's tactics so that I can play with greater clarity when it matters. As our Chinese saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Lillet's words cost Coach Flick considerable face, yet the other players were secretly overjoyed. Who would have thought this Chinese guy would willingly take a seat on the bench? This is wonderful. Klose subs out to manage his body, but Lillet, he is simply an idiot. Whatever. As long as he does not threaten us, it is fine. In this match, we need to score furiously so that Lillet's presence becomes irrelevant. With Lewandowski and Muller on the field, scoring is absolutely guaranteed. Coach Flick turned his gaze toward Lewandowski, Bayern's second leading striker. Lewandowski, this match depends on you and Muller. Don't worry, coach. We will definitely tear apart Manga's goal. Muller laughed heartily. Beside him, Lewandowski merely glanced back at Klose on the bench and said nothing. Without his battle-tested teammate, Lewandowski immediately felt an empty void inside. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and before long a fine drizzle began to fall. Lillet watched it all happily. Watching the match from the stands was quite an enjoyable experience. Moreover, Klose sat beside him, making the atmosphere even better. Mr. Klose, watching the match alongside you is truly delightful. The same here. I believe our teammates will win comfortably today, Klose said with a slight smile. In truth, he had already investigated thoroughly and confirmed that Mangas had no real stars among their players. Lillet's gaze, however, fell directly onto the forward Suo. Memories surged like a tide, and he recalled something. In Lillet's impression, it was this obscure Suta who had somehow managed to score. But the match had only just begun, and the situation on the pitch was still highly favorable to Bayern. Muller had carried the ball deep into the opponent's half early on, charging confidently toward the goal. But his swagger lasted no more than 3 seconds as 3 opposing defenders converged and instantly dispossessed him. Worse still, Suatawa had combined with another forward to break into Bayern's half. Astonishment filled Klose's eyes. How can Suatawa possess such fierce attacking power? I have never noticed this guy before. Perhaps he is not only strong but also fortunate, Lillet remarked lazily. He chose not to speak plainly, simply noting that Suatawa would prove dangerous in key moments. Lillet loudly called out to Neuer, Mr. Neuer, you must stay fully focused when guarding the goal. Neuer gazed proudly at Lillet and replied, Mind your own business. Few players can break through my goal. The other players nearby joined in mocking him. Lillet, you are not even playing. Why are you shouting random instructions from the sidelines? Without you we might win even more easily. Exactly. We will show you how we dismantle their defense in a moment. Just then Suatawa came charging forward with the ball. Instead of shooting directly, he delivered a through ball to another forward, Gaussi. Gaussi did not hesitate at all, immediately going through the motion of shooting. In that instant, Lillet shouted directly at Neuer. Neuer, watch out for Suel. He is about to shoot. But Neuer paid no attention to Lillet's words, focusing all his concentration on Gaussi instead. A loud bang echoed. Gaussi struck the ball, but his target was not the goal. It was Suel on the wing. Neuer panicked this time as well, frantically shifting from the center toward the right flank. But then something shocking happened. Since Neuer had rushed across in a panic, his legs had not yet closed together, and Suel seized the precise moment, kicking the ball straight between Neuer's legs. To everyone's astonishment, the ball sailed cleanly over Neuer's spread legs and thudded brutally into the side netting. The crowd erupted in shocked gasps. Suatawa is brilliant. He actually scored. I cannot believe Mangas took the lead first. Excellent. I think we have this match sealed. Those piercing sounds reached Lillet's ears, and he immediately rose to his feet. All the Bayern players were frozen in shock. What on earth? Could such a shot actually go in? Neuer is off his game today. He actually let one slip. That Soto guy somehow found the opening. His vision is truly sharp. We're behind. We need to get the points back immediately. Everyone turned their gaze toward Muller and Lewandowski. But what puzzled them was that the opposition had almost all their defenders planted squarely on those two. No matter how fiercely they charged, it seemed they achieved nothing. On the substitute bench, Klose also rose anxiously to his feet, eager to volunteer himself. But at that moment, someone even more impatient than him walked straight up to head coach Flick. "Coach Flick, I request to play in the second half." "Lille, it's not like you can just come on whenever you want." Flick's gaze carried undisguised contempt. Of course, conceding the first goal weighed heavily on his mind too, but he would not indulge Lille's temper. If it weren't for this fellow refusing to start, perhaps the situation wouldn't be so dire now. Flick naturally took out his frustration on Lille. Lille, however, spoke with absolute resolve. "Coach Flick, I only asked for 10 minutes on the pitch." Those words caught Klose off guard beside him. Was Lille out of his mind? If he wanted to play, why limit it to just 10 minutes? Even Flick stood dumbfounded, utterly unable to fathom what was going on in Lille's head. Why does that sound so peculiar? Why only 10 minutes? With 10 minutes I can secure 2 points. Lille declared confidently. Klose burst into laughter beside him. "Mr. Lille, that's the funniest joke I've heard all day." Flick curled his lips derisively. "Are you making a joke of me, the head coach? You think you can score 2 goals in 10 minutes? Lewandowski and Muller on the field can't break through, so where does your confidence come from?" Lille's gaze landed directly on the opposing goalkeeper Yad. He had already noticed that Yad was a left-handed goalkeeper, while Lille himself excelled at shooting toward the right corner. Using such a swift approach would disorient Yad, creating an opening for a goal. But he absolutely could not reveal this truth to Klose, so he continued. "Coach Flick, I'll put it plainly. If I fail to score 2 goals within 10 minutes, punish me however you see fit." Upon hearing this, Flick's eyes lit up instantly. "That's what you said. Let's see how a Chinese guy scores 2 goals in 10 minutes. Klose felt no jealousy at that moment, only sympathy for Lille. To openly challenge the head coach like this. Was he trying to get himself kicked out of Bayern? Pretending to be the peacemaker, Klose pleaded, "Coach, please don't take Lille's words seriously. He's just joking." But before Flick could respond, Lille cut in. "Klose, I'm not joking. I mean every word." "Very well, it's a deal. If you can't score 2 goals, you'll sit on that bench until it rots," Flick said ruthlessly. In truth, he simply wanted to teach Lille a lesson to curb his arrogance. Hearing Flick say this, Klose was thrilled inside. Still, he performed his act of concern, gripping Lille's arm. "Lille, I advise against acting so recklessly. Steady and methodical is the better approach. Apologize to the coach, and this whole matter will blow over." But at that moment, Lille refused to heed anyone. The first half ended 1-0 as expected, and the instant the second half began, Lille stood on the pitch. The stands erupted in booing immediately. What on earth is Bayern doing? Losing the match, and then throwing a Chinese player onto the field. Could this Chinese guy possess some supernatural ability? Perhaps Flick just wants to shift the blame onto a Chinese player. Absolutely despicable. That Chinese player is such a poor soul. Mainz will win for sure. Lille paid no mind to the jeers. He merely glanced back at Lam. "Mr. Lam, when you win the ball, just pass it directly to me." Lam nodded firmly. "Understood. That's our tactic." The match resumed, and Muller and Lewandowski once again drove forward with the ball into the opponent's half. Exactly as Lille had predicted, Soto intercepted the ball once more. He excitedly sprinted toward Bayern's defensive line. But this time Lille crashed into him with full force, sending him sprawling to the ground and losing possession of the ball. Before the defender could even recover his senses, Lille was already streaking past into Mainz's half. How is this guy moving so fast? It's almost superhuman. Could he be on performance-enhancing drugs? I don't know, but we absolutely cannot let him pass this easily. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Lewandowski and Muller, and no one marked Lille. Precisely because of this, he slipped through to the edge of the penalty area with ease. The opponent's 2 defenders rushed to close him down, but the moment one extended his leg, he discovered Lille already sprawled on the turf. The referee blew his whistle and sprinted over. The Mainz defender threw his hands up in innocence. "I didn't touch him." But after glancing at Lille lying on the ground, the referee awarded Bayern a free kick. This decision instantly ignited outrage on the pitch. What's going on? Why a free kick for Bayern? Isn't that Chinese guy diving? Doesn't matter. There's no way we're scoring from a free kick this far out. Everyone assumed Lille's attempt would be utterly futile. But what they did not know was that Lille had already activated his secret weapon. As the referee's whistle sounded, Lille struck the ball toward the right wing with a curling free kick. An exquisite arc curved straight into the top right corner. The goalkeeper had no time to react before the ball nestled firmly in the net. The stadium erupted in cheers. The Chinese guy is brilliant. He scored on his very first appearance. An absolute curl beauty. Now we're level. A draw is still excellent. This moment left both Klose and Flick utterly astonished. Klose could hardly believe Lille had scored just 3 minutes after coming on. Fear flashed across his eyes, while Lille meanwhile had already earned a far greater reward. A system notification chimed. After Li Lei scored, the system notification sounded promptly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 points and one use of the phantom ball skill. Overwhelming joy surged within Li Lei's heart. Though he had no idea what the phantom ball was, these points could be swiftly converted into shooting accuracy. Li Lei's current shooting accuracy had reached level 4. Level 4 proficiency meant his shooting precision within 10 meters was nearly perfect at 99%. This was indeed remarkable, and Li Lei felt exhilarated by the news. With the phantom ball skill at his disposal, the next shot might yield an unexpected outcome. After witnessing Li Lei's goal, Close felt deeply troubled. He approached Coach Flick directly, saying, "Coach, I believe there must be something wrong with this Li Lei. What could possibly be wrong? Didn't he just score successfully?" Flick asked with great curiosity. "I suspect he must have taken some kind of stimulant. There's no way he could be in such excellent form otherwise," Close whispered in a low voice. Flick stared at Close with an incredulous gaze. "Don't speak nonsense. He was tested before, and Li Lei was completely normal. But there's no way he should have mastered such a difficult shooting technique." Close was certainly not convinced. "Didn't you see clearly? That ball just exploited a gap in the goalkeeper's positioning. That is absolutely crucial for any striker," Flick explained calmly. In his mind, that ball had simply been a lucky deflection. Close had no rebuttal, yet he continued glaring at Li Lei with hostile eyes. Deep within his heart, Close kept praying that Li Lei would not score another goal within 10 minutes. Only then could Close continue to suppress Li Lei within Bayern. Coach Flick would not be able to strip Close of his playing time either. While Close remained unconvinced, the Mainz team was also in heated discussion. Soto furiously shouted at Yade, "What happened? How did you concede a goal so quickly? Yes, we worked so hard to breach Bayern's goal, yet you instantly let one in." Gaze beside him chimed in. "It's not like I had a choice. I never expected this Chinese player to be so cunning." Yade retorted angrily. "What's going on? Did he commit a foul?" Soto pressed for answers. "No, nothing like that, but he immediately identified that I'm left-handed." Yade said helplessly. "We can't change that. But we need to heavily mark this guy named Li Lei from now on." Soto declared fiercely. "All right, we simply won't let this Chinese player get through." Goalkeeper Yade kicked the ball, irritably passing it directly to Soto. Lewandowski witnessed this scene and immediately signaled to Muller with a subtle glance. Muller understood the intention and charged directly toward the opponent's goal. Yade was already in a foul mood. Seeing that the ball hadn't even been put into play yet, and Muller was already attempting to steal it, he furiously kicked the ball with great force, sending it soaring towards Soto. When Muller realized his steal attempt had failed, he immediately turned back. By then, Soto had successfully disrupted the coordination between Bayern's two strikers. Lewandowski faced Soto alone, and the two engaged in a fierce contest at the front of the field. "Do you think you can compete with me, Lewandowski, for the ball? I don't think just because you're Bayern's second-rate striker you can act so arrogantly." Soto executed a feint, completely shaking off Lewandowski, and continued advancing with the ball. Unexpectedly, Lewandowski did not give up, but closely pursued behind him. This frustrated Soto greatly, as Lewandowski's tight marking meant even if an opportunity for a shot arose, it would be extremely difficult to capitalize on it. Just as he was thinking this, Gaze had charged in from another wing. He shouted loudly at Soto, "Pass me the ball quickly. I'm going straight for Neuer's goal." This arrogant roar made goalkeeper Neuer extremely displeased. He angrily stomped his feet on the grass while moving his hands in a crossing motion. That previous goal from Soto had already humiliated him completely. This time he absolutely could not fail again. With this thought in mind, Neuer actually stepped out of the penalty area. From Li Lei's perspective, this was extremely dangerous. He called out to Neuer, "Mr. Neuer, you need to be careful. The opponent might attempt a long-range shot." Neuer paid no attention to Li Lei's words whatsoever. He glanced at Li Lei with a proud look and continued walking toward the outside of the penalty area. Clearly, he had noticed Gaze advancing toward the penalty area. Seeing that Neuer refused to listen, Li Lei was anxious inside. Both Neuer and Klose were far too arrogant, never willing to listen to others easily. If Soto seized the opportunity for another long-range shot this time, Neuer would very likely concede again. Since Neuer wouldn't listen, Li Lei decided to let Neuer suffer a humiliation this time. With this thought, Li Lei stopped warning Neuer and remained in the back half of the field. As Soto advanced with the ball, his eyes continuously tracked Neuer's movements. Seeing Neuer had actually stepped outside the small penalty area, he immediately broke into a satisfied smile. One must know that Soto's specialty was long-range shooting from outside the penalty area. The even more favorable situation now was that Lewandowski had been drawn back, while Gaze had quietly advanced toward the penalty area. He briefly observed Gaze's position, then delivered a long pass. The ball curved gracefully through the air, flying toward Gaze's chest. Gaze did not hesitate at all, directly executing a long-range shot midair. This shot caught everyone completely off guard. Even Lahm hadn't had time to close down the shooter. The ball was already whistling through the air toward the goal at tremendous speed. By this time, Neuer had already moved outside the small penalty area. Seeing the situation had changed, he immediately scrambled back in panic. But the ball's speed was just slightly too fast. Just as the ball was about to fly into the goal, a figure swooped through the air. With a loud thud, the ball crashed into this person's head and instantly changed direction. All the spectators were shocked. His judgment is absolutely incredible. It's that Chinese player Li Lei again. It seems Bayern will rely on this Chinese player from now on. Close is getting old while Li Lei is only in his 20s. This guy miraculously blocked that long-range shot, otherwise Bayern would have lost. While everyone was discussing, Li Lei directly kicked the ball toward Lam. Lam, pass it to me in a moment. Li Lei sprinted toward the opponent's half of the field. By this time Mainz's half was nearly empty of defenders. Everyone had participated in the full-scale attack. Li Lei's rapid advance immediately panicked them. The only defender remaining in the back half charged furiously toward Li Lei. The ball had already been booted by Lam toward Li Lei. Just as the defender and Li Lei were about to collide, suddenly Li Lei vanished from everyone's view. Li Lei's sudden disappearance left everyone dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Where did that Chinese guy go? No idea. He was clearly charging with the ball just now. Probably got knocked flying by their defender. That's very likely. Nobody here knows what just happened. I refuse to believe it. That Chinese player Li Lei is the best. More likely he's just pulling some mind games on us. The fans from both sides erupted into heated arguments. Even the Mainz defenders were utterly stunned. Where did that guy go? The two of us were about to collide just now. At this moment Soto and guys hurried back. Seeing no damage to the goal, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But after a short while they quickly began searching for Li Lei again. Could Li Lei have actually flown away? Who knows? That kid never plays by any conventional tactics. At this moment Klose was gloating. Why did Li Lei suddenly vanish? It seems his dream of scoring 2 goals within 10 minutes has been shattered. No sooner had these words left his mouth when Friedrich suddenly pointed at the sky and laughed. Li Lei is indeed remarkable. He actually jumped that high. Klose followed Friedrich's finger and discovered someone had appeared in the sky. Just moments before the two were about to collide, Li Lei had actually soared into the air. Friedrich's gasp immediately attracted everyone's gaze. They all pulled out their phones to photograph the sky. This is incredible. He would definitely win if he entered a high jump competition. Absolutely, he jumped at least 2 meters high. This could easily set a Guinness World Record. Li Lei remained silent in the air because he knew the moment had come to deploy the phantom ball. Although Li Lei had never encountered the phantom ball technique before this time, he would execute it flawlessly. The opposing goalkeeper stood frozen in disbelief. Hearing the crowd's uproar, he immediately looked up at the sky. The sunlight overhead was extremely intense, making it nearly impossible for him to discern Li Lei's direction. Even the defenders and the duo of Soto and Guys were completely bewildered. Quickly retreat toward the goal. Regardless, this guy is surely about to shoot. Soto, being the smarter one, spoke up. Guys quickly followed his instruction and sprinted toward the goal. At that precise moment, Li Lei chose to activate the phantom ball. Instantly, the sunlight in the sky grew even more blinding. 1 second ago, the strong light had been shining toward the spectators, but the next instant it transformed into several dark silhouettes. What's going on? Could their movement speed be this fast? I only saw his figure, but where did the person actually go? I don't know. Quickly adjust your camera angles. Capture every possible location. This is absolutely a headline story. Chaos erupted in the stands. Even Friedrich found himself breaking into a cold sweat. For the first time in his life, he witnessed someone playing football so exhilaratingly in midair. The most astonishing aspect was whether those shifting figures were truly created by Li Lei. Could this Chinese player possibly know some kind of magic trick? After all, they used to be utterly terrible at football, yet now they have become this formidable. As Friedrich pondered these thoughts, suddenly Goretzka let out an amazed shout while looking at his phone. He hurriedly brought the phone closer to Friedrich and Klose. Goretzka described what was on his phone with an incredibly trembling voice. Friedrich and Klose could clearly see Li Lei's figure on the screen, and there were several of them. Klose forcefully slapped at Goretzka's phone. He could not believe what his eyes were witnessing. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Don't jump to conclusions. This must be caused by the overly intense sunlight. I agree with Klose. However, this works in our favor. Bayern Munich will benefit from this, Friedrich said calmly. His mindset was the most balanced. Regardless of whether the ball would go in, Li Lei had already stolen the spotlight in the air. Phones and cameras in the stands clicked ceaselessly. This alone was enough to guarantee Bayern's football team would make tomorrow's headlines. Friedrich shouted toward the sky, Li Lei, hurry and shoot. Let everyone witness your true ability. This cry gave the Li Lei above infinite strength. He silently counted to 3 in his heart, then unleashed a powerful kick. What vexed the goalkeeper most was yet to come. Moments earlier, Li Lei had produced multiple figures. Now when it came to receiving the ball itself had multiplied into several. The goalkeeper was in utter disarray. He quickly shouted to Soto. Soto quickly blocked the right corner of the goal. Wait, Li Lei clearly kicked toward the left. Nonsense, that shot was clearly aimed at the center. All 4 of you are seeing things wrong. That ball was clearly headed toward the wing. The 4 people observed the ball traveling in 4 completely different directions. What was happening? Just as the four players dove in four separate directions, the ball suddenly appeared beneath the crossbar. Even a deity could not have stopped this shot. With a tremendous crashing sound, the ball struck the back of the net. All spectators stood frozen, waiting for the referee's whistle. The referee stared at the ball in the net with utter disbelief. He signaled to his assistant, who glanced at the video replay several times. This goal is valid. The referee immediately blew his whistle excitedly. Goal confirmed. The current score is 2-1. The entire stadium erupted instantly, especially the Bayern fans, who waved their team flags with wild excitement. That Chinese guy is truly incredible. He just scored such an amazing goal. What on earth was that called? I couldn't track the ball's trajectory at all. Whatever it was called, there was definitely no foul. A goal is a goal. Li Lei, you are absolutely brilliant. You brought honor to China. The Bayern substitutes also embraced each other joyfully. Only Klose sat motionless on the bench. He actually scored. And he truly scored 2 goals within 10 minutes. Exactly. It seems Li Lei has finally grasped the essence of football. Friedrich also walked over. He knew very well the content of their earlier wager and had come to comfort Klose. This means Li Lei can start any time from now on. Klose painfully pounded his head. Friedrich said meaningfully, I think you're thinking too small. Li Lei won't compete with you for the starting position. Klose looked at Coach Friedrich in astonishment. I sensed something extraordinary radiating from this Chinese player. What kind of spirit? This is the Chinese spirit. An unyielding, indomitable spirit. Li Lei scored 2 goals in less than 10 minutes, astonishing the entire German football world. Especially those teams that had failed to poach him last time were now stirring again. In the following time, Mainz's morale was shattered. They were unable to score again, and Li Lei quietly closed his eyes to rest in the backfield. Sure enough, after the match ended, Li Lei was the first to approach Flick. Coach, I have done what I said earlier, keeping my word. Flick nodded happily. You are the pride of the Chinese people. And you are also Bayern's lucky star. These 2 compliments made Li Lei overjoyed. What was even more thrilling was that after scoring, the system granted another reward. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for earning 1,000 points and a ground slicer skill. The skills granted by the system were becoming increasingly astonishing. However, Li Lei remained calm and added the points to his shooting index. Now Li Lei's effective shooting range had extended to 15 meters, and he was almost never missing. Achieving such results was far better than enhancing other stats. At this moment, what he most anticipated was gaining Flick's approval. Coach, since I've done it, how exactly are you going to arrange for me? From now on, you can play anytime you want, Flick said astonishingly. Li Lei nodded contentedly. This was exactly the result he wanted. He didn't like being in the starting lineup every time, as that wouldn't highlight his importance. The advantage of this approach was also that he could build a good relationship with Klose. Even though he had the system's assistance now, if the system malfunctioned, wouldn't he be playing in the dark? Klose was a world-class center forward, and his goal count even surpassed that of Ronaldo. How could Li Lei afford to offend such a master? No matter what, he had to get along well with Klose. With that thought, he first approached Klose and quickly extended his hand. Klose did not expect Li Lei to be so magnanimous, taking the initiative to show goodwill. The ice in his heart melted a little more, and he slowly extended his hand. Congratulations, Li Lei, you really did it. 2 goals in 10 minutes. I must thank you, Mr. Klose. Without your encouragement, I could never have done it. Li Lei cleverly attributed the credit for the goals to Klose. Muller nearby burst into laughter. Mr. Li Lei is not only skilled, but also quite modest. That's right, unlike you who don't know your own name after scoring a goal, Lahm insinuated. Lewandowski also laughed at Muller. But at that moment, a figure walked toward Li Lei. He actually took the initiative to extend his hand, which caught Li Lei by surprise. Li Lei, we owe that goal to you. If you hadn't intercepted, our goal would have been breached again. Neuer, it's nothing. Everyone has moments of misjudgment. Li Lei quickly said. From this I can see that your vision in the football world is truly far-reaching. I was too arrogant before. I'm sorry. The proud Neuer actually lowered his head. This made Li Lei overjoyed. Now his relationship with the Bayern players was improving. From then on, he could gradually break the ice, and with the support of his teammates, scoring would be even easier. However, to secure a core starting position in Bayern, he still had to wait for the right moment. The next day's headlines were dominated by Li Lei occupying half the page. The photos were unusually clear, even capturing the trajectory of the goals. This surprised Li Lei, as he hadn't even seen clearly how the ball went in from the air. The ball given by the system was certainly elusive. The chairman of the German Football Association gave Li Lei high praise. Li Lei's peaceful days didn't last even a few hours before a constant stream of calls made it impossible for him to rest. Just when he managed to turn off his phone for a while, Wu Lan's phone rang again. They all wanted to meet Li Lei, and some football clubs offered high prices to poach him. The goddess of fortune was invariably favoring Li Lei, but he didn't care about that. Even if offered a higher price, he would not easily agree to other clubs' demands. After all, Coach Flick was very good to him, and he wanted to continue playing for Bayern. After decisively rejecting other teams' poaching attempts, Li Lei enjoyed a brief respite. However, Coach Flick came to see him again. From his expression, one could see his respect for Li Lei. Coach Flick, what brings you here? How dare I not come? Now all the major clubs want to poach you. That's impossible. Coach Flick has been very good to me. How could I bear to leave Bayern? Hearing Lilé's words, Flick's face showed a satisfied smile. After smiling, he took out a card from his pocket. From Lilé's careful observation, it was a black card. Could Coach Flick be giving him a gift? While he was pondering, Flick placed the card directly on the table. Lilé, take this card. Although it's just a black gold card, it's a token of appreciation from the chairman. But do the other players get any reward? They didn't score any goals. This match depended entirely on you. Flick said. A ripple stirred in Lilé's heart. It was impossible for Coach Flick to keep this black gold card a secret. Once others found out, who would be willing to cooperate with him in the future? Of course he had to handle this discreetly. With that thought, Lilé voiced an idea. After hearing it, Flick was immediately shocked. Lilé, do you really want to do this? Of course. Only then can I have a clear conscience. You need to think it over. This card holds $1,000,000. No matter how much I've decided to share this money with everyone. Then only to the players who played. Of course not. The substitutes also get a share, and you, coach, have one too. Lilé's words earned Flick's deep gratification. He patted Lilé's shoulder firmly. I never expected Mr. Lilé to be so magnanimous. I truly underestimated you. The players who play with me are all brothers. Everyone has given their best, and everyone is the best. Wulan, who was nearby, heard Lilé's decision and also showed a relieved smile. Early the next morning, all the players received a special gift. All the team members received a check. Though it was less than $5,000 for each person, their faces were filled with radiant smiles. When they learned that Lilé had divided the bonus equally among everyone, they were utterly astonished. I never expected a person from Huaxia to possess such magnanimity. We underestimated him before. We should treat him well from now on. Indeed, being willing to share his bonus with everyone is simply remarkable. For us Germans, this is indeed quite difficult. However, Klose, standing nearby, simply tossed the check onto the table. Muller beside him witnessed this and immediately grabbed the check. Klose, are you giving this check to me? Muller's face was wreathed in smiles. Klose paid him no attention, instead turning his gaze toward Lilé in the distance. Now Lilé was triumphant, his face beaming with confident joy. Yet Klose, once the mainstay of the team, still sat on the substitutes bench. Time's relentless blade carved mercilessly into Klose's aging body. Though his lips refused to acknowledge old age, his body told the truth. I never imagined I'd have to share money from this Huaxia man. What's the big deal? We're all teammates. It doesn't matter if we share. Come on, it's split equally anyway. Doesn't matter to me. Muller laughed heartily. You're such a sycophant, Klose retorted harshly. What does that have to do with being a sycophant? Either way, we're dividing it equally, so it's all the same. Muller burst into laughter. Seeing that Klose wouldn't take the check, Muller turned and snatched it away. He dashed over to Lilé in a flash. Lilé, thank you. Next time I score and earn a bonus, I'll share it with you. Many thanks, Mr. Muller. Lilé smiled knowingly. His gaze fell upon Klose, for he alone remained silent and unsmiling. In truth, Lilé didn't want to discourage Klose. After all, he still hoped to witness Klose's brilliance at the World Cup. Currently, Lilé had an even more pressing task to quickly understand what type of technique the ground-hugging shot truly was. Though he had seen such shots on television, he had never actually executed one himself. He had no idea at what precise angle one needed to strike the ball to maximize accuracy. The simplest approach was to directly seek guidance from Klose. In truth, Lilé was also offering Klose a way to save face, given that his check had just been taken by Muller. He walked slowly to Klose's front. Mr. Klose, there's something I need your advice on. Klose replied coldly. Your football skills are already quite good. You don't really need my guidance. Lilé hadn't expected such a cold reception, though he wasn't offended. There's a type of shot I believe Mr. Klose would certainly find interesting, though I'm not very skilled at it. At the mention of football, Klose's expression immediately changed. Football knows no borders. This saying held true. Klose was only interested in playing the game itself. What kind of shot? The ground-hugging shot. Mr. Klose should know about it, right? What? You actually want to try this shot too? Klose wore a surprised expression. Indeed. As a player, one must be brave enough to attempt all kinds of shots. Lilé gave a light chuckle. Klose didn't immediately respond, for he knew this shot was extraordinarily difficult to execute. It required not only mastery of power, but also precise angles and distance. Each element was crucial. He rose slowly, gazing toward the field. This ground-hugging shot is indeed extremely difficult. Though you've improved rapidly, I think it would be hard for you to master. Then I still need Mr. Klose's guidance. Lilé spoke humbly. Flick, who had overheard the conversation, walked over with considerable interest. Lilé, we'd only heard of this shot before. Practically no one has ever executed it. It seems Mr. Ronaldo once performed such a shot. Lilé deliberately raised his voice when mentioning Ronaldo. In truth, he was using this tactic to provoke Klose, forcing him to attempt the shot as well. As expected, Klose, who had been rather indifferent, immediately perked up at the mention of Ronaldo. There's not just one Ronaldo in this world. There is also me, Klose. I agree though that shot has really only been seen executed by Mr. Ronaldo. Lille emphasized once more. Without a word, Klose grabbed the ball from Flick's hands and rushed toward the football field. The onlookers were stunned, completely bewildered. What's wrong with Klose? Why is he going to the field during break? I have no idea. Could he be making another bet with Lille? This is getting interesting. What would happen if these two were to face off? We're not sure either, but at least this will be quite a show. Everyone swarmed after Klose toward the field. Lille certainly wasn't about to miss this opportunity. He too darted toward the football pitch. It had just drizzled, leaving the grass rather wet and slippery. Yet such difficulties posed no obstacle for Klose whatsoever. He carried the ball directly to a spot approximately 20 meters from the goal. After careful measurement, this was the precise location he had determined. Regardless of whether Lille had arrived, he aimed at the goal and struck the ball. Something astonishing happened. The ball did not fly straight toward the goal, but instead hugged the ground closely. The ball spun with tremendous speed, gliding nearly flush against the ground. The rotation combined with the ground-hugging flight, and at the critical moment, it executed a dramatic drift. Lille watched the ball curve into the net and leaped with joy. Mr. Klose is absolutely magnificent. This is truly a divine technique. It's nothing much. As long as you train a few times, it'll be no problem. Klose said happily. In truth, he didn't want everyone to learn this move. He had only shown it once. When Lille wanted to seek further guidance, Klose simply walked away. He arrogantly believed that without direct teaching, Lille could never learn it. But Klose had never imagined that Lille had crossed over from another world. Even such a swift strike had been captured entirely within Lille's eyes. Joy surged within his heart, for he had already understood the technique of this shot. With the right position and the system's assistance, scoring was inevitable. In the next match, he would let them witness what Huasha football was truly about. Lille stood calmly in front of the goal and struck the ball decisively. The ball arced into the net, immediately drawing exclamations of admiration from his teammates. Good shot, but that's not the ground-hugging shot. Muller laughed heartily. Lille said nothing. He simply gazed toward the direction where Klose had departed. Bayern Munich was facing Hertha Berlin in this match. Lille had no intention of starting today, for he knew this opponent would scarcely pose a threat. Compared to Bayern, this team seemed to lack any truly renowned players. Scanning the opposing lineup, there was only one name Lille recognized: Ramos. The rest were virtually unknown figures. Coach Flick kept his gaze fixed on Lille, and when he heard that Lille preferred not to play, he gave a slight nod. Since Lille doesn't wish to start, he shall remain on the bench alongside Klose. Klose clearly appeared rather displeased upon hearing this. If he wasn't permitted to play even against weaker teams, how would he ever achieve his ambitions? With this thought weighing on his mind, Klose appealed directly. Coach Flick, I believe a match against such a feeble opponent warrants my inclusion. Perhaps I might score a goal or two in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Klose's earnest plea, a smile spread across Flick's face. I am well aware that such a team poses no challenge for you whatsoever, but opportunities like these ought to be granted to the newcomers. Flick's words were unmistakably directed at Klose. He had no desire to see Klose accumulate more goals. Ever since Klose had targeted Lille, Flick had regarded such behavior as rather unsportsmanlike. Keeping him on the bench for 2 consecutive matches was meant to humble him, to teach him that arrogance has no place here. Yet upon hearing this verdict, Klose's expression immediately fell. Coach Flick, if my sole purpose in coming to the field is to occupy the bench, then perhaps I need not participate in the next match at all. Lille, observing from the side, immediately grasped the underlying meaning. He cleared his throat and spoke. Mr. Klose, perhaps we might simply enjoy the extra rest here on the bench. Klose harbored suspicions. What on earth was Lille scheming? Could it merely be to keep him company on the bench? He could hardly reject Lille's kindness outright, even if he wished to. Lille, you may find comfort on the substitute's bench, but I am utterly restless sitting here. I understand your sentiments, but regarding such a weak opponent, wouldn't giving Gatza some game time be a far better choice? Lille remarked with a smile. Beside him, Gatza felt a surge of gratitude toward Lille. It seemed the days of warming the bench might finally come to an end. Coach Flick heard this suggestion, yet remained silent. He had observed Gatza's play before. The young man possessed talent, though he might falter at critical moments. Placing him on the field would surely disrupt the chemistry between Muller and Lewandowski, would it not? With this in mind, Coach Flick merely smiled. We employ a false 9 formation. If we manage to score several goals in the first half, we can field the newcomers after halftime. Flick's meaning was transparent. The first half would offer no opportunity for Gatza. Though Gatza felt a twinge of disappointment, he sensed that the second half might afford him the chance to truly shine. Any opportunity surpasses none at all, he reasoned. With that thought, Gatza smiled. Thank you, Coach Flick. Should an opportunity arise, I shall seize it with both hands. A young man ought to possess such humility. Never chase grand ambitions recklessly. That shall only hinder your progress. As Flick spoke these words, his gaze kept drifting toward Klose. An arrogant striker may never relinquish that innate temperament, yet persisting in such a manner shall surely impair the team's development. Klose shall retire eventually. Even heroes must face their final curtain. This is merely an ordinary club league match. The European Championship is still far away. What harm is there in conserving energy and fortifying one's spirit? Yet why did Klose so desperately wish to play? Klose understood that further protest would yield nothing. He resigned himself to sitting on the bench. Since Lillet also refused to enter the fray, the two could at least watch the match together. But Lillet's imploring gaze once again fell upon Klose. Mr. Klose, regarding what you mentioned yesterday. Before Lillet could finish, Klose had already shifted the subject. Did you notice that female reporter in the stands? What about her? Lillet inquired directly. She is photographing us. Tomorrow we shall surely find ourselves on the front page. Klose shrugged helplessly. Frankly, I couldn't care less about starting or not. I see no significance in it. Lillet remarked with a laugh. The crucial detail is that the female reporter is quite beautiful. Klose suddenly broke into laughter. Though that has nothing to do with me, since I am here to play football, and I have a family. Lillet smiled faintly. This single sentence effectively rebuffed Klose's next suggestion. Klose stood frozen. He had never anticipated that Lillet would refuse so decisively. You truly rejected her so readily. Of course, anything that benefits my football I shall do. But are you aware that this female reporter might prove instrumental in your rise to fame? Klose suddenly grew serious. From Klose's expression, Lillet sensed something extraordinary. He hastily inquired, who exactly is this female reporter? She is the official photographer for the German Football Association covering the Bundesliga. Lillet was astonished. Clearly this female reporter was no ordinary person. He rose immediately and gazed toward where she sat. Their eyes chanced to meet. The female reporter actually lowered her head in embarrassment. Witnessing Lillet's blushing face, Klose burst into laughter beside him. It appears the beauty effect remains potent indeed. You have been utterly captivated by that female reporter. One might have expected Lillet to scramble for an explanation, but he cared nothing for such remarks. He continued, gazing intently at the female reporter on the stands. The female reporter refused to be outdone. She actually sent Lillet a text message. Mr. Lillet, after today's match concludes, I shall conduct an exclusive interview with you. Perhaps another day would be better. I still have an entire match to play. Lillet hastily attempted to decline. But what bearing does that have on my interview with you? Even after completing the match, you could still converse with me. Yet Lillet remained coldly indifferent. Since I am currently seated on the bench, what could possibly be worth interviewing? Could it be that you wish to witness my humiliation? Lillet's text message flew across once more. She replied almost instantaneously, filling everyone with worry. At this moment, everyone around him was offering suggestions. I believe you ought to go on that date. There is no point lingering here any longer. That's right. It would be better to earn some money and return home. This is precisely why children from the mountains are so resilient. As long as one party member remains, no crisis shall ever befall this village. Lillet clenched his fists and declared loudly. The match officially commenced. Upon entering the field, Hertha Berlin launched a fierce assault. Facing such an onslaught, Müller couldn't help but jest again. How come Hertha Berlin's skills have become so exquisite in just a few days? Never mind them, as long as they can't score it's fine. Lewandowski and Müller were actively directing plays up front, yet they were oblivious to the impending danger. Hertha Berlin's forward Wagner collided with Neuer while contesting for the ball. Wagner's toe grazed Neuer's forehead. In that instant, blood gushed from Neuer's forehead. The spectators in the stands rose to their feet at once. How did this happen? Wagner actually injured Neuer. It must be intentional, clearly aiming to force Neuer off the field. Referee, you should penalize him. We can't allow such a player to continue on the pitch. It's utterly disgraceful. Wagner on the opposing side remained indifferent, for the collision was a fair challenge. It was only Neuer's relentless spirit that kept the ball out of the penalty area. On the sidelines, Klose, seeing Neuer injured, rose anxiously. Neuer, get off the field and have your injury checked immediately. Despite his injury, Neuer refused to leave the pitch, persisting on the field. This earned Lillet's profound admiration as he gave a thumbs up from the sidelines. With Neuer's indomitable spirit, how could Bayern possibly lose to their opponents? However, the blood trickling from his forehead began to impair his vision. When Hertha Berlin's other forward Siggy launched an attack, Neuer misjudged the ball, which flew directly toward the near post. At this critical moment, Lahm intervened in time, instantly neutralizing Siggy's shot. Yet Neuer's forehead wound continued to bleed profusely. Lillet shouted from the sidelines, Neuer, don't push yourself too hard. Your vision may be obstructed, and you could lose the ball. Neuer insisted on staying, but Coach Flick grew displeased. Neuer, you are the starting goalkeeper of my Bayern team. If you don't come off now, it might affect the next match. But Coach Flick, I don't think it's a big deal, Neuer replied, still unwilling to leave. As a star goalkeeper, being substituted mid-game could lower the fans' perception of him. Nevertheless, Coach Flick, unwilling to let Neuer's injury worsen, called for a substitution again. This time Neuer had no choice but to comply. Coach Flick raised the substitution board. Reina replaced Neuer. Compared to Neuer, Reina lacked experience. What worried Lille and the others even more was that Reina appeared flustered after coming on. Several times the opposing forward Wagner nearly scored. To make matters worse, Lewandowski and Muller failed to find the net. What was most infuriating was Hertha Berlin's tactic. They employed an offside trap. Lille recalled the concept of the offside trap in his mind. One of Lewandowski's greatest strengths was his blistering speed, so Hertha Berlin had meticulously set a trap. Whenever they saw Lewandowski charging forward, they immediately had their defenders reposition. The moment Lewandowski received the ball, two defenders had already positioned themselves in front of him. As Lewandowski dribbled to break through and attempt a shot, the referee blew the whistle. This scenario repeated several times, infuriating Lewandowski. Unfortunately, such an offside trap was a legitimate tactic, not a foul. Clearly, Hertha Berlin had studied Lewandowski thoroughly before the match. As for Muller, he often appeared flustered when faced with two or more defenders. Several times the ball was intercepted by Hertha Berlin's defender Yankier. Despite his anxiety, Muller could not break the deadlock. The first half ended in a goalless draw, which came as a surprise to Coach Flick. Jeers occasionally erupted from the stands. What kind of football is this? Why is Bayern so lackluster today? Could it be a prearranged result? Bayern without Klose is like a heap of sand. Even if Klose doesn't play, why isn't Lille on the field? The Bayern players slunk off the field for halftime, humiliated by the fans' criticism. Lille remained calm, but Klose grew restless. He pleaded with Coach Flick to be allowed to play. Yet no matter how much he begged, Flick refused. Even Lille found this odd. What was going on with Coach Flick? Could it be that he was content with a draw? Lille asked in confusion. Coach Flick, why won't you let Klose play? I won't deploy forwards like you unless it's a critical moment. Flick stated firmly. But Neuer is already injured. Our goal is not impregnable, Lille said worriedly. It's fine, we haven't conceded yet, have we? The second half will still focus on defense, Flick replied calmly. After a simple bandage, Neuer wanted to return to the pitch. But before he could speak, Coach Flick read his mind. Neuer, your performance in the first half was exceptional, and your tenacity in the challenge was magnificent. However, your injury is too severe, you cannot play again. Coach Flick's words plunged Neuer into despair. Reina's performance was commendable, but he remained extremely nervous. All hopes now rested on Reina. As long as he could keep the goal secure, even if they didn't score, it would be acceptable. A draw would earn 1 point, keeping Bayern in the top 3. However, if Hertha Berlin failed to win, they would edge closer to relegation. How could Coach Flick miss such a golden opportunity? Götze will start the second half, but you'll play as a center forward. Götze was overjoyed of finally his chance had come. He quickly ran to show off in front of Lille, who merely smiled without a word. Götze would surely be grateful to him, thus gaining another ally within the Bayern club. Meanwhile, in the second half, Hertha Berlin hatched a new scheme. Forward Ramos was still boasting in the Hertha Berlin bench area. Well, I told you so, we can subdue them with the offside trap. But they still have Klose, who hasn't played yet. Yes, that guy is a formidable forward. Unexpectedly, Ramos said triumphantly. I obtained favorable intelligence long ago, Bayern would never let Klose play. The teammates were astonished. Could it be that you have an informant within the Bayern team? Yeah, how could you possibly know such top-secret information? Don't get the intelligence wrong, it would be highly detrimental to us. A broad smile spread across Ramos's face, though he already had the answer in mind. There's no need for any informant here, logical deduction will suffice. How did you deduce that? I could never have thought of it. Exactly. Will he play in the second half? Ramos gazed triumphantly toward Bayern's half. Our team ranks among the lower-tier sides. Do you think Flick would waste time putting Klose on? His words suddenly clarified things for everyone, and they all nodded in agreement. Then if that's the case, if Lewandowski and Muller can't break through our offside trap, they've lost. That's right. As long as we play normally in the second half, we can score past that goalkeeper. The backup keeper Reina is no match for us, Ramos said with a smile. The second half was about to begin. Ramos closely watched Bayern's half and confirmed Klose was indeed absent. He turned and flashed a victory gesture over his shoulder. This infuriated Muller. Do you think Bayern only has Klose? You're useless, Muller. If you've got any skill, come attack us directly. Ramos continued his ruthless mockery. Muller flew into a rage and charged forward recklessly with the ball. Lewandowski nearby tried to stop him, but Muller's speed this time was extraordinary. As expected, before Muller could advance 50 meters, the opposing team swarmed him. The ball was easily intercepted and instantly fell at Ramos's feet once again. Brothers, attack with me. This time we must breach Bayern's goal. Understood. We'll teach Bayern a proper lesson this time. Coach Flick saw Hertha Berlin easily intercept the ball and immediately began berating Muller. At that moment, Lille stepped in and stopped Flick. Coach Flick, now isn't the time to scold Muller. We should focus on finding a way to break through their attack. Fortunately, I've brought on Götze. Let's see if he can make an impact. Flick still held onto a sliver of hope. But as Ramos advanced with the ball, Flick realized his thinking had been far too simplistic. His partnership with Wagner was seamless. The moment Götze closed in, Ramos swiftly passed to Wagner. Wagner had already struck from 20 meters out. The crowd was stunned. What on earth is Hertha Berlin doing? Why shoot from such a distance? I don't get it. They're facing Bayern after all. Even with a poor goalkeeper, this doesn't make sense. A glint appeared in Wagner's eyes. Though the shot could have been easily saved inside the penalty area, that was not the true objective. As expected, goalkeeper Reina pushed the ball away with ease. Bayern's defenders continued to praise him. Reina, your performance has been exceptional. Even though you don't play much, you made the right save this time. Hertha Berlin probably won't find it easy to beat Bayern. But that assessment was only half correct. The ball had not gone out of bounds. At that exact moment, Ramos appeared moving swiftly forward. He beat Lahm to the ball and struck it toward the far corner. Let me show you my in-swinging curler. Ramos unleashed a powerful kick. Reina quickly got back up and dove toward the far corner. Meanwhile, substitute Lille spotted something amiss. He shouted to Reina, "You don't need to dive that way. They're not actually shooting." Reina heard the warning on the field, hesitated for a moment, but still dived toward the far corner. After all, Reina had already read the opponent's intent. How could he simply change course? Besides, Lille was just a forward with no goalkeeping expertise. Reina stretched to his limit, his fingers inches from the ball, but he was just a fraction too slow. Ramos's shot spiraled toward the net. A thunderous crack echoed as the ball slammed into the post. Reina wiped away his cold sweat, but the ball rebounded straight toward the center. Lille shouted to Lahm. Lahm, block it in the center immediately, or it'll be too late. Before Lahm could react, a foot had already come swinging from behind. Wagner executed a devastating slide tackle with lightning speed. Despite Lahm's desperate attempt to intercept, his leg was just a beat too slow. He could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the net. The referee's whistle blew. Goal awarded. Hertha Berlin leads 1-0. This goal instantly extinguished the fire of victory in Bayern fans' hearts. What kind of garbage football is this? What's wrong with Bayern? Today they let a weak team like Hertha Berlin score. Are they throwing the match? They're completely disappointing us. Hurry and put clothes in, or we'll definitely lose. The constant roar from the stands kept provoking Flick. But he wasn't angry. He felt the situation wasn't so complicated. Still, he cast a look of admiration toward Lille. Lille, how did you know they weren't shooting? It was simple. If they really intended to shoot, why warn the goalkeeper? This single sentence made Flick suddenly understand. Actually, Hertha Berlin isn't particularly strong overall, but their teamwork is remarkably seamless. In contrast, Bayern has fallen apart into a disorganized mess, Lille said coldly. So what do you suggest we do? Then let me substitute you in directly. To his surprise, Lille shook his head. I don't need to play alongside Klose in this match. I just need to direct from the sidelines. Klose, standing nearby, dismissed this as sheer arrogance. Coach Flick could never agree to such an absurd request. Yet unexpectedly, Flick agreed to Lille's proposal without hesitation. Listen closely from this moment on, you must follow Lille's instructions, Coach Flick said with grave seriousness. Beside him, Klose immediately furrowed his brows. Coach Flick, I believe you are driving the Bayern team straight into a fire pit. What do you mean? Having a substitute player standing on the bench issuing orders. Do you not think this will deeply wound the players on the field? I believe it would not matter at all. After all, our Bayern team has already entered an extremely dangerous stage. If we cannot adjust our tactics in time, our forwards may fail to break through and our defenders will be unable to halt the opponent's attacks. Flick's determination was unwavering. He fully endorsed Lille's plan. If Lille could continuously shoot the ball into the opponent's net, he must have his unique methods. Lille now stood in Coach Flick's position, a sight that astonished the entire audience. What on earth is Bayern doing? Why is a substitute player barking orders from the sidelines? This is heaven's will to destroy Bayern. It seems Bayern is sliding into decline. This time Hertha Berlin will win. Perhaps Bayern is intentionally letting Hertha Berlin win, given that they currently lead in the standings. That remains to be seen. Who would willingly lose a match? The real reason Lille so strongly desired the coaching authority was due to the system notification he had just received. Ding-dong reminder, directing teammates to score goals will also earn you points and rewards. Lille was even more delighted upon hearing this. If this could earn points, then he would essentially be making success seem effortless. This was the perfect moment, and he could even serve as acting coach. Wouldn't this be a gift falling from the sky? Nevertheless, since this was his first time coaching, he decided it would be wiser to remain cautious and low-key. He quietly approached the sideline and gestured for Lahm to come over. Lahm had always held a very favorable impression of Lille, and he immediately ran over. Mr. Lahm, when you receive the ball, do not pass it. Dribble straight through. Lahm's face showed astonishment. But we have forwards on the team. Haven't you noticed that the opponent has thoroughly studied their dribbling patterns? Lille smiled. I understand. We must catch them completely off guard. Moreover, when you dribble toward the opponent's goal, do not shoot lightly. You mean I should pass the ball back to the forwards? If you encounter interception halfway, remember to pass the ball back to Lewandowski. And then what? Should I shoot, or should Lewandowski shoot? If the opponent deploys the offside trap again, you must pass the ball back. Remember, the faster the better. I understand. This time we will definitely breach their goal. Lam made an okay gesture. At that moment the ball remained in René's hands unsent. His heart was filled with sorrow, for the previous goal had been precisely the result of a deliberate trap. If he had followed Li Lei's advice, this outcome might have been avoided. He felt deeply guilty toward the entire Bayern team and dared not even lift his head. Just then Li Lei's voice carried from the sideline. Mr. René, there is no need to blame yourself excessively. You still have plenty of opportunities. The second half has only just begun. René stared at Li Lei on the sideline in utter disbelief. Does everyone truly not hold a grudge against me? I was the one who conceded that goal. What of it? Football is our dear friend. Besides, anyone can experience off days. Moreover, the opponent deliberately set that trap. René gazed at Li Lei with gratitude. Very well, this time I will follow your instructions to the letter. At that moment René aimed toward Lam's position and booted the ball downfield. After Lam cleanly received the ball, he did not pass it to Müller on the wing. Instead, he sprinted toward the opponent's half at top speed. This sight stunned the spectators in the stands. What is going on? Why is a defender dribbling forward? Perhaps Bayern's forwards cannot break the deadlock, so they are making tactical adjustments. I cannot fathom it. With the team in crisis, why not send the starting players onto the field? Even the coach has been temporarily replaced by a Chinese person. This is truly unprecedented. Inside, Lam was secretly delighted. Li Lei's tactics were indeed effective. The opponent would surely not take him seriously, which was exactly the opening they needed to strike at the enemy's defensive line. Lam effortlessly dribbled past 3 opposing players. As he approached the edge of the penalty area, the 3 center-backs charged toward him simultaneously. I refuse to believe a mere defender can get past us. With our trio you will not pass. Not to mention our defenders ahead. Hurry up and give up possession. Lam sneered contemptuously and continued his dribble forward. Just as the 4 players were about to collide, Lam suddenly turned and passed the ball to Lewandowski. Come on, quickly bring the ball to the wing. Lam shouted loudly. Seeing this, the center-backs realized the danger and immediately rushed toward Lewandowski. Lewandowski was filled with excitement. The ball had finally returned to his feet. It was up to him now. Dribbling toward the opponent's penalty area, 3 center-backs swarmed toward him once more. After deliberating for a long moment, Lewandowski decided to play a long pass. Lam, I have reached the designated position. The rest is up to you. Lam sprinted toward the central area at full speed. At that instant, the 2 opposing defenders exchanged knowing smiles. This time it depends on us too. We'll make certain this fellow ends up as humiliated as Lewandowski. Before Lam could receive the ball, defenders Franz and Jankel had already dashed rapidly across the field. Lam hesitated for a moment, but then remembered Li Lei's words upon receiving the ball: do not shoot immediately. Instead, run in the opposite direction. With this thought in mind, Lam briefly controlled the ball with his chest and then flicked it in the opposite direction. Lam's running speed far exceeded that of Franz and Jankel. When the 2 charged excitedly in the opposite direction, they discovered Lam had actually gotten ahead of them. What is this fellow doing? Why is he running toward the opposite side too? No idea, but we have already set the offside trap. What truly shocked Franz and Jankel, however, was that Lam suddenly turned and dribbled right through both of them. Amidst the stunned gazes of the spectators, Lam dribbled directly into the penalty area and took a shot. The goalkeeper Kraft simply stood motionless, convinced this would prove an offside call. Yet after Lam's ball hit the net, Kraft's taunt echoed across the stadium. Another wasted effort, Kraft said smugly. But then the referee's announcement left Kraft frozen in place. The spectators were equally bewildered by the referee's announcement. That doesn't seem right. Rams was clearly offside first. Indeed, why did the head referee rule the goal valid? It must have been a mistake. Rams' effort was all for nothing again. Hertha Berlin should appeal to the referee. It was not only the spectators who thought so. The players of Hertha Berlin shared the same view. They repeatedly urged Ramos to communicate with the head coach. Despite the Hertha Berlin head coach fervently appealing to the referee, the official steadfastly upheld the original judgment. Only when the coach requested a video replay did the truth come to light. Rams was indeed on the same line as the defender when he received the ball. However, the clever Rams chose not to shoot, but instead surged ahead of the defenders. This meant that after passing the defenders, Rams had already entered an onside position. After weaving past 2 more defenders, it became a regular dribbling run. The most unfortunate was the goalkeeper Kraft, who was completely unprepared and had the ball smashed into the net. The Hertha Berlin head coach slunk back to the sidelines in disgrace. At that moment, the Bayern fans erupted in deafening cheers. That goal was completely unexpected. I never imagined a defender like Rams could score so brilliantly and with such flair. Bayern is becoming increasingly powerful, simply magnificent. Without the star striker close on the field, Rams somehow managed to score as well. Li Lei immediately gave Rams a thumbs up upon seeing the goal. The previous strategy had proven correct. Once the score was level, the rest would depend on the other players' performances. Head coach Flick shouted excitedly. You were magnificent, Rams. Everyone keep up the momentum and continue following Li Lei's instructions. Li Lei was waiting for the system reward. At that moment the system prompt finally sounded. Ding dong, Rams scored successfully. Congratulations host for earning 300 points and 1 penalty kick opportunity. The points were naturally within Li Lei's expectations, but the penalty kick opportunity truly thrilled him. With this chance in critical moments, if Bayern found themselves trailing, they could completely reverse the situation. However, such an opportunity could only be used at the most desperate moments. After all, Li Lei had not yet used the system-gifted low-drive shot. Li Lei excitedly shouted toward the field, "Mr. Rams, from now on try your best to let the center back score." Götze and the other defenders were equally ecstatic. After all, in the past, it was always the forwards who seized shooting opportunities. The center backs rarely got a chance. Now that heaven-sent opportunity had fallen into their laps, how could they not be overjoyed? However, at that moment Muller kept pouting, his heart filled with disappointment. He had never expected that a defender like Rams could find the back of the net. This was simply adding salt to Muller's wounds. Multiple of his breakthrough attempts had been intercepted by the opposition, leaving him utterly humiliated. If this continued, even Bayern's third top scorer title would be stripped from him. With that thought in mind, Muller charged directly toward the Hertha Berlin half. This sight completely baffled Lewandowski beside him. "Muller, what on earth are you doing charging into the opponent's half?" "None of your business. I must seize a shooting opportunity," Muller declared without looking back. Seeing Muller act so recklessly and dash straight into the opponent's half, Li Lei's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Muller's stubborn streak had kicked in, and he would surely not stop until he achieved his goal. What an endearingly foolish fellow he was. Even if he charged into the opponent's half, what good would it do? How could the opponent possibly allow him to easily win the ball? But at that very moment, Li Lei suddenly noticed that the opponent's goalkeeper Kraft's posture seemed somewhat stiff. Through careful observation, he discovered that Kraft's right hand was held completely straight. That was wrong. During a normal kick, the free arm would never be positioned in such a manner. Could it be that Kraft had an issue? Thinking this, Li Lei immediately shouted to Götze, "Götze, hurry and sprint forward to support Muller. This is your best opportunity." Götze had been aimlessly strolling along the defensive line the previous second, but in the next instant he received the command. "This is great. I want to pull off another foolish football play with Muller." After saying that, Götze charged toward the opponent's half at top speed. The spectators found it hard to believe. What are these two forwards doing running into the opponent's half? The ball is still with the goalkeeper. Wouldn't this be a futile effort? They just scored 1 goal, and now they're losing their heads. Götze himself was unsure of Li Lei's true intention, but since there was an opportunity, he had to seize it. Upon hearing Li Lei's shout, Muller also felt somewhat puzzled. If head coach Flick had delegated all authority to Li Lei, why wasn't Li Lei stopping him? But Muller was nothing if not a persistent fool. He paid no heed to others. As the goalkeeper was about to kick the ball out, he dashed forward regardless of the consequences. Hertha Berlin's defender Franz cursed, "You foolish Muller, do you actually think you can come here and pick up scraps?" Jankel also sneered from the side, "This fellow is a complete idiot. There's no need to bother with him." Neither of them took Muller seriously, nor did they pay any attention to the approaching Götze. But just as goalkeeper Kraft was distributing the ball outward, an unexpected incident occurred. His right arm suddenly ached violently, and in that split second of distraction the ball was kicked wildly off course. He had intended to kick it toward the center, but unexpectedly it veered to the left flank. Muller happened to be running in that direction, and a smile spread across his face. "This goal is mine, Muller." Jankel and Franz were still watching idly from the side, but Ramos spotted the problem immediately. "You two idiots, hurry and stop Muller. Stop him. There's no way he can reach the ball." Jankel laughed loudly. "Exactly, I was just waiting to collect Kraft's pass." But upon glancing back, Franz realized the issue. The ball had veered toward Muller, and there was not a single defender on the left flank. Both men were stunned and desperately sprinted toward Muller. Muller, refusing to let such a splendid opportunity slip away, executed a sliding shot. With a sharp whistle, the ball flew directly toward the right side of the goal. Even a fool could understand that Kraft must have had a problem with his right arm. As expected, although Kraft desperately ran toward the right flank, his right arm was unable to intercept in time. With a loud thud, the ball sailed directly into the back of the net. All spectators jumped to their feet in shock. Goal is valid. Bayern currently leads 2-1. After Muller scored successfully, he offered warm applause to his teammates. Li Lei was the most enthusiastic clapper of all. Although Götze's coordination didn't produce much effect, it had already intimidated the Hertha Berlin side. True and false, real and illusory. This tactic was indeed formidable. The instant Muller scored, Li Lei successfully received a reward from the system. Ding! Muller scored successfully. Congratulations to the host for earning 500 points. You have been granted 1 opportunity to upgrade your shooting accuracy level. Li Lei was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. He never expected such an unexpected surprise without even stepping onto the field. He immediately clicked to upgrade. As a thunderbolt streaked across the sky, Li Lei's shooting index reached level 5. His shooting range extended to 30 meters with an accuracy rate of 99 when no teammates blocked his path. Li Lei smugly sipped coffee on the bench. Another goal would allow him to upgrade another physical attribute. This experience of effortless gains was absolutely magnificent. Unfortunately, after conceding 2 goals, Hertha Berlin fought desperately to the end. In the final moments, the match concluded with a 2-1 scoreline. The moment the referee announced the result, all Bayern players erupted in celebration. They jumped up to congratulate each other. Magnificent. Bayern has achieved another victory. Yes, this victory was hard-earned. Without Lahm and Muller's goals, we probably would have lost. My goal was all arranged by acting coach Lille. Lahm smiled bashfully. Muller also made a mischievous expression. If it weren't for Lille arranging Götze to distract the opponents, I wouldn't have scored so smoothly. Everyone attributed their success to Lille, who felt both honored and overwhelmed. That's not my achievement. Without everyone's united efforts, we would still have lost the match. Though Götze didn't score, he had gained a precious opportunity to play. He gratefully grasped Lille's hand. Dear Coach Lille, when will you let me score a goal? That depends on your own ability. Lille laughed. No one noticed Klose leaving the match venue with a desolate expression. As the team's leading striker, he had actually ended up in such a state. All of this had happened since that detestable Lille arrived. This insufferable fellow even dared to covet the position of assistant coach. A Chinese person acting so arrogantly. Wasn't this seeking death? Klose wandered aimlessly down the street. Lost in thought, suddenly a car lost control and headed straight toward Klose. Despite the continuous honking and even screams, Klose remained immersed in his reverie. Just as Klose was about to be struck, a ball suddenly flew from behind at this critical moment. The ball landed precisely beneath the car's tire without deviation. It was precisely this ball's obstruction that caused the car to swerve violently and change direction. Only then did Klose hear the piercing brakes and the burning rubber smell from the tires. Only then did he realize what had happened. He stood there stunned, gazing at all this. Are you alright? The car lost control just now. A German female driver rushed frantically out of the car. When she saw Klose was completely unharmed, she finally felt relieved. Thank God you're safe. The female driver kept pounding her chest. Klose didn't answer her, but turned his gaze to the bottom of the car tire. There was actually a burst football lodged beneath it. Who could have kicked the ball to that exact spot from that angle? Klose was deep in contemplation when an anxious voice came from the distance. Mr. Klose, are you alright? Klose looked up and saw it was Lille. Could that ball have really been shot from afar by Lille? Lille thought Klose had already been hit. He quickly patted the man's shoulder. Unexpectedly, Klose immediately pushed Lille's hand aside. Was that ball shot from afar by you just now? Lille nodded sheepishly. I was a bit anxious. You were about to be hit by the car and shouting couldn't reach you, so I had to resort to this solution. Klose's heart immediately churned like a tempest. Wasn't this shooting method Lille used the ground skimming strike? The distance between where he stood and the car was approximately 30 meters. Being able to kick the ball precisely beneath the tire at such a distance. This was no ordinary person. Moreover, the car was continuously moving forward at an astonishing speed. This required the shooter not only to aim at the target, but also to calculate the vehicle's speed and moving distance. In such an emergency, Lille still had time to calculate all this. He was truly a divine being. Klose had no intention of being grateful to Lille in his heart. After all, this was all caused by Lille. Thinking of this, Klose coldly said, "Thank you for that ball. Otherwise I would already be in the hospital now." Lille didn't mind Klose's icy expression at all. After all, Lille was the big winner right now. To move a person obviously required time. How could it happen overnight? For Lille, most of the Bayern players were now growing closer to him. This was already significant progress. After all, he had only been with the team for 3 weeks. Integrating into Bayern's big family in just 3 weeks was indeed no small achievement. Most crucially, head coach Mornek had already recognized Lille, and that was the most important thing. If building a good relationship with Klose could motivate Klose to score, wouldn't that be even better? Previously, Lille hadn't known that assisting others with shooting could also earn points. Now that he understood the system's arrangements, Lille wanted to draw all Bayern players under his influence. No matter who scored, Lille would receive points and system rewards. Although Lille had used the ground-skimming strike opportunity granted by the system just now, he didn't regret it. After all, saving a life was far more important than gaining points. I cast my heart toward the bright moon, but who would have thought the moon shines upon the gutter? Despite such profound goodwill, Klose refused to show gratitude. Even the female driver beside them felt indignant. Sir, this person just saved your life. Why aren't you grateful? No need, we're teammates. Really? Which team are you from? The female driver suddenly became energetic. We are. Lille noticed the female driver's expression was a bit too excited. We're from Bayern. Sir, please give me an autograph. The female driver shouted excitedly. By this time, all she could see were the rapidly disappearing backs of Klose and Lille. The match was still in full swing. Bayern Munich was set to clash with Hoffenheim this time. Prior to the match, Flick had meticulously dissected every single member of the opposing squad. This proved to be an immense boon to Lille. All the opposing players seemed unworthy of concern, save for one, a certain Zuber, who appeared to be a cut above the rest. This fellow occupied the center forward position. Once Flick had completed his thorough analysis, Lele immediately spoke up. Coach, could you provide a bit more detail on Zuber? While the other players were drawn to forwards like Hederland, Sassy, and Muzona, Lele showed a singular fascination with Zuber alone. Mueller couldn't help but crack a joke. Mr. Lele, why aren't you focusing your attention on the forwards? Lele knitted his brows. The forwards don't seem to have anything particularly remarkable about them. I have a feeling this Zuber fellow possesses some hidden strength. The moment Lele finished speaking, everyone burst into raucous laughter. Zuber truly hasn't shown anything out of the ordinary. Mueller laughed heartily. Lam too kept cautioning Lele from the side. Nevertheless, Lele remained unwavering in his insistence that Coach Flick provide Zuber's statistics. A smile radiant across his face, Coach Flick promptly presented the data before Lele. There's really no need to study this man. To this day, he hasn't managed a single successful shot. Lele, however, had already recalled exactly who Zuber was. Although Zuber was hardly remarkable in front of goal, his greatest strength lay in his divine assists. Especially during the 2018 World Cup with the Swiss national team, he delivered as many as 3 assists, electrifying the entire stadium. Zuber was now in the prime of his youth and vigor. Who could say whether he might erupt at any moment? Even Klose, standing close by, could no longer restrain himself as Lele kept demanding information on Zuber. Lele scoring a few goals doesn't grant you the license to casually critique players from other teams. My apologies, but I am genuinely intrigued by this man. I have a nagging feeling he might very well shatter the records. Lele chuckled. Every player has different form from match to match. Zuber hasn't scored a single goal this season. Klose mocked Lele for his words. Yet Lele felt not the faintest stirring of anger. On the contrary, he responded with gentlemanly composure. The figures you dismiss as insignificant in my eyes may very well prove to be a devastating trump card. Mueller pulled a funny face. If he can truly pose a threat to Bayern, then when the match is over I'll prostrate myself and take you as my master. Lele shot back without missing a beat. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Everyone here bear witness for me. Of course, that blockhead Mueller is always losing. Lam kept roaring with laughter. Lewandowski also couldn't resist ribbing Mueller. Only Klose stood off to one side, observing with chilling detachment. He refused to believe Lele possessed such a gift. Could anyone truly gauge a person with such accuracy? To leave no stone unturned, Mueller rang up a friend on Hoffenheim's staff. This friend held a logistics role within the team. Once Mueller had confirmed everything he needed, he hung up in high spirits. Mr. Lele, you're definitely doomed to lose this time. Oh, what makes you so brimming with confidence? Lele couldn't help but ask, intrigued. Naturally, because recently this Zuber hasn't even made a single appearance on the pitch. Mueller declared, his face beaming with pride. Yet Lele showed not the slightest trace of panic, for he knew with certainty that Zuber would take the field in this match. According to Lele's investigations, Hoffenheim had been suffering defeat after defeat. If this rut continued, they would very likely face the specter of relegation. Under such circumstances, resorting to their customary fixed attacking pattern would surely spell certain defeat. Given how well Hoffenheim understood Bayern, they would naturally refuse to play by conventional rules. Mueller's intelligence, however, had only captured the surface of things. With this in mind, Lele smiled directly at Mueller. Just don't forget your promise to me. We'll see the verdict after the match. Mr. Lele, do you mean to say you don't dare to start in this match either? Mueller inquired with a mischievous smirk. Ever since Bayern acquired this blockhead, every day had been filled with boundless amusement. Even Klose, hearing this, couldn't suppress a laugh. You blockhead, are you suggesting that everyone who doesn't start is afraid of the match? Hearing Klose speak in the same vein, Mueller hastily switched to a solemn countenance. I was merely joking with Lele. Please don't take it to heart. When the match concludes, the truth will reveal itself. Lele chimed in once again. Coach Flick, catching Lele's stubborn persistence, kindly offered a word of caution. Lele, even if you're not playing, you mustn't make this wager. Should Mueller win, wouldn't you find yourself in an awkward predicament? Hearing Flick's words, Mueller's spirits rallied. If I lose this time, I'll naturally acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose? If I lose, I shall take Mueller as my master. Lele answered without a moment's hesitation. Goats, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat on Lele's behalf. Mr. Lele, is it truly worth wagering on a player who has never even taken the field? If you lose, you'll have sacrificed both the bet and your dignity. It's fine, Goats. I have full confidence in my judgment for this match. Lele shot Goats a knowing smile. In reality, Lele had long since devised his strategy for this match. As long as Zuber posed a threat to Bayern, a delightful spectacle would unfold. Defeating a simpleton like Mueller was hardly entertaining. The true objective was to find a way to vanquish the opponent. Bayern had clinched 3 consecutive victories, and the entire squad was now intoxicated with arrogance. Lele had perceived this dangerous swell of pride, and Zuber's emergence was precisely the sobering shock they required. He even hoped Zuber would prove ever more formidable, for that would only accentuate Lele's penetrating judgment. Just at that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Mueller ambled off, glancing back to pull faces. Mr. Lille, just you wait to acknowledge me as your master. Let us hope so, Lille replied with a solemn smile. Yet when Mueller turned and stepped onto the pitch, he was astonished to discover a troubling sight. Sure enough, among Hoffenheim's starting 11 stood a towering, imposing player. The moment Mueller focused his eyes and recognized him, cold sweat drenched his back. Damn it, how in the world is Zuber actually playing? Lahm said gravely from the side. You blockhead, you'd better be careful. Don't you dare lose. After hearing that, Mueller strode haughtily to the forward line. I'd like to see how this Zuber can possibly threaten Bayern. A fierce gust of wind howled past, raising a cloud of dust before Mueller, and in that blur Zuber was already standing directly in front of him. The moment the match began, Hedlund, Sacy, and Muzona were already positioned up front. As Lille had anticipated, they formed the attacking trident. Facing Bayern, the three of them advanced with calm composure. Yet Bayern, a seasoned side, quickly adapted to their rhythm. The sole drawback was that Bayern's goalkeeper remained Neuner. Though encouraged by Lille and accustomed to the match's pace, he was clearly inferior to Neuer in goalkeeping. Neuer bandaged on the bench, still worried about the unfolding situation. His gaze remained fixed on Neuner's performance. Coach, I've noticed Neuner has been extremely tense. I've seen that too, but your injury hasn't subsided. You absolutely cannot play. Flick stated firmly. Neuer, though anxious, could do nothing about it. After all, Flick was acting out of concern for him. If he insisted on playing, would he not be ingratitude personified? He turned to Lille, also on the bench. Mr. Lee, how do you think Neuner is performing in this match? Lille nodded. You must learn to trust your teammates. He's absolutely fine. Then he shouted towards the pitch. Neuner, keep it up. You're the best. That roar sent a tremor through Neuner's heart. He steeled himself, determined to safeguard the goal. At that moment, Hoffenheim's three forwards had charged to the edge of the penalty area. After receiving a pass, Sacy struck towards the far corner of the goal. Neuner read the moment and decisively gathered the ball. Your football is too low class. How can such a level defeat Bayern? Sacy said nothing but ground his teeth. Wait and see you. I don't believe your goal is impenetrable. Neuner didn't notice the towering figure standing not far from the goal. That player was the Swiss Zuber. Seeing Sacy's shot fail, he immediately leaned close to the other's ear. The two whispered tactical adjustments. But Neuner by now was unlikely to grant them further chances. The ball, curving through the air, headed straight for Muller. Today Muller radiated confidence and volunteered for the second striker role. Even Lewandowski nearby felt Muller was a changed man today. What's gotten into you, you fool? You're like you've taken stimulants. Today this fool will turn things around. To make Lille acknowledge me as his master, I'll attack desperately today. Muller shouted. Do you still take that to heart? It's obvious Lille was joking with you. Lewandowski laughed heartily. I think that Chinese man isn't joking. This time I'll make him truly submit. Muller continued dribbling forward. Using his height advantage, he easily evaded a center back. But as he turned to advance again, Zuber suddenly appeared before him. The unexpected Zuber flustered Muller slightly. He quickened his composure and pressed on. I mustn't let Lille win. Zuber is just a kid. Muller pumped himself up mentally. Unfortunately, Zuber proved tenacious, sticking closely to Muller. Wherever Muller ran, Zuber shadowed him relentlessly. Panting, Muller glared at Zuber. Kid, why must you follow me so persistently? Your ball is mine. I'm taking it, Zuber said coldly. Ha, you're the first to dare speak like that in front of Muller. See if you can keep talking big. Come to my bowl. With that, Zuber turned and kicked. The strike cleanly intercepted the ball, but despite his physical advantage, Muller failed to evade it. With a thud, Muller tumbled to the ground, and Zuber snatched the ball. Although Muller waved his arms appealingly at the referee, the official remained unmoved. Lille watched this scene, a trace of unease stirring in his heart. See, Zuber's prowess has been immediately exposed. Isn't it just a stolen ball? What danger could it pose? Gotze remarked from the side. Do you think this is an ordinary interception? Then you're vastly mistaken. Lille turned his head, continuing to observe the match. Close, seeing this, felt no inner turmoil. Such an interception was utterly commonplace. Muller, that fool, actually expected the referee to award a free kick. It was pure daydreaming. If both forwards couldn't score, Flick might well send him on. At this thought, Klose merely sighed and gazed back at the pitch. After losing the ball, Muller saw no reaction from the referee and immediately chased Zuber like a madman. You stole my ball just now, now I'll steal yours, kid. Zuber didn't bother responding to Muller. He surged forward like a gust of wind. No one had seen Zuber exert himself like this before, and now all his teammates witnessed it. Zuber is phenomenal. His running speed is astonishing. He looks like a dark horse. Perhaps the coach hasn't utilized him enough. Perhaps we can breach their goal. I hope so, but they're Bayern after all. The once silent Hoffenheim fans began to stir with excitement. Go Zuber, go. Hoffenheim must win. Sacy, charge up. The two of you attack together. This time Bayern will surely concede. Zuber sprinted forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash. That a giant like Muller couldn't catch him infuriated him greatly. Lahm, stop this guy immediately. Don't let him into the penalty area. Lahm advanced towards Zuber with measured calmness. However, the disparity in strength was significant. After a brief struggle, Lahm was left stumbling on the ground. You think you can stop me with that physique? Zuber pressed onward. Suddenly, a young defender appeared on the defensive line. Seeing Zuber unstoppable, he made a desperate lunge, extending his leg. With a thud, Zuber was tripped and sprawled face down. The ball rolled smoothly to the feet of the defender. This defender was Boateng. Eager to clear it, he was halted by the referee's whistle. Bayern defender Boateng has committed a foul. This call detonated like a thunderclap right beside Lilé's ears. Boateng's tackle sent shockwaves through everyone present. What's happened to Bayern's defender? How could he commit such a foolish mistake? The foul occurring outside the penalty area is actually not bad. From this angle, it should be quite dangerous, though for the goalkeeper it shouldn't pose too much difficulty. Let's hope Bayern can survive this crisis, otherwise they are doomed to lose. All the spectators expressed intense anger at this foul. Even Coach Flick, seated on the bench, was gripped by tension. What was Boateng thinking? How could he make such an elementary mistake? At this moment, Klose suddenly spoke up. Coach Flick, you only see one side of the situation. What do you mean? Are you saying Boateng actually saved Bayern? Flick seemed to have come to his senses. Coach, you finally understand. If he hadn't committed that tactical foul on Zuber just now, wouldn't that have allowed them to charge straight into the small penalty area? Klose gazed at the field. Exactly. We should actually be grateful to Boateng. Flick nodded in agreement. The situation on the pitch was equally dire as the referee still awarded Hoffenheim a free kick just outside the penalty area. At this moment, although Zuber had been brought down, a smug smile spread across his face. Sassy hurried over to his side, offering words of concern. Zuber, are you alright? That guy really kicked hard. It's nothing. Earning a free kick for our team is absolutely worth it. Zuber showed no concern for his injuries. Good. I must find a way to score this ball, otherwise I'd be letting down your sacrifice. Fury blazed in Sassy's eyes. Mercifully, the referee did not show Boateng a direct yellow card. A small mercy in this dire situation. At that moment, Lillet, sitting on the substitutes bench, suddenly shouted loudly toward the pitch. Don't panic, everyone. We just need to block both flanks by any means necessary. The players on the field were indeed constantly adjusting their positions. Though some players were reluctant to follow Lillet's orders, Lahm nevertheless positioned himself on the right flank as instructed. The other players were murmuring among themselves. Lillet's instructions don't seem right. At the very least, we should be defending the center. Otherwise, aren't we just letting them score an open goal? Forget it. The general is beyond the king's command when on campaign. We'll do things our way. Lewandowski and Muller were not participating in the defense. They simply lingered near the halfway line. We brothers don't need to rush into defending. This is a piece of cake. Muller made a grimace. Of course, but we can't be too careless either. Once we get the ball, we must counterattack at lightning speed. Lewandowski was determined. According to the referee's decision, Sassy had already placed the ball steadily on the spot. When Lillet saw that Sassy was taking the free kick, his heart sank. A memory flashed through his mind. Sassy would dramatically alter his shot at the moment of contact. The defensive wall was now in position and the goalkeeper stood ready on his line. The referee, seeing that both sides were prepared, blew the whistle. Lillet shouted toward goalkeeper Neuer. Neuer, guard the left side of the goal immediately. Watch out for Zuber's pass. But this warning came too late. In that instant, Sassy had already struck the ball. True to his vision, the ball did not sail directly over the wall toward goal. Instead, it swiftly shifted to Zuber standing beside him. The defending players were seized with panic, crying out in alarm. Stop Zuber quickly. This guy is about to shoot. We must block the left side of the goal, or he'll score. Goalkeeper, you must hold the line. Whatever happens, don't concede. Chaos erupted on Bayern's defensive line, but it was precisely at this moment that Zuber made his next move. His eyes fixed on the goal, yet instead of shooting directly, he executed a feint, and the ball returned to Sassy's path through the middle. By the time Neuer heard Lillet's warning and reacted, it was already too late. The ball had swiftly traveled from Zuber to Sassy's feet. Witnessing this, Lillet's heart cried out in alarm. So this was indeed Zuber's magnificent assist. The title of best assist provider was no hollow boast. Within this split second, he had shifted the ball twice. Lillet shouted again toward Neuer, but by now it was far too late. Neuer had focused his main defensive attention on Zuber, yet when he had already committed to diving in that direction, the ball shifted. Neuer was overcome with regret. He dove desperately toward the center of the goal, but by now it was all over. Sassy aimed at the center of the goal, and without hesitation unleashed a thunderous strike. This kick targeted almost an empty net. He barely needed to exert any effort to slot it home. The referee's whistle sounded. Goal confirmed. Hoffenheim has scored from the free kick. They lead 1-0. This was nothing short of a devastating blow. In an instant, Bayern's fighting spirit was utterly crushed. On the pitch, Muller and Lewandowski stood, their eyes wide with disbelief. What happened? Was this guy really as Lillet described? I really don't want to admit defeat, but this guy truly delivered a divine assist. Their coordination was flawless. It seems we vastly underestimated their abilities. As the two continued lamenting, Neuer too was in anguish. Although he hadn't touched the ball the moment he landed, his knee had struck the ground with terrible force. While it wouldn't force him to leave the match, his heart was filled with anguish. That despicable fellow. Like Lillet said, he chose to assist instead of shoot. If only we had listened to Lillet, it wouldn't have come to this. Neuer slammed his fist against the ground in frustration, while Lillet felt even more dejected. These guys are absolutely hopeless. Why wouldn't they listen to me? If they had followed my instructions just now, we wouldn't have let them score an open goal like that. Beside him, Flick and Klose also sat in silent contemplation. They had thought Boateng's tactical foul might defuse this crisis, but Zuber's divine assist had shattered Bayern's goal instead. Particularly, the understanding between Sassy and Zuber was simply seamless. Bayern supporters erupted in fury. What's happening with Bayern? They actually conceded against two unknown forwards. So many players couldn't defend against just two forwards. How are they even playing this game? They're an absolute disgrace to Bayern. What on earth is going on? Just as the fans continued their barrage of criticism, a figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the pitch. The moment Bayern fell behind, Klose stepped forward on his own initiative. As he stood on the sidelines, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Klose is already at the sideline. It looks like he's about to come on. The handsome Klose will surely defeat Hoffenheim this time. Coach Flick, let Klose play right away, or it'll be too late. We welcome Klose back to Bayern's pitch. A chorus of cheers and the piercing screams of female fans instantly filled the stadium. The Hoffenheim supporters were not to be outdone. Whoever comes on makes no difference to us. As long as Zuber delivers his divine assists, we can work with anyone. No matter how good their forwards are, we'll attack their half. Exactly, if our backline is tight, even Klose won't break through. Flick, seeing Klose take the initiative to stand by the pitch, felt a thought stirring in his mind. Should he let Klose come on directly? Just as he was about to decide, another person stood beside Klose. Coach Flick, now is the time to let Klose enter the field, Lillet said with a cheerful smile. Flick was utterly stunned. This Lillet was an audacious young man. Why would he willingly give up a chance to compete for a spot on the field and hand it to Klose? What was the hidden motive? Had Klose already made a private agreement with Lillet? For Flick, whoever could score now would be Bayern's savior. With that thought, Coach Flick spoke slowly. Since Lillet also supports Klose's entry, let Klose replace Muller first. This declaration instantly left Muller on the field, deeply frustrated. What a terrible decision. Why would I be taken off? If not you, how else will we break the deadlock? Lewandowski, meanwhile, gloated from the side. He had secretly been hoping for Klose to come on so they could execute a flawless partnership. As for Muller, the guy was nothing but a buffoon who always choked at critical moments. If it weren't for Muller's ball being intercepted, the subsequent foul by Boateng in the second half would never have happened. Of course, Lewandowski wasn't foolish enough to reveal this truth to Muller directly, or Muller would go and confront Coach Flick. Even so, Muller reluctantly walked to the sideline. When he looked up and saw the conspicuous substitution sign on the board, he left the pitch with bitter resentment. As per tradition, the outgoing and incoming players would exchange a high five to ease the transition. But this time Muller stormed off without even a single tap with Klose. Lillet, who had been watching closely, immediately approached Muller. "Mr. Muller, you have nothing to say this time, do you? Leave me alone, I'm fuming. Just got subbed off, and now you want to kick me while I'm down." Muller's face twisted with anger. Since joining Bayern, this was the first time Lillet had seen Muller so furious. He knew Muller had taken a heavy blow, and it seemed Klose's entry was not good news for him. Still, it was Muller's buffoonery that gave the Bayern team a hint of cheerfulness. Lillet thought for a moment, and then smiled at Muller. In truth, winning or losing is secondary, and being a mentor or not doesn't matter. The key is to score. Do you even need to say that? I know that too, Muller grumbled. Exactly. Whoever plays for Bayern, it's the same. What matters is putting the ball in the net. Lillet smoothly seized the opportunity. Muller then plopped down beside Coach Flick, still fuming. "Coach Flick, I feel you're being terribly unfair." Flick's face also darkened. The goal they had just conceded had put Bayern on the defensive, and it was all Muller's fault. Now this buffoon, after being subbed off, dared to complain about unfairness. Was he asking for a scolding? Flick's face was a thundercloud as he lashed out at Muller. "You think you're a star striker? Even if you were, if you don't score, you're nothing." Muller had expected Flick to stay calm, but the coach's barrage left him speechless. Every time he tried to interrupt, Flick rattled on like a machine gun. The buffoon Muller was reduced to a mute, silently enduring the dressing down. After Flick had vented his anger, Lillet approached. "Coach Flick, please calm down and have a glass of water." Seeing Lillet offering water, Flick's fury subsided by half. He took the water a bit sheepishly, then said, "Muller, you should learn from Lillet. Look at his composure." Muller shot Lillet a venomous glare, but Lillet didn't mind. He even spoke up for Muller. "Coach, to be fair, it's not entirely Mr. Muller's fault. There were too many defenders on that ball. Even a world-class forward would get flustered facing so many defenders." Muller was astonished that Lillet was defending him, his eyes wide with surprise. He had been ready to vent his anger at Lillet, but now he no longer felt like lashing out. "Lillet, do you really think so? Do you see me as a top striker?" Muller asked back. "In my eyes, you are absolutely a top striker. I believe one day you will shine brilliantly. Li Lei's words instantly lifted Muller's spirits. Coach Flick also realized that too harsh a crackdown on Muller might invite unnecessary trouble. With that thought, Flick walked over. Muller, remember your style of play. Don't embarrass yourself again, or I won't tolerate it. Muller scratched the back of his head sheepishly. My buffoon-style football really needs to change. I can't keep getting dispossessed. You're right, Mr. Muller. At the very least, you should change your dribbling approach. Li Lei suddenly offered a suggestion. It was as if a light bulb went off in Muller's head. He was suddenly enlightened. Excitedly, he grabbed Li Lei's hand and led him to the sideline. I want to see if Klose can break the deadlock now. Li Lei remained silent, his gaze following Klose's sprinting form moving steadily forward. In Li Lei's eyes this time, Klose was destined for an extraordinary experience. After Klose came onto the field, he immediately turned to Rainer with instructions. Just pass the ball directly to me. I must seize this chance for revenge. Rainer gazed at this world-class striker and immediately showed admiration. That was my defensive error just now, but defeat cannot persist forever. It matters not. With me Klose on the field, any difficulty shall be overcome. Klose's face radiated the brilliance of impending victory. The moment Klose stepped onto the pitch, the game's dynamics transformed instantaneously. Particularly Lewand, who seemed to have become an entirely different person. He swiftly responded to Klose's direction. Klose, let's do what we always do. Attack both flanks directly. Klose smiled and raised one finger in acknowledgement. Rainer summoned every ounce of his strength and kicked the ball toward Lewand. Lewand, this time I leave it all to you. You must break through their half. Rest assured we shall succeed in our revenge. After Lewand finished speaking, he swiftly dribbled forward. However, Sassy and Zuber, who had just scored, had already retreated to the back half of the field. As if by prior arrangement, neither of them continued their offensive play. This caught both Klose and Lewand completely off guard. What's happening? Why aren't Sassy and Zuber attacking? Klose, something feels strange about this. Lewand said while dribbling. Little did Klose know that Li Lei had essentially foreseen the entire game situation. This was precisely when the forwards were expending the most energy. How could Li Lei possibly enter the game at such a moment? Moreover, Li Lei had virtually deciphered the opponent's attacking and defensive patterns. As long as they scored one goal, the Homesun team would surely adopt a total defensive formation. True enough, Li Lei observed that the battlefield formation had already undergone a tremendous transformation. A satisfied smile crept across his face. After all, this was precisely when Klose was burning through his stamina the fastest. As expected, when Klose noticed the increased number of defenders, he immediately displayed signs of agitation. Those despicable fellows, they're not even attacking, instead joining their defense. Perhaps it's one of their tactical schemes. Lewand, now you must try your best to bring the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Klose whispered. Rest assured, Klose. This is something I can manage quite well. After Lewand finished speaking, he charged toward the opponent's half at maximum speed. When Mueller witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but applaud for Klose. I never expected that the moment Klose entered the game, the situation would become so dynamic. If it were you on the field, the result would be the same. Li Lei replied with disdain. There's something I don't quite understand. Why didn't you vie for a chance to play earlier? Mueller asked bluntly. I believe the timing hasn't arrived yet. Only when we reach a point of utter desperation will I step onto the field. Li Lei said with a smile. Good heavens, we've reached a life or death moment, and you're still not worried. Of course not. Only at critical moments can one's value as a player be truly proven. A triumphant gleam appeared in Li Lei's eyes. As long as Klose continued draining the opponent's energy, Li Lei's eventual entry would essentially mean reaping the rewards without effort. According to Klose's style of play, there was no way he would slow down. That would make scoring impossible. Standing at the edge of the field, Li Lei actually began cheering for Klose. This scene filled Coach Frick with a profound sense of unease. This Chinese man was actually cheering for Klose. Didn't that seem rather perplexing? Could it be that this Li Lei possessed not a trace of jealousy? Even the battle-hardened Mueller became enraged when benched. Yet unexpectedly, Li Lei was overjoyed despite Coach Frick never mentioning his inclusion. Frick mulled over this endlessly until he quietly approached Li Lei from behind. Indeed, Li Lei was cheering the loudest for Klose. Coach Frick patted Li Lei's shoulder with satisfaction. Li Lei, you truly are a remarkable talent. Li Lei turned to see Coach Frick and immediately broke into a smile. Talented is an overstatement, but I shall certainly strive for the development of Bayern. Beautifully said. If we still cannot break the deadlock shortly, I shall send you onto the field immediately. Coach Frick declared his intention directly. Though his heart was overflowing with boundless joy, Li Lei remained composed on the surface. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke deliberately. Whether I play or not is of little consequence. But when the moment arrives to turn the tide, I shall surely live up to everyone's expectations. Li Lei's words rang with unwavering conviction. Even Frick was moved to tears upon hearing this. May your words prove true. Win or lose, Bayern shall certainly achieve legendary renown. Coach, you're overthinking. Our team shall never lose. Li Lei spoke his true feelings once more. Though Though Frick wiped away his tears, Closer on the field possessed sharp eyes and caught sight of this entire scene. The previously active dribbler Closer suddenly lost his focus. This gave Frick an ominous premonition. Look quickly. What's happening to Closer? His speed has suddenly dropped. Lillet remarked with a smile. Coach Frick, I believe it must be due to declining stamina. Mueller chuckled directly. That shouldn't be the case. I think Closer has greatly overestimated his own abilities. Coach Frick offered words of comfort. What he desired most was for the match to conclude swiftly with victory. His original plan had been to secure a 1-0 lead, yet reality had other intentions. As the match drew closer to its conclusion, Homesen team still failed to break through the deadlock. Beyond that single goal, they appeared to have accomplished absolutely nothing. Observing the dwindling time, beads of sweat formed on Closer's brow. Damn it all. I never expected their players to run so swiftly. Closer, you should rest for a moment. Give me the ball, and I'll advance with it directly. Lewin rushed over immediately. Meanwhile, Lillet shook his head vigorously. He wasn't worried in the slightest. On another note, he had already discerned the truth of the matter. It was all Zuber and Sassy's doing. They were inexorably depleting Closer's stamina. What made it most tragic was that Closer hadn't even detected this insidious crisis. He continued devising ways to break through the opponent's defensive line with Lewin. Unfortunately, reality proved far more challenging than anticipated. After Lewin broke through just a few players, he found himself completely surrounded. Closer, come support me quickly. Their defense is simply too impenetrable. Lewin let out a helpless cry. Klose had become the focal point of everyone's attention on the field. On one hand, he was advancing toward his personal goal record, and on the other, he needed to wash away the shame. Having sat on the bench so many times before, he would never easily let his opponents slip away now that he finally had the chance to defeat them. With this thought in mind, Klose overcame his weakening legs, and surprisingly increased his speed, striding forward toward the opponent's half. At this moment, Lillet was playing with a watch in his hands, staring at it incessantly. Muller beside him felt extremely curious and quickly grabbed the watch from him. What a magnificent timepiece. It must be truly precious for Mr. Lillet to keep gazing at it like that. Lillet had no intention of taking it back, and merely replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Muller instantly made a funny face beside him. In another 10 minutes, Mr. Klose's stamina will drop to 0. I never expected a Chinese person to brag like this. How could you possibly tell? Lillet simply pointed at the trajectory of Klose's legs. Do you see? His stamina is declining now, and his forward speed has slowed considerably. Muller glanced again toward Klose, and could only see the player wearing number 9. Actually, regardless of Klose's condition, whenever he gets an opportunity, he will definitely shoot. Muller's words were essentially giving him an out. However, this time Lillet, who had always been modest, suddenly changed his demeanor entirely. He kept shaking his head, which left Muller nearly dumbfounded. The football tactics Lillet described line by line unfolded before Muller's eyes. As Muller read along, his head began to spin, and he ultimately stood up. Mr. Lillet, what's there to see in such a match? It's all just brute football anyway. You're wrong. When we first took the field, I relied on strength to attack. Now the wind has shifted. The opponent is actually trying to beat us with skillful dribbling. Lillet chuckled. This is the first time I've heard such an approach, but it's certainly eye-opening. Muller was completely stunned, yet his eyes remained fixed on the watch in Lillet's hand. Curiously, the watch had no hands, nor did it appear particularly remarkable. What was Lillet really seeking? Thinking of this, Muller made a funny face at Lillet and leaned close to his ear. Mr. Lillet, do you think Klose can score this time? Absolutely not. There's no doubt about it, Lillet replied directly with a smile. Then why didn't you tell Coach Flick earlier? One should never give up lightly until the final moment. The same applies to a team, Lillet said slowly. Lillet rose to his feet. His eyes never blinked as he fixed his gaze on the mechanical watch in his hand. Especially Muller, who watched that spot without blinking either. When the watch on Lillet's wrist finally stopped, the time was plainly displayed. It clearly showed 10 minutes. This immediately filled those around them with envy. I can't believe this Chinese fellow is actually quite clever, coming up with something like this. Perhaps this is precisely what makes Chinese people so formidable. Who knows what's going through that Chinese guy's mind? He's not even playing, yet he has time to take photos. Either way, scoring is unlikely now. They'll have to wait for a miracle. At this moment, Lillet showed no sign of anxiety whatsoever. Yet the cheers from the spectators on the field never ceased, rising and falling in waves. Klose, hurry and score into their goal. Give them a cool bicycle kick. Break through no matter what. Even if it's just one-on-one, it doesn't matter. These voices from the crowd filled Klose's heart with strength. For all your encouragement, I won't let you down. After receiving the ball, Klose surged forward at full speed. His eyes were fixed solely on the opponent's goal. However, as soon as he approached the defensive line, he was shocked to find no path forward. The opponent's 4 forwards had all converged on the defensive line. 2 of them were even tightly marking Klose. Klose had wanted to pass directly to Lewandowski, but before he could blink, Zuber was already pressing closely beside him. Looks like the tactical defense against Muller is being used on me again. Lewandowski sneered. So what? There's no way you can shoot now, Zuber laughed loudly. Klose had essentially hit a wall. He was unable to break through the two defenders. Lewandowski couldn't afford to look away either, for Zuber was simply too tenacious. Just as Klose found himself unable to break through the Heimhofen team, fans spoke up. What does it matter if Klose comes running? He can't open us up at all. Looks like our strength is indeed formidable. This time we'll definitely hold our defense against Klose's attack. We've got this one locked up. Zuber and Sazi, you two must find another shooting opportunity and leave them with nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, the Bayern fans were not to be outdone. They eagerly cheered as well. The more intense the situation became, the more anxious Klose grew. With so much support from the fans, failing to score again would be incredibly embarrassing. But passing was impossible given the circumstances. Klose had no choice but to take a risk. In fact, with a sudden turn, he instantly maneuvered past both defenders. Before they could recover, Klose directly aimed at the goal and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The kick was swift and fierce, and the ball flew low along the ground toward the Heimhofen side. The scene stunned every player on the field. Klose is definitely going to score this time. We've won. At the very least, we can tie the score, which means we won't feel so anxious anymore. Play them hard and force Bayern into a draw. Unfortunately, although Klose had delivered a powerful low-driven shot, Zuber shouted loudly. Kraft, don't lose focus this time. Block that low-driven shot. This kind of shot is actually relatively easier for a goalkeeper to defend. As long as the shooting lanes near the goal are blocked, such low-driven attempts can be rendered harmless. Sure enough, after the reminder, the Heimhofen players immediately rushed toward the goal together. Every single member of the Heimhofen team concentrated near the goal area. This time the low-driven shot was completely thwarted. The ball slammed hard into a defender's leg and then flew upward into the air. At this moment, Kraft sneered and immediately sprang into the air. Just as he was about to catch the ball with his hands, Klose's figure suddenly appeared near the penalty area. Seeing Klose charging toward him, Kraft was immediately alarmed. Klose rapidly rose and headed the ball with all his strength. Kellewoes leapt into the air to head the ball. The move terrified Kellefiet. Damn, Kellewoes still daring to compete with me in aerial duels. Kellefiet soared high into the air, raising both fists. A thunderous bang echoed through the stadium, leaving the spectators utterly stunned. This is nothing short of an epic battle in the skies. I never expected Kellewoes, despite his age, could still win a heading duel. The goalkeeper is no pushover either, daring to directly confront Kellewoes face to face. Fu Like also rose from his seat nervously. In his eyes, Kellewoes should have been able to win that ball. Yet just when everyone believed Kellewoes had gained the advantage, Kellefiet jumped just a fraction higher. His left hand made clean contact with the ball, then struck it forcefully out of bounds. Lille, watching from the sidelines, saw the ball change direction rapidly under Kellefiet's devastating strike. With a whoosh, it flew past Kellewoes' shoulder and out of play. Kellewoes hung in the air, consumed by shame. The spectators showed no mercy with their ridicule. Kellewoes is indeed old now, incapable of surviving intense physical duels. He can't even deal with an ordinary goalkeeper like Kellefiet. How can he still call himself a world-class striker? Kellewoes' glorious era is over. He's finished. Bayern is destined to lose. They just need to hold the 1-0 scoreline until the final whistle. The spectators' mockery only deepened Kellewoes' frustration. He had hoped his appearance would shift the momentum, but nothing had changed. Worse still, his presence had only drawn more fire from the opposition. Nearly every defender had shifted their focus onto Kellewoes. Lu Wan, Bayern's second striker, was collateral damage caught in Kellewoes' wake. Upon seeing Kellewoes lose the ball, Lu Wan immediately offered words of comfort. Kellewoes, it's fine. Losing possession happens. Both sides are fighting hard. To his surprise, Kellewoes lowered his head in shame. You're right, this is my fault. I was too careless. It doesn't matter. As long as we work together, we can definitely break through their defense. Lu Wan continued his encouragement. In truth, less than 10 minutes remained in the second half. Even the crowd believed Bayern's defeat was now certain. Some Bayern fans had already risen from their seats, preparing to leave early. This match has lost all appeal. Bayern is done for. Agreed. It seems even Kellewoes cannot salvage this disaster. As for the others, they certainly lack the ability to turn the tide. Just as the spectators prepared to depart, a figure suddenly appeared at the sideline. He stood tall and resolute, ready to enter the match at a moment's notice. Fu Like made another substitution at this critical juncture. Before the watching eyes of the crowd, Lille stepped forward to play. What surprised everyone was that he came on for Lamu, a veteran player. How could they even sub off the experienced Lamu? Can this Chinese player truly change the course of the game? I don't know. He may have scored in previous matches. Then let's wait and see how he performs. Kellewoes felt only deeper sorrow at Lille's entrance. He knew that if he failed to unlock the deadlock again, Lille would score another goal. Nevertheless, Kellewoes kept glancing at his watch. If he could work some miracle in less than 10 minutes, it would indeed be extraordinary. At that moment, Kellewoes cast a glance toward Lille. To his astonishment, he realized Lille had been watching him for quite some time. Though neither spoke a word, they shared a knowing smile. Especially after Lille entered the pitch, he made his way straight to Kellewoes' side. Mr. Kelo's that header was magnificent earlier. It was simply a matter of bad luck. Do you truly believe it was just bad luck and not the fact that I'm getting old? Kelos stared at Lillet in disbelief. Of course it isn't about your age. It genuinely was bad luck, Lillet stated with utmost sincerity. Those words instantly warmed Kelo's heart. The spectators' abuse had felt like ice being thrown at him, but Lillet's words were a balm. Now Lillet had given him pure reassurance. Kelos looked at him gratefully. Mr. Lillet, the rest is in your hands. Show them what you can do. I have nothing spectacular to offer. I can only give my all, Lillet said humbly. This was no lie. He had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. He had already decided to deploy his trump card to completely crush the Heimhusen team. However, until the decisive moment arrived, he would not reveal his key weapon. Seeing that Lillet himself lacked full confidence brought Kelos a measure of comfort. No matter who came on, scoring was not guaranteed. Moreover, Lillet and Mule had placed a wager. Who would become the other's apprentice this time? Kelos planned to fan the flames from the sidelines, which promised to be quite entertaining. With that thought in mind, Kelos continued, no matter who receives the ball, unleash everything and attack their goal. You're absolutely right, Mr. Kelos. The three of us might be able to build some combination play, Lillet said modestly. In truth, he knew Kelos would hardly pass to him easily. But outwardly he needed to put on a convincing performance before Fu like. If Kelos refused to pass at the critical moment, he would be fully exposed. The consequence would be clear. Kelos would spend the rest of the match on the bench. Hearing Lillet speak of playing combinations, Lil Juan could not help but laugh. Mr. Lillet, if you truly possess the gift of a divine assist, then we can certainly work together. Mr. Lil Juan is indeed perceptive. It matters not who provides the assist, as long as the ball goes in, all is well. Lillet smiled. Then what if we end up drawing? Lil Juan asked a rather pointed question. Unexpectedly, Lillet replied without hesitation, in my mind a draw has never been an option. The words made Kelos laugh out loud. Lillet, I finally understand. You came on specifically to throw the match. I agree. Whether Lillet plays or not makes little difference, Lil Juan added with a teasing tone. Neither of them knew that everything Lillet was doing built toward a magnificent explosion. Lillet's gaze had already fixed upon the outer edge of the opponent's penalty area. Just wait. I'm about to create a miracle. Lillet's entry onto the field delighted Kraft on the opposing side. It seems Bayern has run out of options, sending in a frail young man. I concur. They are dreaming of a miracle, Sassy laughed heartily beside him. Zuber, however, remained unsmiling, his gaze fixed intently on Lillet. Why would they send in an unfamiliar face with the match nearly over? Zuber was no ordinary player, his thoughts ran far deeper. Don't celebrate too soon. That fellow came on with a purpose. Zuber's words were startling. But Sassy, already intoxicated by victory, boasted. Bell, you're far too cautious. We're leading 1-0. Yes, if we just hold on until the end, it's a narrow win. This time Zuber deserves the credit. They utterly dismissed Zuber's warning, convinced that Lillet was a nobody. Some even believed that Lillet's physique could never match European players. The towering, robust Germans in particular seemed like gods crushing the Chinese. Every match against the Chinese had ended in an easy German victory. So when the Heimhusen players saw a Chinese player, their arrogance grew even more pronounced. Just as they were chattering, the referee's whistle suddenly blew. Reina steadily kicked the ball. It arced directly toward Lewandowski. Lewandowski was now near the halfway line, sprinting at full speed. As he ran, he instructed Klose, old pal, this time let's launch a quick central attack. Clearly this offensive mode gave Lillet a headache. He had expected Klose to break the deadlock, but instead found his thinking rigid. Now it was dragging Bayern down, and Lillet could not let it continue. Yet he showed no sign of anxiety, his face still wearing a smile. Mr. Klose, are we really going to break through the middle? Exactly, Lillet. This time we'll show them our strength. Lillet's heart remained unmoved by these words. Misfortune may be an inescapable fate, as the saying goes, held true. Klose thought for a moment, and then declared loudly, you're right. Since we can't attack from the flanks, let's strike fast through the center. Lillet rejoiced inwardly. He had expected to argue at length to convince Klose and Lewandowski to adopt his tactics. To his surprise, before he could even speak, the two had already decided on a central breakthrough. Wasn't this a double win? With that thought, Lillet said nothing more, merely nodding appreciatively at the two. Klose is truly formidable, swiftly devising a plan to breach their goal. Thanks for the compliment, but success is uncertain. Klose remained cautious. By now Lillet had already conceived a better strategy, but it required a central breakthrough. Now with the help of the two forwards, the ball would be delivered to the edge of the 6-yard box. The rest depended on Lillet's performance. He was already anticipating a new reward from the system. But the system prompt remained silent, and Lillet could only wait for the shot. Hearing Lillet's agreement to the plan, Zuber breathed a sigh of relief. Great minds think alike. I didn't expect you had already considered this. Many hands make light work. A hero needs 3 helpers. Lewandowski smiled sheepishly. In truth, given the current situation, if Klose and Lewandowski couldn't break through the middle, it would be certain death. Klose glanced at the clock on the pitch and sighed. There are less than 5 minutes left. Can we really create a miracle? At this point, there was no other path for them. The Heimhausen coach had also relaxed. Don't rush. Just stop their attack, and we've won. Next time we'll turn the tables. Attack, goalkeeper Kraft said. Zuber had no right to blame anyone. It was precisely because of this substitute goalkeeper Reyna's entry that Zuber's divine assist had succeeded. Zuber's eyes gleamed with victory as he fixed his gaze on Lille. To be safe, defend tightly. Intercept any attack outside the penalty area. Sassy roared directly. No one refuted him. At this moment Jean Rengia was like an emperor, a thoroughgoing local tyrant. Listen to me. If you go anywhere else you'll be even more trapped. Sassy now grew even more triumphant. Lille watched the smug faces of the opponents and couldn't help cursing inwardly. In truth, if these two hadn't been so spiteful he might have just let it go. But they had kicked him while he was down, literally riding on his head. Lille could not afford to be provoked, otherwise he would lose his drive to play. With that thought, Lille looked directly toward the opposite side. This time Lille intended to spare no one, determined to break through the center. The ball was already at Lewandowski's feet, moving swiftly. This is going smoothly. We'll bring the ball to their half soon. Dream on. Even if you have the ball you can't break through our half. Zuber shouted triumphantly. Lille remained silent, knowing that his only task now was to advance to the opponent's half as quickly as possible. He aimed to be a man of few words but fierce actions so the enemy could not read him. With this in mind, Lille ignored them entirely and swiftly inserted himself on Lewandowski's other side. Seeing this, Klose immediately panicked. Was Lille trying to steal his position as the main striker? No, he could not let Lille get the upper hand. So Klose quickened his pace and charged toward the opponent's half. A fascinating sight formed on the field, 3 players advancing side by side, charging straight at Heimhausen. The spectators found it exhilarating. What's going on? Why are so many people rushing forward? That Chinese guy can run pretty fast, and he's keeping pace with Klose. As the crowd was discussing, a figure suddenly darted directly toward the opponent's goal. The situation was nothing but comical for the Heimhofen team. Their goalkeeper Kraft stood with hands on hips, swapping jokes with the defenders. Did you see that foolish Chinese bloke? Already stirring trouble since stepping onto the field. That fellow came here looking for a fight. There's no need to worry about him. You're right. Let's enjoy ourselves now, and by the end of the match we'll be winners. Exactly. As long as we stall for time, there won't be any problems. As they were chatting animatedly, the Heimhofen team's forward line was facing mounting pressure. With both Lille and Klose advancing together, the defenders couldn't determine which player to mark. The Heimhofen players exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity, unable to find an answer. 3 of them pushing forward in unison. Won't that force us back into our own half? We've never encountered a tactic like this before. Could this be one of their new tricks? Perhaps. Everything about this remains something of a mystery. Regardless of who's on the other side, breaking through our defense is practically impossible. With that thought, the 2 center-backs immediately charged toward Lewandowski. After all, Lewandowski carried more notoriety at Bayern than Lille, and that alone was enough to contain his advances. Though Lewandowski grew frustrated, he simply couldn't break through. Lewandowski stamped his foot in exasperation, but the opposing center-backs closed in aggressively to win the ball. This approach left the Heimhofen players increasingly anxious. If they couldn't steal the ball, they'd deny Lewandowski the space to advance. With that strategy in mind, the 2 defenders began deploying more elaborate feints, testing Lewandowski's resolve. Just then, Klose's voice rang out from the left rear. Lewandowski, stop struggling so hard. Make the pass to me, and I'll finish this. No sooner had Klose spoken than a figure materialized beside him. It was Zuber, and Klose couldn't help but think the man was asking for it. What exactly are you trying to pull, eh? No player can get past me, Zuber. You should head back to your half now, or you won't be leaving at all. Such arrogance, from a mere midfielder. Really? Lewandowski felt a twinge of anxiety. With me here, none of you will break into our half. Zuber's declaration was surprisingly bold and a touch puzzling. If this stalemate continued, Heimhofen would benefit most. Those 3 crucial points would secure their survival, while Bayern faced mounting frustration. A draw would still earn Bayern points, but a loss would mean throwing away 3 completely. From behind, Klose saw no way through and began cursing at the opposing players in desperation. Can't you play this fairly instead of shadowing us so tightly? Lille grew concerned. Whenever a Bayern player pushes into this half, we'll throw everything at stopping them, Saxy continued. Lille held no particular affection for Saxy, but he admired Zuber considerably. His arrival on the pitch was really about testing this legendary player. Just how remarkable was he? At this thought, Lille turned quickly and offered a smile toward the stands. Now you're sending everyone to intercept us, but this time you're mistaken. The Heimhofen players found Lille's words puzzling. This style of play is truly unconventional. Hurry and stop them. Meanwhile, goalkeeper Kraft scoffed at the scene. What's there to worry about? That fellow is clearly just showing off. Kraft, do you really think this posed no real threat? Just then Lewandowski, unable to break past the defense, sent the ball flying toward Klose. Klose didn't hesitate. He unleashed a powerful long-range shot straight at goal. This strike brought him immense satisfaction. The ball surged toward the net, but the goalkeeper misjudged the trajectory. The shot veered just slightly off target, and he immediately pounded his chest in frustration. Absolutely infuriating. That bloke actually hit the target, Saxey laughed. How did he even get the ball with our defense so tight? We let it slip. Kraft erupted in anger. Lillet watched the chaos unfold and nearly couldn't resist deploying his signature move. But the moment wasn't quite right yet. The situation ahead was too chaotic. When Lewandowski's shot missed, Klose immediately looked to press forward, but the opposition saw through it. Kraft easily burst from the goal and threw a powerful punch at the ball. I didn't expect this Chinese player to have some skill after all. Not like that worthless fellow back there. Lillet heard every word. These Germans certainly had no sense of restraint. It didn't matter. There was no point in engaging them now. Results would speak for themselves. As Klose continued his furious assault, Kraft actually smiled. See that? Klose can't even find the net anymore, Kraft called over to Lillet. When Lillet remained silent, the goalkeeper grew restless once more. So that Chinese player was all show, no match for us at all. Kraft's taunts barely registered with Lillet anymore. Everything they had done was gathering data to exploit against other clubs. Even amid such chaos, Lillet remained remarkably composed. In essence, they were setting up for a goal. And sure enough, when Lillet spotted the opposing keeper clearing the ball with a long kick, his eyes lit up. The moment has arrived. Lewandowski, let's push forward together. Lillet grabbed Lewandowski and sprinted ahead. Lewandowski hadn't quite grasped the plan yet, but Klose seemed to understand immediately. Charge. This is our last chance to break through. Lillet, flanked by Lewandowski on one side, and Klose on the other, looked absolutely commanding. But this wasn't his ultimate move yet. Lillet had already activated a power granted by the system. Fearless, he charged straight toward the goal defended by Kraft. Several defenders stood ready in his path, but nothing could stop the shot. All eyes fixed on Lillet, as if witnessing the birth of a miracle. Lillet continued charging forward relentlessly, his pace steadily accelerating. The opposing defenders, witnessing this, immediately deployed their most ruthless tactics. This guy is running too fast. Let's just bring him down here and be done with it. Exactly. We're already outside the penalty area anyway. He poses no real threat to us. Defender Becker launched a flying tackle directly at Lillet, having already read the trajectory. With that kick, Lillet was sent into a rapid somersault through the air. All spectators were left in utter shock. What on earth is Becker doing? Isn't that a blatant foul? It should be fine. We're outside the penalty box, so there shouldn't be any danger. This tactic is executed brilliantly, just like Boateng's approach earlier. The crowd believed Becker's method was entirely acceptable. However, they soon witnessed a sudden and shocking twist. As Lillet tumbled through the air, he surprisingly landed right on the edge of the penalty area. To the referee, this was clearly a dangerously malicious challenge. The moment Lillet hit the ground, the referee sprinted over and decisively produced a yellow card for Becker. Coach Friedreich watched the entire scene unfold, his heart sinking. Lillet, are you alright? That was despicable. If the injury is serious, bring on another player immediately. But Lillet on the field showed no response, still lying motionless on the turf. Even Becker stood dumbfounded at this moment. He could never have imagined that such a routine tackle, executed when the opponent was clearly outside the penalty line, would lead to such a result. Yet the referee ruled that the foul occurred at the penalty area's edge, awarding Bayern a direct penalty kick. This single decision instantly erupted into chaos on the pitch. Fans from both sides immediately launched into a heated dispute. Bayern is utterly shameless, resorting to diving. Even if this tactic wins the match, what good does it do? We must punish Bayern, or how will anyone play fair in the future? Bayern supporters immediately fired back. Becker committed the foul first. Lillet is the victim here. How can someone like that play football? He nearly broke the fellow's leg. Despicable Becker pulling such a filthy trick. Absolutely appalling. We demand a red card for their player Becker. Both sets of fans argued fiercely, but the referee had no intention of rescinding his decision. He had witnessed the entire incident unfold right before his eyes. Lillet was clearly tackled at the penalty area line and rolled into the box. That flying tackle had been incredibly dangerous. Had it connected with Lillet's leg, it could easily have snapped it. Lillet remained motionless on the ground, and this sight deeply concerned Lahm. As Bayern's captain, Lahm had developed a certain attachment to Lillet. After all, it had been incredibly difficult to bring him through, and if anything happened to Lillet, how could Lahm ever forgive himself? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lahm shouted directly onto the pitch. Lillet, hang in there. We must win this match. Seeing this, the Bayern players on the field also rushed forward in a group. Even those who harbored no fondness for Lillet would not allow the opposition to gain the upper hand. Lillet, how are you holding up? Did that tackle cause serious damage? Lewandowski asked with genuine concern. Exactly. If the bone is injured, he can't continue playing. That kind of injury can be career-threatening. Klose feigned heartfelt worry. In truth, he cared little for Lillet's leg, and was far more preoccupied with the penalty opportunity itself. If Li Lei's leg prevented him from taking the penalty, the opportunity would fall to Klose. Wasn't this a gift from heaven? Watching Li Lei lying on the ground, Klose was practically bursting with silent joy. He eagerly hoped Li Lei's leg would be incapacitated. That would be perfect. But just as Li Lei had been lying on the ground, he suddenly opened his eyes. He understood exactly what was happening. Originally, this penalty call would have been impossible to obtain, but after utilizing the system-granted opportunity, everything had suddenly changed. This all unfolded right before the referee's very eyes on the pitch. Without the system's intervention, such an outcome would have been unimaginable. At first, Li Lei did feel a pang of guilt, for Becker had indeed been wronged. But now they were opponents in fierce competition, and employing strategic means was perfectly acceptable. If he could seize this penalty opportunity, he would definitely break through the opponent's defense. With this thought, Li Lei's heart grew completely at ease. When Lewandowski and Klose had been fussing over him, Li Lei had understood their true intentions all along. Facing Klose's false concern, Li Lei's outward demeanor remained completely unchanged. But internally, Li Lei had already cursed Klose repeatedly in his mind. This detestable German had been plotting against him at every turn. Wasn't that the very definition of betrayal? The more he thought about it, the less willing he was to hand the penalty over to Klose. Gathering his resolve, Li Lei forced himself to his feet, despite the searing pain in his legs. The moment he stood, the pain was so intense, he could barely straighten his back. The referee kindly approached and asked, "Can you still take this penalty?" Glimpsing the referee's expectant gaze and Klose's smug expression, Li Lei gave a firm nod. In that instant, Klose's face turned nearly green. The hard-earned opportunity had slipped away again, and he blamed it all on Li Lei. Consumed by frustration, Klose turned on his heel and strode back toward the halfway line. There was no point in staying now since it wasn't his kick. He might as well return to position. Lewandowski, however, did not leave. He remained deeply concerned for Li Lei. "Li Lei, if you're truly not in condition, let one of us take this penalty." Observing the hope shining in Lewandowski's eyes, Li Lei's heart churned with unease. He could not determine whether passing the penalty to another player would still trigger the system's reward. Moreover, his leg injury was indeed severe and growing worse by the moment. Just as he hesitated, Coach Friedreich arrived at the sideline. "Li Lei, if you take this penalty, you must convert it." That unwavering tone instantly bolstered Li Lei's resolve. Coach Friedreich had always supported him. This was the rarest and most precious thing in the world. With this realization, a surge of boundless power welled up within Li Lei's swollen, aching legs. Fire raged fiercely in his eyes. "I will definitely score." Kraft stared intently at Li Lei's legs. He understood that it was a moment of life and death, yet if this injured Chinese man was to take the penalty, there might still be a glimmer of hope. After all, this guy had already taken a heavy blow and probably couldn't even straighten his leg. He was still smirking at Li Lei's curled legs, his eyes filled with contempt. "Beck, you don't need to blame yourself. There's no way this shot will go in." "Really, Kraft? I have a feeling this is a bit dicey." Beck was actually a little worried. "It's fine. After all, I'm the team's ace goalkeeper. How could I lose so easily?" Kraft kept talking. Amid the spectators' fervent gazes, Li Lei indeed began to change. "Look, that Chinese man is actually staggering to his feet. Can he do it? Can he still continue the match? He earned a penalty opportunity. This is a golden chance. As long as he can score, that's all that matters. Chinese man, you've got to pull through." Li Lei, in fact, was already full of confidence. Just after he chose the system's granted penalty kick, another surprise came. The system even gave him a pill of painkiller. With this, Li Lei was no longer afraid of anything. As long as his leg wasn't broken, there was hope to break through this confinement. But beside him, Klose was still eyeing Li Lei with a very gloating expression. If Li Lei couldn't do it, Klose would immediately take the penalty. "Li Lei, the referee is urging you now. Can you take the penalty or not?" "It's fine, Mr. Klose. I will definitely score this penalty." Li Lei finally steadied himself. The moment he stood up, the entire stadium erupted. What kind of spirit drives this Chinese man to stand up? After that tackle, there's no way he can keep playing. If he takes the penalty, can he even score? Hard to say. I think his legs are barely holding him up. That depends on what Bayern's head coach says. Coach Flick looked at Li Lei with unwavering determination. "I believe you can do it. You are the pride of Bayern." These words filled Li Lei with an overwhelming surge of excitement. He hobbled painfully to the penalty spot. "Referee, I can take this kick. Please give me this chance." The referee surprisingly gave Li Lei a thumbs up. "Your spirit is truly admirable. I wish you good luck." As the referee's whistle blew, everyone's eyes fixed on Li Lei below. His eyes had already locked onto the near post of the goal. In that instant, Li Lei struck decisively. The kick was swift as lightning and carried immense power. The goalkeeper, seeing Li Lei's posture, thought he had read the angle correctly. Kraft lunged decisively toward the far post. "Foolish Chinese man, do you think you can breach my goal?" He lunged for the ball with utter disdain. Kraft almost had his hands on the ball. What a formidable goalkeeper, effortlessly catching the ball. Can't even score a penalty. What kind of footballer is that? With such skill, he doesn't deserve to play for Bayern. But something astonishing happened. the ball did not follow its intended trajectory toward the far post. In that split second, the ball's path swerved unexpectedly. The ball, which should have flown to the far post, instead made a sharp turn. Having already been about to grasp it, Kraft was dumbfounded. What's going on? How can the ball curve like that? The other players also found the ball strange. What happened? A miracle actually occurred. What the hell? The ball suddenly turned into this mess. Kraft, what are you doing? It turned out like this. The spectators' fury continued to erupt. What kind of kick was that? Even the goalkeeper couldn't catch it. Absolutely incredible. There must be some special technique behind that ball. On the sideline, Flick was overjoyed, for he finally saw hope. Lille is truly a rising star. Now Bayern has a chance. On the bench, Götze and Lahm both stood up. There's finally hope. Lille might break a record this time. That ball was definitely not an outside curve. What kind of shot was it? I don't know how Lille kicked it. I'll have to ask him for advice later. Everyone turned their shocked gazes toward Lille. In that moment, Lille himself was also watching with intense excitement. The ball, with incredible speed and a tricky angle, teleported into the net. Instantly, the entire stands erupted. Especially the Bayern fans. They were shouting wildly onto the pitch with sheer joy. This is the first penalty ever scored by a Chinese player in Bayern's history. Unbelievable. This Chinese man must have used some kind of magic. Very likely, because we simply couldn't understand that ball. Many things still need to be reassessed. In that moment, the most ecstatic person was, of course, Coach Flick. He had never imagined that just before the match ended, the two sides would be tied. In that instant, Flick shouted excitedly onto the field. Lille, you are the pride of Bayern. That is unchangeable. Lille now felt an unbearable pain in his leg as the effect of the painkiller was wearing off. But facing the ball that had gone in, he had already entered a state of sheer frenzy. Finally scored. This proves that a Chinese man is no inferior to anyone. Just then, the system's prompt sound timely rang out. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for earning 1,000 points and one chance for a header goal. Although the 1,000 points were within Lille's expectations, he was still quite fond of the header goal opportunity. He slowly walked toward Bayern's half of the field. Facing the constant congratulations from his teammates, Lille merely gave a faint smile. Only he knew how much this match had cost him and how much pain he had endured. He quickly added the 1,000 points to his shooting coefficient. Now Lille's effective shooting range had reached 35 meters, but the accuracy was only 30. Lille was already quite content, as improving various coefficients required multifaceted enhancements. Just wait and see. Lille will become the biggest dark horse on Bayern's team. In the end, Bayern Munich managed to secure a hard-fought draw. Although it was merely a draw, Coach Flick was nevertheless overjoyed. Everyone played exceptionally well today. Had it not been for Lille, Bayern would have suffered a crushing defeat this time. Lahm said with sincere admiration. I agree completely. As substitute players, we also feel that Lille is a source of our pride. Götze said cheerfully. The other teammates also gathered around Lille to offer their heartfelt congratulations. However, Lille was still barely holding himself up, for he could feel his body was about to give out at any moment. Just as Coach Flick enthusiastically clapped Lille on the shoulder, Lille suddenly collapsed limply. For a moment, chaos erupted throughout the Bayern team. Hurry, call an ambulance. We must ensure Lille's safety. Lille is a hero of Bayern Munich. We absolutely cannot let him come to harm. What are you standing there for? Call the emergency services right now. Coach Flick took personal command, hoisting Lille onto his back and sprinting outside. Although Lille was a rising football star, his physique was rather frail. Coach Flick carried him with ease, running toward the ambulance. This scene left the other Bayern players utterly stunned. Especially Klose, who upon witnessing this could only shake his head helplessly. It seems my position as the starting striker has been shaken once again. Klose, you needn't worry too much. Lille only performed exceptionally this one time. Lewandowski continued to offer comfort. Neuer, who had been resting on the sidelines, now walked over. Klose, there's really no need for you to blame yourself. Opportunities always come with a certain degree of randomness. If I hadn't gotten injured and gone on the field, that goal of theirs never would have succeeded. Neuer's words did manage to encourage Klose somewhat, yet a seed of doubt had already taken root. Although they were all Klose's good teammates, more and more players were now befriending Lille. Just now, when Lille's injury worsened, many teammates had promptly extended their helping hands. Even the head coach himself had excitedly carried Lille outside to seek help. At this, Klose's heart had already become filled with the venomous serpent of jealousy. Someday he would find a way to humiliate Lille so he could reclaim his position in Bayern Munich. At this moment, inside the ambulance, Coach Flick was anxiously tending to Lille. Lahm and Götze sat beside him as well. Coach, do you think Lille will be all right? Götze asked with deep concern. It's highly likely that Lille's injury is rather serious. It was probably caused by overexertion during the penalty kick. Flick sighed deeply. In his heart of hearts, of course, he hadn't wanted Lille to take such a risk with the penalty kick. But the outcome had already been decided, and regret was now pointless. Under the care of the medical personnel, Coach Flick discovered that Lille's leg wound was terribly severe. That despicable Beck has really done a number on Lille. This is truly infuriating. Gotza clenched his fists in anger. Actually, this was indeed an accident. Beck is also an outstanding defender after all. Lam sighed beside him. Coach Flick remained silent, for he knew this was commonplace on the football pitch. If they had faced a defender with slightly better technique, at most they would have been brought to the ground. But this time an accident had occurred. Lillet had been directly struck on the leg. Flick stared nervously at the medical staff nearby. Will Mr. Lillet be alright? Such a severe injury, and yet you let him continue playing. Isn't that a bit too cruel? One of the medical personnel replied without even lifting their head. Coach Flick said nothing, for he knew that speaking now would be pointless. Then in your opinion, how long will it be before Mr. Lillet can play again? Flick asked tentatively. This question seemed to incense the medical personnel. As a coach, all you care about is when the player can play again. Why don't you care about his health? Our coach has been deeply concerned about Mr. Lillet's health this whole time. You must have misunderstood him. Gotza immediately explained. Yes, our coach places very high hopes on Mr. Lillet. Lam chimed in as well. If you truly cared, how could you have let his injury go untreated until now? If the patient hadn't fainted, you probably would have made him keep playing, the medical personnel said indignantly. To be honest, I've never encountered a case where someone fainted from just one kick injury, so I didn't know what to do. Coach Flick was extremely worried. This was all just a freak accident, and Flick himself was struggling to come to terms with it. If this match were to leave Lillet never able to set foot on the green pitch again, wouldn't that be a tremendous regret in one's life? Coach Flick nervously caressed Lillet's wound. The wound had nearly pierced through his football socks and blood continued to drip down unceasingly. Seeing that Coach Flick remained silent, the medical personnel continued. In the future, do not let the patient overexert himself again. Otherwise, it may affect the wound's recovery. Thank you, doctor, for treating Lillet. I will certainly remember your requirements. Coach Flick said humbly. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the hospital entrance. As everyone was hastily carrying Lillet into the intensive care unit, Lillet's fingers suddenly twitched. Don't take me off the field. I can still play. These words alone caused Lam and Gotza to burst into tears. I never expected Lillet to still be thinking about football, even in a state of unconsciousness. It's absolutely unbelievable. Perhaps this guy really can create a miracle. Right now, treating Lillet's injury must be our top priority. Coach Flick suddenly declared. Lillet suddenly clenched his hand tightly into a fist. No matter how hard everyone tried to pry Lillet's hand open, they all failed. This truly stumped the medical personnel. How are we supposed to stop the bleeding like this? His tension will only cause him to lose more blood. Perhaps there's only one way to make Lillet let go. Gotza suddenly stood up. This is serious business. Don't you dare make jokes. Lam said with grave solemnity. I'm not joking. Since all Lillet can think about is football, that's the solution. A smile appeared on Gotza's face. Before Coach Flick and Lam could understand what was happening, Gotza had already rushed outside. After a short while, Gotza rushed back in. This time Gotza hadn't returned alone. He was carrying something heavy and substantial in his hands. Everyone's gazes all focused on this object. Will this thing really make the patient let go? The medical personnel asked curiously. I'm certain it will. Gotza actually broke into a smile. To everyone's astonishment, Gotza had carried in a football. The medical staff were both exasperated and amused. What on earth are you doing? Are you playing with the patient's life? Honestly, I just don't understand you football players. How could things have come to this? This is absolutely ridiculous. Take this filthy thing out of here immediately. Yet instead of removing the ball, Gotza spoke with even greater conviction. Of course you're the professionals when it comes to medicine. But as a professional footballer, so am I. What exactly are you implying? Are you truly certain you can help the injured man relax? A medical worker asked. Trust me, our coach would support this approach as well. Gotza cast a playful wink in Flick's direction. Coach Flick offered an awkward smile. He understood the method well. It was meant to stimulate Lillet's reflexes. For a footballer, the instinct to react when sensing a ball approaching one's body might just be the key. This was what they called an involuntary response. Coach Flick gazed into Gotza's earnest eyes and found it impossible to refuse. I think we might as well give it a try. After all, this could be a legitimate method to help the injured. Hearing Flick's support, Gotza leaped with joy. I knew you were the greatest coach in the world. With a coach like you, victory is certain. Enough chatter. Let's first focus on treating Lillet's injuries. Coach Flick maintained his stern expression. Gotza promptly put his plan into action, directing the medical staff to step aside. The ball was now less than 10 meters from Lillet. Gotza had calculated the precision required before attempting this. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, yet his resolve remained unshaken. This was his chance to repay Lillet's guidance and kindness. As a substitute forward, Gotza ought to have no trouble kicking the ball into Lillet's palm from 10 meters away. Coach Flick instructed the medical team to position Lillet squarely in the center. This would help ensure Gotza's success. Lam stood on the opposite side. His task was even simpler. If Gotza missed, Lam would continue passing until they succeeded. Gotza, are you ready? We're about to kick. Coach Flick gave the command. The moment his voice faded, the ball shot forth like an arrow from a bow. Every onlooker held their breath. Even if the kick missed, it would merely be a failure. But in Götze's mind, this single attempt had to succeed. Otherwise, Lille would continue to suffer. As everyone watched intently, the ball finally descended toward Lille's palm. Brilliant. I never expected Götze's accuracy to be so precise. Flick exclaimed with excitement. This is the first time I've felt such fulfillment. Götze watched the ball's trajectory nervously. Then something unexpected happened as the ball approached Lille's hand. Lille's body straightened upright and his hand instinctively reached for the ball. With the lightest touch, he actually caught it. Even more astonishing, he punched the ball to the other side with a single blow. Lahm excitedly caught the ball and gave Götze a thumbs up. The medical staff rushed over to examine the situation, their amazement evident. We never imagined that a problem medical science couldn't solve would be addressed with a ball. It seems we should put more faith in the principles of physics from now on. If we encounter such cases again, we'll definitely invite you back. Götze smiled sheepishly. In truth, this had been a last-ditch attempt. After the ball was pushed away, the tension in Lille's hand muscles finally released. Moreover, his entire body began to relax in an exceptionally natural way. The medical staff swiftly helped Lille onto the treatment bed. After their careful treatment, the bleeding from Lille's leg finally stopped. Once the examination was complete, the medical team finally breathed a sigh of relief. Coach Flick hurried over. Doctor, how is Lille's wound? The medical staff wore an extremely serious expression. If you had arrived any later. Any later? Could there have been a threat to his life? Götze asked nervously. To everyone's surprise, the medical staff burst into laughter. This left Götze and Lahm completely bewildered. Doctor, what's so funny? How can you still be laughing? Perhaps they're just overjoyed that Lille can be cured. The medical staff, jesting, replied. If you had arrived half an hour later, the patient's wound would have stopped bleeding on its own. Upon hearing these words, the weight Coach Flick had been carrying finally lifted from his heart. Doctor, you're saying Lille will be completely fine? Yes, he should be all right. No bone damage, just some superficial cuts. The doctor's words put all three at ease. Lille, when you wake up, there's no escaping it. You still have a match to play. Götze patted Lille's shoulder excitedly. Such a promising striker must be put to good use. Coach Flick said enthusiastically. After the bandaging was complete, the medical staff handed Lille over to the three men for care. Half an hour later, Lille finally opened his eyes. So tired. I finally got some decent sleep. When he spoke, he noticed Flick, Lahm, and Götze standing by his bedside. Lille was utterly confused. How had these three appeared while he was sleeping? He stared at the three men with bewilderment. How long was I asleep? Why are all of you here? You only slept for a short while? Feeling better now. Götze continued his playful teasing. As Lille was about to speak, he suddenly realized he was lying in a hospital bed. He was completely at a loss. Lille glanced at Coach Flick and Lahm, his eyes filled with confusion and question marks. No need for questions. Let's head back to Bayern Munich club right away. Coach Flick smiled warmly. Go back to the club? Does that mean I still have to keep playing? Lille's eyes betrayed his reluctance. You'll understand when we get there. It's a surprise for you. Coach Flick laughed heartily once more. Lille felt deeply uneasy inside. What exactly was the surprise Coach Flick had mentioned? During the brief time Lille spent at the hospital, his wife Wulan had already made countless phone calls. His care for Lille was evident. Oh, perhaps this was the greatest fulfillment for a football player. However, what puzzled people was that Wulan had not come directly to the hospital to visit Lille. This left Lille somewhat disappointed. What was Wulan doing at home? Was her heart set only on their child? Or did she simply not consider her own health important at all? Lille could not figure it out, for Wulan had always been a family-oriented woman who would never neglect such matters. Lille's injuries were not severe, so he stayed at the hospital for only about 4 or 5 hours before heading home. He had intended to return home directly and have a proper talk with Wulan about what was happening. Had something gone wrong? However, what shocked Lille was that even when he called, his wife Wulan did not answer, which only deepened his unease. What had happened to his wife? Had she developed other feelings because he had ignored her in favor of football? Lille recalled news reports on television and various short videos, and he could not help but feel a flutter of panic. In this world, betrayals of husbands were far too common. It could easily happen to him. At this thought, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within Lille. Could football and his wife truly not coexist? This realization shattered his heart. He had originally wanted to return home as soon as possible and share a tender moment with his wife, but now his heart was filled with frustration. Football is my most important cause in this world, and that will never change. Lille made a silent vow to himself. This time, breaking with his usual habit, he did not take a taxi home, but instead, following Coach Flick's request, walked slowly toward the football club. It was not that Lille did not value his time, rather he wished to use the walk to reflect deeply on his life. Ever since the system appeared, Lille had been almost invincible. Whenever he scored, both points and rewards flowed in abundantly. The sorrow of being unable to score in his previous life had been greatly transformed in this one. However, if trouble arose in his family at the very beginning of his success, that would be even more tragic. Thinking about how little time he had to care for his wife and child, perhaps, that was the greatest tragedy. In the past, his child would curiously tug at his beard while in his arms, and they would joke together. Lee lay back, then was almost more childlike than his own child, letting the child pull at his beard in play. Although the tugging sometimes caused a sharp sting, Lee still immersed himself in that happiness. Now Lee shaved his beard every day until it was perfectly clean, depriving his child of one source of fun. Perhaps he had spent too little time with his family. Lee reflected deeply on what he should do in the future. Lost in these thoughts, Lee unconsciously walked slowly toward the football club. Along the way, he encountered a man wearing sunglasses. The man wore dark glasses in broad daylight, which struck Lee as rather absurd. But when he saw a guide dog in front of the man, he immediately understood. The man had a delicate face, but unfortunately he was blind. Realizing this, Lee could not resist stepping closer to examine him. What curious Lee was, however, was that this blind man was not using a white cane, but simply holding the guide dog's leash by hand. This was the most intriguing blind person Lee had ever seen. He stopped and began a conversation with him. "Good day, sir. My name is Lee." "Good day, Mr. Lee. Is there something I can help you with?" "I'm simply curious. Most blind people use both a guide cane and a guide dog, so why do you not use a cane?" "In truth, I once had a habit. I was simply unwilling to have any obstacle in front of me," the blind man said with deep emotion. "I am truly sorry, sir. I had no idea about your situation." At this moment, Lee felt deeply moved. A blind man who remained steadfast in his personal convictions. What kind of professional spirit that must be. Though his eyes had failed him, they had not extinguished his inner aspirations. At this thought, Lee respectfully gave the blind man a thumbs up. "You are the person I admire most." Unexpectedly, the blind man appeared somewhat flustered and tears streamed from his eyes. This scene startled Lee. Had his words just wounded the blind man's heart? He quickly reached forward and grasped the blind man's hand. "Sir, I am terribly sorry. If I have offended you, please forgive me. No, your words have stirred my longing for football again," the blind man said, even more distressed. Lee did not initially know how to comfort him, but then an unusual idea suddenly occurred to him. "Sir, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" "I have many wishes, but there is one that is the most important." "And what is that?" Lee became even more curious. "One day, if only I could play a football match at Bayern Munich," the blind man said with deep yearning. Hearing this, Lee felt somewhat relieved, for he now knew what to do next. At Bayern Munich's football club, Coach Flick was anxiously watching his watch. "What is going on with Lee? He should have left the hospital by now," Muller said in confusion. "Perhaps he had something to attend to. Otherwise, by the timetable, he should have arrived at Bayern much earlier," Lahm stated firmly. "I also believe Mr. Lee may have been delayed on the way, but that is all right. We can wait," Götze chimed in. However, Neuer's brows were drawn tightly together. "I think you are mistaken. Perhaps he is already putting on airs." Neuer makes a fair point. It is only a few goals, yet he already acts as though he is invincible. Neuer's words resonated with Klose. Lewandowski murmured unclearly beside them. "Perhaps so, but we shall have to wait and see the outcome." Lee may indeed be growing arrogant from his achievements, Boateng added. Coach Flick's brow furrowed. He did not believe Lee was such a person. Just as everyone was debating, the club doors suddenly opened, and the person who entered left the players utterly astonished. Coach Flick's jaw dropped when he saw who had arrived. "Lee, who exactly did you bring?" "I told you to come alone to the club. Why are there other people with you? Bayern Munich is not a place just anyone can walk into. What's going on? Did you hurt someone?" The players erupted into murmurs, but Lee said nothing. He simply smiled. The blind man beside him clutched Lee's hand nervously. He had never seen such a scene before, nor did he realize they were actually at Bayern Munich Football Club. It was only after the other players stopped their chatter that Lee spoke with a smile. "This is my new friend, Mr. Jefferson." Coach Flick still looked puzzled. He surveyed Jefferson from head to toe and discovered the man was blind. Could this be Lee's close friend? Perhaps Jefferson had accompanied him to the club purely in a personal capacity. Thinking thus, Coach Flick asked with genuine concern, "Lee, has your injury healed?" "Thank you for your concern, Coach Flick. I'm basically fine now." "That's wonderful news, something worth celebrating together. But who exactly is this friend of yours?" Coach Flick cut straight to the point. Lee glanced at Jefferson and replied with a grave expression, "A blind friend I met on the road." No sooner had he finished than the goofy Muller burst out. "Mr. Lee, today's celebration at Bayern Munich was meant for you alone. There was no mention of bringing guests." "I told you so," Klose grumbled from the side. Lee has grown arrogant and refuses to follow the coach's instructions. His discomfort deepened upon seeing Lee bring a blind man along. Yet Ram and Götze took a different view. They welcomed Jefferson warmly. "Mr. Lee's friend is naturally also a friend of Bayern Munich. That goes without saying." "Indeed. How could German people turn away a blind friend?" Neuer chimed in coldly. "It might be acceptable on ordinary days, but not today." "Mr. Lille, don't you know today marks the 70th anniversary of Bayern Munich? Boateng suddenly remarked. Those words woke Lille from his daydream. He suddenly remembered what the occasion was about. Based on his understanding of football clubs' anniversary celebrations are typically reserved for internal personnel. Since he had not been notified in advance, it meant Coach Flick wanted to surprise him. This sense of ritual signified that Lille had truly become part of Bayern Munich. To his dismay, Lille had accidentally brought a blind man along, which felt somewhat disruptive. Embarrassed, he turned toward Coach Flick. Coach, I'm truly sorry. I didn't know today was the club's anniversary. Coach Flick remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jefferson. This silence made Lille extremely uncomfortable, and he stood awkwardly in place. Close, noticing the coach's reticence, began to understand. Lille, your actions have upset the coach. Perhaps your blind friend should leave. Exactly. Given how important this anniversary is, allowing you and already shows considerable leniency, Neuer added. Lewandowski, however, did not rush to voice an opinion. Instead, he carefully studied the eyes hidden behind sunglasses. Don't these eyes look familiar? The goofy Muller burst into hearty laughter. Lewandowski, you sycophant. Could you be mistaking someone? Yet Ram's expression turned grave, as well his words dripping with surprise. Friend, could you be Mr. Jefferson, who once played for Bayern Munich? This remark sent shockwaves through the group. Close stared in disbelief, unable to accept the implication. Jefferson had once enjoyed immense fame at Bayern Munich with fans all over the world. But when he was at the peak of his career, he suddenly vanished. The club's chairman never learned the reason behind his disappearance. Now facing a blind Jefferson, Close harbored doubts. Jefferson's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. You must be mistaken. There is no Bayern Munich player named Jefferson here. I am merely a blind man called Jefferson. Close and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Muller even sauntered over to Jefferson, attempting to play with his guide dog. Though the guide dog showed little friendliness toward Muller, he paid it no mind. Lille watched this scene unfold, and his inner anger soon surfaced. I don't know how you treat a blind friend, but I brought him here today to fulfill one wish of his. If he could kick a ball at Bayern Munich before he passes away, his wish would be granted. These words left everyone present speechless. What? Are you joking? A blind man wanting to play football? That's sheer fantasy. We'd make tomorrow's front page news. Exactly. A blind man playing football would become a national sensation. Won't we be accused of bullying a disabled person? The players jeered openly. Yet Lille grew even more resolute, for he saw the anxiety in the blind man's eyes. If even he abandoned Jefferson now, how devastated would the man feel? Still, while the players spoke freely, Coach Flick remained utterly silent. This only deepened Lille's uncertainty. Did the coach not welcome Jefferson either? Since you do not welcome Mr. Jefferson, then I shall leave with him. Lille's words startled everyone. Close grinned. What a pity if you leave. Don't let a blind friend ruin your football career. But Lille replied firmly, I don't believe this reflects the hospitality of Bayern Munich. Turning his back, he prepared to depart with Jefferson. At that moment, a deep voice rang out behind them. Lille, you may not leave. Nor may Mr. Jefferson. Lille was stunned. What did Coach Flick mean? He turned around and saw Coach Flick slowly approaching Jefferson. Lille was taken aback by Coach Flick's resolute words. Could the coach intend to thoroughly reprimand him? Perhaps he deserved it. After all, Lille had no idea that today was a special day, and he had even brought a stranger along. With a sense of shame, he bowed his head, bracing himself for Flick's storm of wrath. But then something unexpected occurred. Coach Flick ignored Lille entirely, and instead reached out to grasp Jefferson's hand. Old friend, it's been too long. How have you been? The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Muller, ever the blunt one, immediately blurted out, Coach, surely you've mistaken him for someone else. Indeed, Boateng chimed in. Germany is vast, you must have confused him with another. Close and Lewandowski remained silent, observing the unfolding situation. Coach Flick was typically a composed man, rarely losing his temper. Yet today's behavior was utterly uncharacteristic. Could this person before them truly be Jefferson, the missing footballer Rams had described? Lille stared at Flick in disbelief, his gaze tinged with both reverence and anticipation. You've mistaken me for someone else, he insisted. I'm not that footballer Jefferson. The blind man continued to protest, but Flick cut him off firmly, rolling up his sleeve. What came into view was a tattoo. A skull that left Lille utterly shocked. What could such a marking signify? Was it the brand of a feared player? Flick's voice rang out with agitation. The tattoo remains on your body. How much longer will you deny it? The blind man's lips moved silently, unable to form words. Rams rushed forward. Are you truly Jefferson? How have you been all these years? Why has your sight been taken from you? The blind man's lips trembled again, yet no sound emerged. Lille suddenly understood. If Jefferson's identity was confirmed, there had to be something he couldn't bring himself to reveal. He quickly seized Jefferson's hand. I had no idea you were the Jefferson they speak of, but if it truly is you, there's no need to deny it anymore. On this memorable day, your presence would make it all the more extraordinary. Lille's words only drew Muller's mocking laughter once more. Lele, consider your own precarious position at Bayern. Why bring an outsider into this? But this time no one rallied behind Muller as silence fell over the group. Muller found it incomprehensible and turned to Klose. Klose, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you saying anything? I believe this gentleman before us could very well be the former star Jefferson. Impossible, Muller scoffed. He's blind. How could he ever play football? Muller clung stubbornly to his conviction. But just then the blind Jefferson suddenly grew agitated. That's right. I am Jefferson, the footballer you all knew. The words struck Muller like a slap, leaving him staring in disbelief. Surely this is some April Fool's joke. Today isn't even April Fool's Day. Klose pushed Muller aside and stepped forward, extending his hand to Jefferson. Mr. Jefferson, you were once my greatest football idol. Today you've finally returned in triumph. Hearing Klose offer such respect, Lele felt a profound sense of relief. An ordinary blind man he'd brought along happened to be a former football master. Jefferson's name stirred memories from years past. Jefferson had been a formidable striker, invincible on the pitch. What catastrophic event had reduced him to this dire state? The truth remained shrouded in mystery, but Lele chose not to press the matter. It was personal. Upon Jefferson's admission, Coach Flick eagerly guided him to a chair. Old friend, what happened to your eyes? We searched everywhere after you vanished. Tears welled in Jefferson's eyes, yet he shook his head stubbornly. The memories were undoubtedly agonizing, and he refused to revisit them. Rams, witnessing the scene, spoke up immediately. Coach Flick, today marks Bayern's anniversary. We've welcomed back an old friend, and Lele has joined us. Shouldn't we celebrate this triple blessing? Klose felt uneasy. How Rams had become quite the flatterer. His words simultaneously praised Jefferson and stroked Lele's ego. What favors had Lele bestowed upon him to win such devotion? Klose cleared his throat thoughtfully. Mr. Ram speaks for us all, Mr. Jefferson. We warmly welcome your return. The other players applauded in agreement. Muller now resembled a fool, awkwardly surveying the crowd. He approached Jefferson and hurried to explain himself. Mr. Jefferson, you were once a football legend. I was merely jesting earlier. Please don't take offense. It's nothing. You're not wrong. Those are past incidents. I am now merely Jefferson, the blind man. Jefferson kept insisting on his blindness, and Lele's heart sank. If he'd once had normal vision, sudden blindness could only stem from a few causes. Suddenly Lele recalled Jefferson's notorious alcoholism. Could Jefferson's blindness be linked to his excessive drinking? Lele interjected. Perhaps we shouldn't dwell on Mr. Jefferson's past. Since he accepts his condition as a blind man, we should respect that as well. Rams frowned at this remark. Lele, I find that disrespectful toward a senior figure. Exactly, Gatsa added sourly. He's a veteran of our club. That's rather uncalled for. All believed Lele had been callous. But amid their heated discussion, the blind Jefferson suddenly spoke with warmth. Lele truly is an intelligent Chinese man. You will be Bayern's rising star. Those words instantly tightened the atmosphere in the club. Jefferson's words instantly tensed the atmosphere in the room. Klose in particular felt a surge of frustration upon hearing them. Having only just met Lele for the first time, Jefferson had already drawn such a conclusion. What exactly did he mean? Klose now felt like a cat on hot bricks. Any news unfavorable to him would immediately catch his attention. Hearing this, the ever-cheeky Muller immediately chimed in. Mr. Jefferson, you do have a point. The rising star aspect is certainly understandable, but in terms of skill, Klose is still the stronger one. That's right, Klose is the greatest pride of our Bayern club, Neuer quickly added. Lewandowski remained silent, though his expression seemed somewhat hesitant. Coach Flick's face lit up with delight, but after a moment of contemplation he said, in truth, whether it's Lele, Klose, or any other player, they are all the pride of this team. These words provided some comfort to Klose. At least the coach had a balanced perspective. However, Mr. Jefferson pushed up his sunglasses and reached into his pocket to retrieve something. When everyone saw what he had taken out, they were stunned. Jefferson had produced a medal, the golden boot emblematic of the highest honor of his time. The object gleamed, capturing the spotlight instantly. Klose's eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Jefferson, is this the highest honor you ever achieved? Yes, I've always carried this medal in my pocket. The real trophy, of course, is much larger and sits at home, Jefferson said, caressing the medal with evident fondness. Lele felt a pang of emotion. For a footballer who loves the game, this medal was a cherished memento of the past. The pain in Jefferson's heart after losing the ability to compete was something no one else could truly understand. Hearing this, Lele stepped forward and grasped Jefferson's hand. Mr. Jefferson, isn't your wish to play one more match for Bayern? Jefferson replied with great excitement. Yes, that is my dream. Lele did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Coach Flick. Flick nodded firmly, cleared his throat, and said, Today is the anniversary of Bayern Munich and also the day when both our new star and old friend arrive. Let's do something extraordinary. Coach Flick will give you our full support. Lahm was the first to agree. Yes, I think we should play a match with Mr. Jefferson too. Gatsa immediately raised his hand in approval. As for Klose, he didn't object, but his mind was already turning to the next question. If they were to play a real match, who would partner with Jefferson? And who would want to play alongside a blind man? He hesitated, staying silent, while the cheeky Muller fired the first shot. I agree, Coach Flick, but I'd rather not be on the same team as Mr. Jefferson. Muller's remark instantly caused an uproar. Muller, you're quite clever dodging Mr. Jefferson like that. What do you mean by it? Lewandowski seized the chance to criticize Muller. Yeah, that's not very ethical. Don't you want to be on the same team as the former star Mr. Jefferson? Lahm quickly picked up the thread. Neuer's eyes flickered as he said, I'm fine with any team. After all, I'm just the goalkeeper. Now all the arrows were aimed at Muller, who scratched his head in embarrassment. Muller was a straight talker, often clowning around, but this time, he had become the cannon fodder. He stood frozen in awkwardness, casting a pleading look at Klose, hoping for a satisfactory answer. But to his surprise, Klose firmly supported Mr. Jefferson. I think Muller is being a bit too foolish. Why wouldn't he want to be on the same team as Mr. Jefferson? As a third-rate forward, that's clearly inappropriate. Muller was left stranded again, but then Lille finally spoke up. Actually, Muller has a point, he's just being blunt, Lille said with a smile. The cheeky Muller shot him a grateful look, his impression of Lille changing for the better. Muller wasn't stupid. He quickly stepped forward and shook Mr. Jefferson's hand. Mr. Jefferson, I didn't mean to target you. I'm a straightforward person, I don't beat around the bush. To everyone's surprise, Jefferson was quite magnanimous. He smiled and said, I've long heard that Muller is absolutely serious on the pitch, but when it comes to comedy, he's the best in the team. Those words immediately eased Muller's embarrassment. He quickly said, exactly. As long as you understand my character, I'm willing to be on your team. Muller beamed with joy. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Coach Flick proceeded to divide the teams. Clearly, Lille was assigned to Flick's team along with Lahm and Götze. Of course, Coach Flick's purpose was to test how well Lille's leg had recovered. Lille stood on the pitch, still feeling a twinge of pain in his leg. Lille didn't really need to play, but to fulfill Jefferson's wish, he would have played, even if it meant breaking his leg. Lahm looked at him with concern and asked, Is your leg really okay for the match? Lille nodded firmly, his eyes shining with the light of victory. Jefferson moved, nodded, and tucked the medal back into his pocket. As soon as Coach Flick's whistle blew, the ball was sent out from Lille. But the moment his foot touched the ball, a searing pain shot through his leg. If he forced himself to show off and worsened his leg injury, what would become of the real game? Thinking this, Lille endured the pain and devised a plan. Since the goal was to fulfill Jefferson's wish, he could take the path of least resistance. There was no need to force a breakthrough. He whispered a few words into Lahm's ear. Lahm looked surprised, but nodded in agreement. After the ball was sent out, it quickly returned to Lahm's feet, while Jefferson kept moving forward. Ahead, Klose, Lewandowski, Boateng, and Neuer had already formed their formation. The match was about to ignite, and both sides engaged in fierce competition. As soon as the match began, Jefferson started to sway. Given the special nature of the game, his guide dog proved to be of little use. Initially, Jefferson was extremely anxious. After all, he was participating in a competition. Though he had spoken humbly off the field once on the pitch, he transformed into a different person. The moment he touched the ball, he charged forward like a wild stallion unleashed. However, the opposing players were determined not to show him any courtesy. Klose in particular had already instructed Neuer, Lewandowski, and the others. They would not spare Jefferson any face simply because he was blind. In other words, they all intended to strike at Lille from another angle. As Jefferson dribbled, he soon encountered Boateng from the opposing side. This fellow struck with ruthless precision, showing no mercy whatsoever. As expected, he easily stole the ball from Jefferson, nearly sending him sprawling face first. After dispossessing him, Boateng triumphantly flashed an OK sign at Klose. This was spotted by the goofy Muller, who burst into laughter. Boateng, you rascal, how could you treat Mr. Jefferson like that? On the football pitch, there are no exceptions. Whoever gets the ball is commendable, Boateng declared smugly. But his moment of glory lasted no more than 3 seconds. No sooner had he stolen the ball than a figure dashed over before it could even warm his feet. Lahm, with lightning speed, snatched the ball back with a single kick. While Boateng was still stunned, Lahm quickly passed it back to Jefferson behind him. Jefferson had just been crushed by reality, but when he heard the ball rolling back, he immediately perked up. At that moment, the guide dog seemed to catch a spark of inspiration and moved directly in front of the ball. Sensing the guide dog's position, Jefferson instantly tightened the leash. Buddy, this time we're going to play football together. Lille watched from the sidelines, tears streaming down his face. This was pure extreme love for the game. If the guide dog had feelings, it would surely be a football master as well. Seeing Jefferson with the ball again, Boateng's hostility intensified. Since Coach Flick hadn't explicitly instructed them to go easy on Jefferson, he resolved to make an even cleaner steal this time. This time I won't let the ball slip away so easily. No problem, use all your ability to take the ball from me. I won't hold any grudge. Jefferson retorted without backing down. Excellent, Mr. Jefferson. This is the football spirit we cherish. Boateng gloated even more. Coach Flick watched this unusual match in astonishment, his heart filled with mixed emotions. If this game was a trial for Jefferson, it was even more a duel between Lille and Klose. The two were vying for a spot among Bayern's core players. Yet what gratified Flick was that Lille now had several reliable teammates by his side. Although Mahler had only temporarily joined the offensive team to win Jefferson's favor, he was still a loose cannon. No matter how he wavered, it didn't matter. All his teammates knew his nature. Now Lille advanced side by side with Jefferson, one on the left and one on the right, which deeply moved Flick. What a fine young man. If he truly becomes a rising star, Flick will be overjoyed. He kept murmuring to himself, yet a hint of worry also crept in. Boateng's earlier thoughts had already reflected the sentiments of other players. That fellow had once received a yellow card, meaning he would never hold back his tackles. Sure enough, Boateng charged at Jefferson again, this time with even more vicious intent. But in the instant of the collision, Jefferson passed the ball to Lille beside him. This time Boateng and his teammates were dumbfounded. They never expected Jefferson to possess such sharp ball awareness. Unbelievable. You can't even see the ball. How do you judge its direction? Though I can't see it, I can hear its sound. That's enough. Jefferson's face remained expressionless. Lille now understood Jefferson's state of mind. As a blind man, his hearing was undoubtedly extraordinary. Faced with such a hard-won opportunity, Lille was not about to let it slip. He had originally planned to save the system-granted header chance for an official match, but now he decided to give it a try. With that thought, Lille sprinted forward with the ball, ignoring the pain in his leg. On the opposite side, Klose saw this and burst into laughter. Looks like Lille is in good form today. His leg is fine. Then let me take him on. I'll see who's stronger. Lewandowski acted on his words and charged straight at Lille. This time Lille did not dodge, but met him head-on in a fierce collision. Their legs tangled together, and Lille was nearly toppling. Yet he stubbornly used a small trick. In the moment of impact, he flicked the ball up and over. Lahm, with impeccable timing, dashed from behind and instantly carried the ball forward. Lewandowski stood dumbfounded, never expecting Lille to possess such a skill. However, Lahm's dribbling was almost transparent to Klose. No matter what style Lahm used, Klose had a way to counter it. Klose slammed into Lahm with lightning speed. "Old friend, my dear captain, I won't let you pass this ball." Lahm said nothing this time, but simply shifted his gaze to the right. By the time Klose realized something was amiss, Lahm had already passed the ball to Götze. Götze harbored a deep resentment toward the bench, and now that he finally had a chance to play, he unleashed all his energy. As a forward in his 20s, his stamina was abundant. Klose noticed the danger and tried to recover, but he was slightly behind in speed. At that moment, Neuer's voice rang out from the goal. "Klose, no need to come back and defend. Leave it to me." Neuer, nearly 2 meters tall, fixed Götze with an extremely wary gaze. He knew Götze's shooting ability was mediocre. All he had to do was control him. "Neuer, you're far too arrogant. Do you think I'm beneath your notice? In my eyes, no one is special. Only those who can score against me are true masters." Neuer laughed arrogantly. Their gazes locked instantly, igniting a fierce battle of wills. Götze immediately wanted to take a long-range shot. He knew Neuer's defense was extremely tight, and ordinary forwards would hardly be able to score past him. Neuer was inherently gifted at goalkeeping, making him nearly impossible to beat with ordinary shots. Götze took the kick and sent the ball soaring through the air. Neuer laughed so hard his face contorted. "What kind of garbage kick was that, Götze? With this level of play, you still think you deserve to start?" Götze said nothing, his eyes locked onto the ball's trajectory. It flew straight toward the left corner of the goal, but Neuer sprang into action without hesitation. He caught the ball cleanly with no room for doubt. Neuer held the ball and fixed Götze with a look of utter disdain. "Long-range shots mean nothing against me, Neuer." Götze swung his arm angrily at the sky. "Götze, no need to rush. The match has only just begun. We still have at least 45 minutes. Lahm joked directly. In truth, Lahm already understood the situation clearly. He knew Neuer's goal was nearly impenetrable to other players. Despite Lille being a rising star, he had yet to successfully score past Neuer in a formal match. This time Neuer would face Lille's challenge at 100% intensity. Lille, witnessing this scene, felt no fear at all, for he knew the opportunity had arrived. He whispered something quietly into Götze's ear, and Götze's eyes immediately lit up with understanding. "I understand now, Mr. Lille. I will definitely cooperate with both of you." Lille also whispered a few words into Jefferson's ear, who sat frowning beside him. Klose, observing from across the field, was equally puzzled. The ball hadn't gone in yet. They showed no complaint. In fact, they were whispering to each other. What did this mean? Did they not take their current opponents seriously at all? Klose despised being disregarded above all else, and his anger flared instantly. He signaled to Neuer with an attacking gesture, and Neuer understood immediately. Neuer kicked the ball powerfully, sending it directly toward Klose without any hesitation. The placement was precisely calculated, ensuring Klose would not need to run extra steps. Klose found himself right outside Neuer's penalty area, close to the goalkeeper Renner. A normal goalkeeper might consider such an approach risky, but for Neuer it was entirely calculated. His leg strength could send the ball surging toward the goal with terrifying speed. There was even a time when Neuer scored directly from a goal kick. But confronted with this sudden long pass, Müller immediately felt uneasy. What is Neuer trying to do? Does he want to shoot directly? Lahm, however, said nothing and sprinted quickly toward the ball. Clearly this isn't a shot. It's a pass intended for Klose. Muller's temper flared instantly. He charged directly toward Klose's direction. He would absolutely not allow Neuer's ball to sail over his head so effortlessly. Damn, Neuer actually treating everyone as his opponent now. I absolutely will not lose this time. The foolish Muller and Klose directly contested the ball. The height difference between the two was obvious, especially since Muller towered over Klose. Muller headed the ball away with considerable ease. Frustrated, Klose launched himself into the air and executed an instant overhead kick interception. This sight shocked his teammates immediately. Klose, well played. You can even use that method to win the ball. Incredible. That was like watching a martial arts football match. What an impressive posture even for a shot. Klose had already intercepted the ball in midair. Without pausing, he swiftly assumed a shooting stance. Let me show you how devastating Klose can be when he truly unleashes his power. Klose struck a devastating downward kick from above. The ball collided with the ground at nearly a 90-degree angle. Lamb attempted to block it with all his speed, but failed. What a powerful low drive. I couldn't intercept it at all. Not just you. No goalkeeper could stop that either. A smug expression appeared on Klose's face. This time he had unleashed his trump card, though this was merely a friendly match. A friendly game had been turned into something resembling a major tournament by Klose's intensity, and Friedrich gave a thumbs up from the sidelines. Friedrich knew Klose well, a meticulously serious man. He would not hold back against Jefferson simply because the latter was blind. The low drive shot approached Renner's goal at lightning speed. Renner threw his body to block the shot, but failed. The ball slipped past him into the net from the side with no suspense whatsoever. The moment the ball crossed the line, Klose's teammates erupted in celebration. As expected, an excellent goal. No goalkeeper could have stopped that. This new shooting technique is virtually unstoppable. Klose truly is an experienced player. This alone proves he deserves a starting spot at Bayern. I told you. Klose takes every match seriously no matter the situation. But for Jefferson's side, the atmosphere was indeed heavy. I never expected Klose to use his signature move in an unofficial match. Muller, don't worry too much. It's a 45-minute game. Conceding first is not unusual. Lamb stepped forward to comfort them directly. In truth, his own heart was deeply unsettled. He had not even been able to judge that ball accurately moments before. Lille saw the opponent's low drive shot and felt a surge of excitement. Klose had once again unleashed his trump card, and Lille had memorized every single technique. With this understanding of the shot, Lille would certainly be able to execute it rapidly in the future. But for now, a successful counterattack was essential. Otherwise, Jefferson's wish could never be fulfilled. Jefferson stood aside somewhat dejected. It's all my fault. I've dragged you all down. Mr. Jefferson, there is no need to blame yourself. Victory and defeat are common in football. Besides, we haven't counterattacked yet. Lille's eyes were filled with the light of victory. Though his legs felt as heavy as lead and occasional waves of tearing pain coursed through him, Lille paid it no mind. As long as he could help Jefferson realize his dream, that was all that mattered. Football was not only about scoring goals. Sometimes it was about hope itself. The whistle blew. Lille, this time with the ball at his feet, charged directly toward Neuer's goal. Neuer's eyes revealed contempt. This time, he would properly deal with Lille. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you in the least. Lille said nothing and quickly sprinted toward the opponent's half. Klose had assumed that Lille would certainly engage him in a direct confrontation. Unexpectedly, however, Lille did not even pass by him, instead choosing to attack from the opposite flank. At this moment, Klose was quite arrogant and directly taunted. I knew you were a coward. If you have the guts, confront me directly once. Lewandowski also fanned the flames on the side. Klose stopped making sarcastic remarks here. He definitely wouldn't dare. You two are really full of nonsense. It doesn't matter where he attacks from, as scoring against my goal is extremely difficult, Neuer said while stretching his muscles. At this time, Götze could no longer stand their arrogant faces. What are you all doing? This is just a friendly match, and it's to help Jefferson fulfill his wish. There's no such thing as a friendly match in my heart. As long as it's a match, I'll treat it with 100%. Klose said seriously. Lille didn't say a word, but charged directly toward the other flank. At this moment, he didn't care at all about what Klose or the other players said. He just needed to follow his own plan. As for the arrogant goalkeeper Neuer, Lille would definitely give him a head-on blow. He always thought he was the world's #1 goalkeeper, but this time Lille would make him suffer a crushing defeat. Seeing that Lille remained silent, the silly Muller beside him also laughed. Lille, we'd better have a direct contest with them, so they won't dare to make sarcastic remarks. There's no need at all. All I want is to give Mr. Jefferson an opportunity. Lille charged forward with a determined look. At this moment, Mr. Jefferson, along with his guide dog, was also sprinting forward. The scene of a man and a dog racing across the football field immediately caused the other substitute players to burst into laughter. This is truly unheard of. I never expected it to happen at Bayern Munich. Perhaps this is fate. Jefferson left from here and has returned here. He's also a pitiful man. Now there's no way he can kick the ball into the goal. It's a pity Lille is being foolish this time, actually willing to be on the same team as him. Isn't that going to drag him down too? Hearing this, Jefferson's heart was already churning with emotion, but he kept persevering. Since Lille had agreed, the chance given to him must not be wasted. With this thought, Jefferson gritted his teeth and increased his speed. On the opposite side, Boateng couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Look how pitiful you are. Even if I don't directly defend against you, you simply have no way to reach the goal. Say whatever you want. Anyway, I'm definitely going to score in a moment. Jefferson actually also strengthened his resolve. Don't worry about him, Boateng. Let him come here freely and see how he can score. Neuer was even more disdainful. After all, even ordinary strikers couldn't break through Neuer's goal. As for a blind man, the possibility was zero. At this moment, Neuer's attention was still on Lille. This time he was not partnering with Lam at all. Clearly Lille intended to challenge Neuer one-on-one, but Neuer was no pushover either. He quickly organized the defensive line, preparing to intercept him outside the penalty area. But this time Lille didn't choose to go one-on-one. Instead, he suddenly took a shot as he approached the penalty area. Quick, block him. He might take a long shot. Neuer shouted. Boateng rushed over at full speed, but simply failed to stop the ball. It turned out that Lille had no intention of shooting from distance. Instead, he kicked the ball high into the air, and it sailed directly over the defenders' heads. Under their astonished gazes, Lille broke through the defensive line at top speed. Only then did Neuer realize something was wrong. It seemed Lille was going to use an aerial tactic. At this time, the other players certainly couldn't get back in time to defend. Neuer took the lead and leaped high into the air. When it comes to heading, I'm the master. Neuer laughed wildly. But Lille remained indifferent because he had already activated the system's gifted header scoring opportunity. In the air, the two formed a brilliant spectacle. Just as Lille was about to score, he suddenly saw Jefferson also hastily arriving inside the penalty area. At that moment, a novel idea suddenly flashed through Lille's mind. He shouted directly to Jefferson, "Mr. Jefferson, jump up quickly and head the ball with me." This was indeed a bold decision. If they missed the opportunity now, Neuer would likely punch the ball away. But Lille didn't care at all. He surprisingly didn't head the ball directly toward the goal. After all, this was a header opportunity gifted by the system, and Lille chose to first hook the ball with his foot in midair. Taking advantage of this opening, Neuer had no way to get the ball, and at that moment Jefferson also leaped into the air. This was a golden opportunity. Lille and Jefferson headed the ball almost simultaneously. Despite Neuer's desperate attempts to intercept, this was an unstoppable goal combining the heading power of two players. Lille was almost certain to score. There was absolutely no suspense. Neuer desperately tried to use his physical advantage to block the ball, but he still failed. His hand missed the ball by just a few millimeters, and the ball flew straight into the net. With a loud bang, the net bulged high. Almost at the same time, all the players were astonished. How is this possible? Lille actually scored a header together with Jefferson. How much tacit understanding would it take to achieve that? Lille is indeed a genius, able to coordinate with someone he just met. It seems we've underestimated Lille's strength. From now on, we should regard him as a formidable opponent. When Neuer saw the ball nestle into the net, he slammed his gloves fiercely onto the ground. Damn it. I can't believe he headed a ball like that. Isn't this just messing with me? At this moment, Lille coldly tossed out a remark. No one can arrogantly claim to be the best in the world, or they are bound to fall hard. At this moment, Neuer's face turned one patch red, one patch green, utterly embarrassed. He avoided Lille's gaze and threw the ball heavily toward Klose. Rise where you fell, Klose. This time it's up to you. No problem, Neuer. This time I'll help you realize your dream. Klose's eyes shone with the light of victory. Their eyes met, and a long-lost sense of tacit understanding arose between them. Klose controlled the ball, and then dashed toward the opposite side at full speed. Just as Lille was momentarily stunned, a figure also swiftly followed. Once Lille made out the figure, he was immediately stunned. Neuer had abandoned his goal and was charging straight toward the opponent's half. What was he planning to do? Was he looking for revenge? Lille suddenly recalled Neuer's personality and remembered that Neuer had once been a forward. At that moment, he finally understood. Neuer must be determined to take the shot himself. He immediately shouted across to Rana on the other side. "Mr. Rana, you must keep a tight mark on Klose, or it'll be trouble." Rana paid no mind to this, convinced that Klose wouldn't arrive in time. He failed to notice that Neuer had already quietly crept up along the wing. Just then, Lille was about to retreat into defense when the system prompt rang out. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on scoring a header. You have earned 200 points and 1 guaranteed interception opportunity against an imminent goal. The 200 points truly delighted Lille. He realized that his joint effort with Jefferson had somehow doubled his score multiplier. It suddenly clicked. He understood that Jefferson, a former world-renowned striker, yielded far more points due to his higher tier. If this was true, what kind of returns could he expect from partnering with Klose? He would surely need to find a way to team up with him. With that thought in mind, Lille immediately exchanged his 200 points to boost his shooting base. His shooting index surged once again, extending his effective shooting range to 40 meters with an accuracy of 80%. Such stats were exceptionally formidable. Lille decided to fully trust Neuer and take a chance together. Since Neuer was set on playing as a forward, Lille saw no reason why he couldn't step up as a goalkeeper. Jefferson, utterly thrilled, turned to Lille and said, "Mr. Lille, it has been a wonderful cooperation with you. The score is now tied." "Not at all, Mr. Jefferson. I merely helped fulfill your wish. The main credit belongs to yourself." Lille remained remarkably humble. Jefferson expressed his deep gratitude. "For a blind man like me to score alone was nearly impossible. That goal just now relied entirely on your assistance." To his surprise, Lille simply waved his hand and smiled. "You are too kind. Without your ability to position yourself accurately by sound, our combined strike would never have succeeded either. Regardless, I owe you one. I will surely give you a surprise." Jefferson beamed with joy. What Lille did not know was that Jefferson's hand was already inside his pocket, tightly gripping a medal. It was a symbol of honor and also represented something Jefferson held dearest. Though Jefferson could not see Lille's true appearance, he sensed a glimmer of hope in him. The flower of victory seemed to bloom vividly before his eyes and within his mind. He grasped Lille's hand firmly. "You truly are Bayern's most promising rising star. I will wholeheartedly support you." Lille smiled modestly, though his greatest concern at that moment remained the opposing goal. Rana showed absolutely no reaction. From that angle, Neuer's advance should have been impossible to miss. Lille politely addressed Jefferson. "Mr. Jefferson, the match is not over yet. I need to join the defense." Jefferson was utterly astonished. "Did I hear you correctly? You are a forward." "You heard right, Mr. Jefferson. I intend to assist the goalkeeper in defending the net." Lille spoke while already sprinting toward the opposing side. Though Jefferson's eyes were clouded, his heart applauded Lille silently. "Truly a prodigy. Can he really play every position? This is simply marvelous." While Jefferson was lost in thought, the opposing players burst into laughter. Neuer rarely ventures out, but when he does, he always scores. With those magnificent long legs of his, victory is guaranteed. That is a unique ability, one no one else can replicate. Hurry and cheer on Klose. We must defeat Lille and his team. Even the foolish Muller grew anxious. He quickly rushed toward Klose. He understood that if Klose could smoothly deliver the ball to Neuer, a goal was highly likely. After all, Muller had witnessed and even participated in such scenarios before. At that moment, Muller himself harbored a competitive spark, for he was merely the third-choice striker. Upon seeing Muller approach, Klose showed no sign of panic and continued dribbling forward. "Klose, aren't you even afraid of me?" Muller let out a hearty chuckle. "We know each other inside out. Don't you know my abilities? How could you possibly keep up with my pace?" Klose spoke with sheer arrogance. Offended, Muller executed an immediate tackle, swinging his long legs in an attempt to sweep everything down. What he failed to anticipate was that Klose had already read his move. Klose lofted the ball high, clearing it effortlessly over Muller's sweeping legs. Muller stood frozen, completely dumbfounded. Seizing that fleeting moment, Klose darted past him with the ball. "I told you. You are nothing but a fool. How could you possibly stop my ball?" Whatever Muller muttered afterward, Klose refused to listen. He simply continued dribbling on his own. This time, Klose was truly resolved to expand the lead and secure the victory before the final whistle. He stealthily glanced at Neuer, confirming that he was indeed making a run toward the opposite flank, with Lewandowski closely trailing behind. It was a well-rehearsed tactic, one that if executed flawlessly would surely bypass Lahm. Lahm stood firm upon the defensive line, immovable as a pillar. In Klose's eyes, Lahm was the sole obstacle. He also planned to employ a cunning trick. "Captain Lahm, I won't hold back this time. I'm going past you. Bring it on then. I am no pushover, Lahm." "Very well. This is just the two of us one-on-one," Klose declared before accelerating sharply. Lahm did not foresee this and charged straight at Klose. Yet in that instant, Klose simply slipped a pass behind him. Lahm was utterly devastated. Lewandowski seized the ball instantly and fired it beyond the penalty area. His explosive speed was simply astonishing. On the verge of collapse himself, Lahm urgently shouted toward Rana. "Rana, beware. Lewandowski and Klose are combining forces." Upon hearing this, Rana's eyes widened with terror. After all, Klose and Lewandowski were Bayern's two most formidable strikers. How terrifying would their combined assault be? Lewandowski and Klose launched a joint attack toward the goal. This scene had not graced the Bayern stadium in many long years. The players could hardly contain their excitement, immediately erupting into cheers and acclaim. Truly the strongest forward pairing, this is simply magnificent. How many can possibly stand against the combined force of just those two? This time we will win by a heavy scoreline. Renner doesn't stand a chance. Lille might well find himself embarrassing himself alongside Jefferson this round. Regardless, Mr. Jefferson is the senior veteran. This embarrassment falls not on him, but squarely on Lille. Hearing these words, Jefferson felt genuine unease stirring within his heart. Who would have imagined that his arrival at this club would exert such profound influence upon Lille? With these thoughts racing through his mind, he went directly to Coach Flick. "Flick, could we perhaps call off the match right now?" "What? But the match is still underway." Coach Flick was utterly stunned. A drawn result would be the finest resolution for Lillet. Otherwise would I not be dragging him down. Jefferson spoke with palpable sorrow. It does not matter. Lillet is still young, a bruising blow is necessary for his growth. Coach Flick chuckled gently. He understood well enough that Jefferson was simply afraid the blame would fall upon Lillet. Might this not severely damage Lillet's future prospects? Jefferson, my old friend, do you still not understand the hearts of players? Coach Flick, what do you mean? When has our side ever shown retreat? You know this far better than I. Flick maintained his gentle smile. Jefferson recalled the days when he himself was on the pitch and a surge of spirited fervor welled within him. Indeed, in our prime, we never once considered surrendering, not even in the final second. Now their spirit lives on in our young players. Is this not a wondrous thing? Flick pressed his advantage. Jefferson pondered for a moment, then nodded with quiet joy. In that instant the match result seemed far less important. What truly mattered was seeing Lillet elevated to something greater. His gaze returned to the pitch, yet Lillet had vanished from sight. The other substitutes too wore expressions of deep bewilderment. Where has Lillet gone? Has he abandoned the field mid-match? That cannot be. A player of his never surrenders so easily. Perhaps he has grown fearful of the Lewandowski-Klose pairing. Anything is possible, but we must not jump to conclusions so hastily. Look, is that Lillet up in the air? Following the pointing finger of one player, the crowd gazed upward and discovered to their astonishment that Lillet had somehow found himself suspended mid-air. The sight left everyone utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is Lillet doing? Why has he leapt into the air at this very moment? Who can say? Perhaps the competition between true masters operates beyond ordinary understanding. Coach Flick watched the unfolding scene with profound shock, his eyes alight with wonder. Lillet is extraordinary. He has actually conceived of this daring tactic. On the pitch, Lewandowski had already pressed deep into the outer edge of the small penalty area. Renner launched himself forward aggressively, and Lewandowski struck a sharply angled shot. Renner gently parried the ball away, but even as he did, Klose behind him lofted the ball high and toward the wing. Neuer, this one is yours. Seize this opportunity and find the net. Only then did Lahm and the others truly comprehend the most fearsome threat had never been the Klose-Lewandowski partnership themselves. Their entire combined effort had been nothing more than a carefully crafted setup to gift Neuer a golden chance to score. Should number one goalkeeper Neuer find himself the last obstacle, the opposing side would stand no chance at all. Yet the critical issue was that Renner possessed virtually no real match experience, and he was already sprawled upon the turf. The ball soared toward the crown of Neuer's head, and in that moment triumph gleamed bright within his eyes. With me, Neuer, standing between us and this goal, no one shall ever seize the moment. He sprang skyward, preparing to thunder a header's shot, but those words had been spoken far too hastily. Another figure had already launched itself aloft, twisting through the air. Neuer stared in disbelief at Lillet's silhouette, his fury igniting. Lillet, when exactly did you leap into the air there? Any fool could have predicted that pass would come directly toward my position. Lillet offered a scornful smirk. One must never treat a rival like Neuer with politeness. Such gentleness serves absolutely no purpose. Now Lillet intended to goad the opponent to his utmost, provoking him into unleashing his absolute maximum power. After all, Lillet wished to test precisely what the system had gifted him, the guaranteed scoring opportunity in defense, and discover exactly what it felt like. Neuer, disregarding all caution, hurled himself through the air with every ounce of strength toward the ball. Yet to his astonishment, Lillet did not meet him head-on. He actually veered aside, evading contact entirely. You coward! I see you shrinking back even sooner than expected. Neuer effortlessly headed the ball toward the goal. But in the same instant he discovered with horror that Lillet had once again vanished from sight. When he next caught sight of Lillet, the latter had already planted both feet upon the ground, and was now sliding toward the goal at breathtaking speed. The nearby players stood frozen in sheer amazement. What in the world is Lillet attempting? Is he trying to intercept with a slide? We have never witnessed such a technique. This is truly eye-opening. Quickly, Lillet's angle is completely wrong. The goal is about to fall. It appears he simply cannot overcome Neuer's towering reach after all. This round is ours for certain. Lillet has undoubtedly lost. Yet, just as everyone concluded that Lillet's sliding interception stood no hope whatsoever, another miracle came to pass. Lillet fully extended his tightly curled legs and executed a dramatic roll across the turf. The posture was utterly unprecedented in its ungracefulness. Klose, watching from nearby, doubled over with laughter. What kind of absurd maneuver is this? Does he genuinely believe he can stop the ball in such a ridiculous pose? An absolutely humiliating display. He has disgraced himself completely this time. However we look at it, our trio remains unbeatable. At last we have crushed Lillet's arrogance. We have taken our revenge at last. But just as Klose and Lewandowski were busy mocking Lillet, something extraordinary occurred. Lillet, harnessing the power of both legs, launched himself into a soaring aerial somersault. In truth, every element of that bizarre posture had been directly granted to him by the system. Even Li himself could barely contain his astonishment. Mid-air his body spun continuously, completing nearly a full 360-degree rotation. The ball struck squarely upon Li's head, and in that instant a thunderous ringing echoed through his skull. Neuer. That brute. He truly struck with devastating force. With a mighty thud the ball rebounded violently away from Li's forehead and flew decisively out of danger. Coach Fritz witnessed this scene with his own eyes. He stood up excitedly. Lille, you truly are remarkable managing to block a certain goal. The other players had not clearly seen it at first, but now they too rose to their feet one after another. How thrilling. Neuer's ball was actually blocked. What kind of person is Lille that he could block the ball with such a complex posture? It seems the Chinese indeed possess martial arts prowess, each one a master of martial arts. Can such techniques truly be applied in football? At this moment Klose and Lewandowski could not help but keep glancing at Coach Fritz. Coach, is this really permissible? Why not? As long as no foul is committed, any blocking posture is allowable, Fritz said with great calmness. Upon hearing these words, Jefferson beside him also wore a pleased expression. It appeared that this young man Lille was indeed formidable, having blocked a certain goal. Lille, I truly did not misjudge you, keep fighting hard. Lille's head was still ringing at this moment, and he had also heard Jefferson's words. Perhaps this was a kind of guidance. Lille forcibly straightened his body. At this moment, he only wanted to see where the ball had just flown. The ball flew directly out of bounds, which was obviously another corner kick. For Lille, such a corner kick was yet another crisis. After all, Klose and Lewandowski were both experts in set pieces, making it clear they would suffer a disadvantage. Reina, seeing Lille slide to block the ball at a critical moment, felt deeply grateful in his heart. He crawled and stumbled over to Lille's side and directly pulled him up. Mr. Lille, are you alright? Thanks to you just now, otherwise we would have conceded a goal. Lille shook his dizzy head and directly made an okay gesture. It was my fault just now. If I had listened to you earlier, this situation would not have occurred. Reina scratched his head in embarrassment. Now is not the time to apologize, for the opponent is about to take a corner kick, Lille stated directly. This scene was indeed rather dangerous. Reina realized the crisis and quickly called Lam back as well. Captain Lam, how should we defend this time? Lam looked at the player taking the corner kick, who was none other than Lewandowski this time. This fellow was actually a master who could always create miracles at critical moments. Klose had chosen to receive support at midfield, which already revealed his intention. Even more shocking was that Neuer had not run back to his half, but continued to remain here. Lam frowned and said, this time is likely fraught with danger, but I will firmly stay on both sides of the goal with you. Captain Lam, there is no way you can defend both sides alone. Count me in. Lille stood up directly. Gotze beside him was unwilling to show weakness and directly joined the defensive ranks as well. The foolish Muller also wanted to show off, but at this moment Lam stopped him. Muller, I think you no longer need to join the defensive ranks. Why? Captain Lam, I am a member of the team. Muller was quite displeased. You have your own task. I believe you must launch a quick counterattack. Lille directly took over the conversation. The foolish Muller was still somewhat confused and wanted to continue asking, but he saw Lille making a gesture toward the opposite goal. Muller looked back and finally discerned the strategy, so he quickly nodded and headed straight for the forward area. This time Lille intended to deliver a crushing blow to Klose and the others. To score from this corner kick, almost all of the opposing players had rushed over. Klose waited anxiously in midfield while Neuer provided support on the wing, and Boateng was actually watching the spectacle from the sidelines. Actually, there is no need for everyone to be so tense. This corner kick will definitely result in a goal. Shut it, Boateng. At critical moments you always fail, completely unable to defend against Lille. Klose said irritably. Do not say that. At critical moments I can always delay his offensive speed. Is that not a capability? Boateng continued to brag. Come off it. You always boast, yet you have no ability to stop Lille. Klose said bluntly. This is far too dismissive of my abilities. I will thoroughly intercept Lille this time to make you shut up. Boateng's anger surged. The ball was lofted high by Lewandowski, arcing toward Klose's direction. Most players focused their attention on Klose and swarmed toward him. But at the instant Klose rose to meet the ball, he suddenly dropped his head slightly, leaving the other defenders utterly stunned. They could only watch helplessly as the ball floated past Klose's head, its target once again Neuer's direction. This time you have been completely fooled. I Klose am no fool either. Exactly. This plan is simply flawless. Neuer, this ball is destined to go in. We are about to take a 1-goal lead. Let us see what Lille can do about it. As expected, the feint had deceived goalkeeper Reina, but failed to deceive Lam. Lam sprang into the air with incredible speed, challenging for the ball mid-flight. Unfortunately, Neuer's height gave him a significant advantage, and he reached the ball first with a powerful header. This time let us see who can still save your goal. The ball shot toward the far corner of the goal with lightning speed. Reina had already been fooled by Klose's feint and dove in the opposite direction. Just as the ball was about to fly into the net, a figure dashed out. Klose's heart sank upon seeing who it was. I never expected this fellow to appear in this very place. It is simply unbelievable. How can he see nothing, and yet manage to run here to block the ball? Lewandowski was equally frantic. Lillet gazed at the appearing figure with gratitude in his eyes. Mr. Jefferson, you truly are extraordinary. Even unable to see, you remain a master. The one who appeared before the goal was none other than Jefferson. Guided by his seeing-eye dog, he had somehow reached the goal line once more. This time he had arrived precisely as the opponent was about to score. Could he truly stop it? Though Jefferson attempted to head the ball away in midair, he missed slightly. His head deviated by mere millimeters, and the ball brushed past his face, continuing its flight. Everyone was utterly stunned. Klose's expression of shock instantly transformed into delight. Neuer, this ball still has hope. Exactly right. This time Neuer will definitely score. Lewandowski exclaimed excitedly beside them. But at that moment another figure threw himself desperately at the ball. At first the players assumed it was Lillet, but this time their judgment had failed. It was goalkeeper Lena who leaped up to intercept the ball once more. This fellow had actually reversed direction at full speed after failing his first save. Lillet watched this unfold, delight bubbling up within him. Lena, well done. With this you can certainly stop the shot. Hearing Lillet's encouragement, Lena felt his tension begin to melt away. He had begun as merely a backup goalkeeper who had never taken the field, yet now he had unexpectedly become the team's pillar. As a second-team custodian, he had made up his mind. Lillet had inspired him many times before. This time, he could not bring shame upon himself. Even if I must risk my life, I will catch this ball. Keep dreaming, Neuer sneered from the sidelines. You as substitute goalkeeper think you have what it takes. Indeed, Klose chimed in. I don't believe you can stop that shot either. Lewandowski hold the same view. You are nothing but a backup keeper, Lewandowski added. All-around doubt clouded their belief in Lena's abilities. Yet in that very moment Lena did something astonishing. He had no time to gather the ball cleanly, so this time, he threw his face into the shot. All present were left stunned by his extraordinary act of sacrifice. This lad is utterly mad, blocking a shot with his face without a care for the pain, eh? What a fool, every bit as reckless as Muller. A man like this becoming our goalkeeper is simply a disaster. The ball was actually stopped. What kind of sacrifice must that have required, eh? The extent of his agony was known only to Lena, for he had truly thrown himself into the effort. Against a tide of mockery and disbelief from all around, he earned their respect through sheer action. Lillet was the first to leap to his feet. Bravo, Lena. That was the finest save. Meanwhile, Lahm had already made a swift run toward the goal and launched a powerful kick clear. Klose and Lewandowski remained frozen in shock, but up ahead Muller burst into uproarious laughter. You kept calling me a fool, and now look at you. Every last one of you has become the fool. Klose immediately realized Muller was still planted along the forward line, and a sense of dread surged through him. Without a moment to waste, he sprinted toward Muller at full speed. Lewandowski hurried back and defend, or it will be too late. The warning snapped Lewandowski into action, and he turned on a dime to retreat. Neuer stood rooted to the spot, refusing to believe what had just happened. A certain goal had somehow been denied by Lena's face. What manner of spirit drove him to such lengths? Even more dangerously, the ball sailed directly toward the so-called fool Muller. From that angle, Muller could breeze past one or two of the trailing defenders with ease. As expected, Muller was already charging forward with the ball at top speed. This is a gift from heaven. I'm going for an open net, he shouted aloud. Boateng was now giving chase with every ounce of his strength, unwilling to surrender possession so easily. And yet the one who reveled most in the moment was Muller. This had been perhaps the greatest joy he'd ever found in play. You infuriating Neuer, you looked down on me. And now I'll make you pay by conceding this goal. Sure enough, Muller glided past the leading defender as though he were standing still. Before the second defender could close, and Muller had already slipped free toward the far side. With no one left between him and the goal, an empty net awaited. Watch how the German machine tears apart your empty net. Muller struck the ball from distance. It tore across the turf, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped relentlessly onward. Though Klose roared desperately from behind, his cries fell on deaf ears. The ball was traveling far faster than any of them could run. Enraged, Klose unleashed a torrent of curses at the two defenders. You two idiots. Can't you even stop a single man? Terrified into silence, the pair said nothing and kept chasing after Muller. Chasing hardest behind the ball was naturally Lewandowski, though even he felt the strain mounting. To stand idly by and watch it roll into an empty net would be nothing short of a disgrace to Bayern's first team. With that thought driving him, he threw himself to the ground, hoping to use his momentum to intercept the ball before it crossed the line. The move took everyone by surprise. Even Coach Flick raised an approving thumb. I didn't expect Lewandowski to be this clever. Thinking of such a gambit. Coach, it seems there is no doubt this time. The ball is ours. Even if Lewandowski is fast, he may not be able to match the ball's speed. Yet in Lillet's eyes, victory was far from certain, for he had already calculated the angle of the shot. Muller, intoxicated by the prospect of triumph, had rushed his decision. He could have carried the ball forward for a greater stretch, yet he chose to shoot prematurely. The choice was hasty at best, born of overconfidence in his own ability. Now the ball was losing pace, while Lewandowski's sliding speed continued to climb. At this rate, Lewandowski would surely reach the ball. No, I must find a way. Otherwise this chance will be utterly wasted, Lille thought, and immediately sprang into action. Lewandowski was elated to see Muller's shot steadily decelerating. A fool is a fool to the end. He won't get this one past me, he cried out again and again. Muller, hearing this from behind, bristled with annoyance. You dare look down on me? Let's see if you can actually stop my shot. Lewandowski, having no patience for banter, kept sliding forward, his sweeping motion about to clip the ball cleanly away. The so-called fool Muller's eyes widened in astonishment. He could scarcely believe what was unfolding before him. Damn it, I didn't anticipate my legs giving out so soon. Am I going to squander this chance once more? Muller nearly covered his eyes, unable to accept reality. His teammates nearby mocked him without respite. Captain Lom set you up with a perfect ball, and you throw it all away. Foolish Muller lives up to his reputation. Anyone could have scored from that. Covering his face with both hands, Muller refused to witness any of it further. With victory in sight, Lewandowski let his guard slip. The ball is mine now. I'll pass it back immediately and set up close for the shot. That might be a bit premature. The ball is undoubtedly mine. A voice rang out suddenly from behind Lewandowski. When Lewandowski turned and saw who it was, composure abandoned him entirely. Lille, when did you get past me? You were so blinded by victory, you wouldn't have noticed me anyway. A gleam ignited in Lille's eyes. Their legs collided mid-stride, and with a thunderous crack the ball was struck flying. Lewandowski and Lille possessed equal strength in their legs, colliding fiercely against one another. However, under the intense pressure from both players, the ball was instantly struck away. This time both of them rushed simultaneously to reclaim the ball, but after only a few steps they both collapsed to the ground. The earlier battle had already drained the strength from their legs, leaving both of them too weak to continue. At this moment, Lille still managed to force himself upright through sheer willpower. But before he could, a figure surged forward ahead of him. As Lille clearly made out the figure approaching, he was utterly stunned. Jefferson had once again dashed forward with remarkable speed, closing in on the ball with extraordinary precision. Lille could not help but be deeply moved by Jefferson's actions. Even though he could not see, Jefferson still fought relentlessly for his dream. Meanwhile, the other players on the sidelines erupted into heated discussion. Why is Jefferson pushing himself so hard? He can't even see the ball, yet he runs straight toward it. Wouldn't that just be blind luck? Now both Lewandowski and Lille are unable to stand. I doubt they can continue competing. Does this mean the entire fate of the team rests on Mr. Jefferson's shoulders? At this moment, Flick also rose to his feet with excitement. This was no longer just a competition between Bayern's first and second teams. It was a showcase for Jefferson. A blind man still possessing such courage was truly admirable. At that moment, the guide dog sprinted desperately toward where the ball was about to land. The guide dog was Jefferson's best friend, and relying on it, Jefferson smoothly approached the landing point. Klose stared at the ball in despair and shouted loudly. There's no way that goal can be scored. He's purely kicking by instinct. I agree, it seems impossible. But this time we will definitely counterattack. Boateng also hurriedly gave chase alongside them. Neuer had actually nearly reached the ball's landing point, but fell just short. Leave it to me. I can still see. Neuer frantically relied on his long legs to gain a step ahead. But this time the guide dog was remarkably fast, involuntarily pulling Jefferson along with it. The ball landed directly and accurately on Jefferson's head. Sensing the object approaching, Jefferson showed no fear whatsoever. He stood tall and powerful, heading the ball with all his strength. This is the moment. Jefferson will surely score this goal. Don't even think about it. Neuer am back. Neuer suddenly burst out from the side. The ball was still outside the penalty area, so Neuer could not use his hands. At this point, he could only rely on his normal vision and strength to block Jefferson. Seeing Jefferson on the verge of total failure, Lille couldn't help but shout loudly. Mr. Jefferson, head the ball toward the 6 o'clock direction. Jefferson hesitated for a moment, then immediately understood. Neuer had already blocked the ball, but unexpectedly Jefferson suddenly twisted his head and directed the ball straight ahead. Now it was Neuer's turn to be dumbfounded. He desperately tried to reach the ball with his hands. Though he managed to touch it slightly, he could not change the ball's overall trajectory. The ball shifted slightly in angle and flew toward the goal. All eyes were fixed on it. I think this goal is impossible. Exactly, Neuer already touched it just now. But a sighted person might still know the direction of the goal. Lille's guidance earlier may have played a role, but the outcome remains the same. Lille said nothing at this moment, keeping his gaze fixed on the ball. The power and angle of Jefferson's header had been perfectly calibrated. It seemed that a professional player could find their sense of the ball under any circumstances. Jefferson was now lying on the ground, but he waited for Flick's whistle. Everyone gasped in amazement. Although the ball deviated slightly, it struck the goalpost and rebounded into the net. This is absolutely incredible. What an angle to score from. Perhaps it was just luck, but there was undoubtedly skill involved. Should this goal be credited to Jefferson or to Lille? It's too complicated. Anyway, the second team scored, and the first team falls further behind. Flick blew his whistle excitedly several times. The whistle gave Jefferson enormous encouragement, and he immediately got back to his feet. We've scored again. This goal finally went in. Yes, Mr. Jefferson, your wish has come true. Lille also shouted with joy from the side. Thanks to Mr. Lille's assistance from the sidelines, I wouldn't have been able to score. Jefferson repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Lille, but Lille smiled embarrassedly and said, Mr. Jefferson, you are too modest. That was entirely your goal. This scene deeply moved Jefferson. However, Jefferson did not understand the pain Lille was enduring. In the previous match, his legs had already suffered severe trauma, and the subsequent collisions had left them severely bruised. What made Lille particularly fortunate was that at the exact moment Jefferson scored the football, Mr. System notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on earning 1,000 points and receiving one divine kick skill. Just hearing the name of this skill filled Lille with immense anticipation. Could divine kick possibly grant him the strength of an ox? As long as the ball was within his effective shooting range combined with this skill, would it be unstoppable? Lille's heart swelled with joy, and he quickly added the points to his shooting accuracy stat. His effective shooting distance had now reached 40 meters with an accuracy rate of 90. Meanwhile, Klose and Lewandowski were extremely displeased. Their golden opportunity had been ruined, and the second team had seized the chance. Most devastating of all, the despicable Lille had passed the ball directly to blind Jefferson, letting a blind man score into an empty net. Wouldn't this become the laughter of the world? Thinking of this, Klose fiercely threw a punch toward the second team's goal. The match isn't over yet. I will definitely make you pay. That's right. I, Lewandowski, also intend to give you a real fight. Ever since his battle with Lille, Lewandowski had long returned to Klose's side. Lille silently dragged his painful leg and finally managed to stand up. Although his body ached intensely, he endured it. Mr. Klose, you are right. The match is not over and the best is yet to come. A gleam of triumph shone across Lille's face. Neuer had endured this blow and his arrogant momentum had considerably subsided. The goalkeeper's proactive charge had not only failed to gain any advantage, but had also cost them a goal. This infuriated him to no end, yet at this moment, he could only helplessly pick up the ball. Neuer, is this all you've got? In the future, you must choose the right moment before charging out. Flick shouted his lesson from the coach's bench. In the past, Neuer would have fired back immediately, but this time he chose silence. After all, the goal was lost first, which was indeed a significant mistake. At this moment, there were only 10 minutes remaining until the end of the match. 10 minutes was nothing short of a catastrophe for the side trailing in the match, especially when Klose noticed that Lille, Lam, and others had all retreated to the defensive half, with only Götze standing alone on the front line. The contempt in his heart immediately burst forth. Though you lead, I still despise you, Götze. You've yet to score a single goal throughout this entire match. Götze was humiliated to the point where his face flushed crimson. He gripped his fists tightly, even contemplating rushing forward to fight Klose. However, reason within his heart ultimately triumphed over impulse, and he held himself back. You're absolutely right, I haven't scored yet. But the moment I get the ball, I will attack with all my strength. You're correct, Mr. Götze. I believe you can definitely breach Neuer's goal. Unexpectedly, Jefferson called out from behind Götze. Götze found himself caught between laughter and tears. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Jefferson. I will certainly give it my all. Jefferson smiled gently, for the person he admired most was actually two. One was Lille and the other was Götze. One was brimming with vitality and overflowing with energy. The other employed unpredictable tactics, striking the opponent before they could react. Jefferson's dream had finally been realized by Lille, and now he returned to the defensive line with his weary body. Old friend, now you must rest well with me. Jefferson smiled tenderly as he stroked the guide dog's head. The guide dog seemed to understand human language, but it directly chose to lie down on the spot. A blind man and a dog's story is simply hilarious. Neuer couldn't resist mocking them. But it was precisely this blind man and this dog that breached our goal. Boateng spoke without any mercy. Neuer's face flushed crimson with anger. He was about to curse the other party, but he still held back. Later he would personally counterattack and score. That was the only proper way. Damn, Boateng was cut from the same cloth as that idiot Muller. Neither was any good. Neuer booted the ball directly to Lewandowski's feet. This time Lewandowski showed absolutely no complacency as he delivered a long pass without hesitation. Klose, you absolutely must not have any thoughts of underestimating the opponent this time. It would be better to use your signature move again. The words jolted Klose standing before him. After successfully receiving the ball, Klose strode swiftly toward the opponent's half. Lewandowski's words continued to echo ceaselessly in his mind. He had thought this was merely a friendly match, seeing no need to deploy his secret techniques. He had assumed his previous ground/shot had succeeded, and that securing a draw would suffice. Now, however, that detestable Lille had once again assisted Jefferson in scoring. He would have to employ another secret technique. Klose rarely used this technique, but at present to secure victory, he needed to be 100% accurate. Just after Klose crossed the halfway line, he had already begun to slow down. Upon seeing this, Götze immediately charged forward. Their figures converged, but Götze was ultimately defeated. Klose executed a magnificent aerial lob, smoothly dribbling past Götze. Götze watched this unfold with fury. He immediately got up and attempted a bicycle kick to reclaim the ball. But this time Klose proved extraordinarily clever. He directly chose to head the ball in an aerial pass. The ball returned smoothly to Lewandowski's feet. The shocking part was that Lewandowski did not advance with the ball at all. Instead, he continued passing it back to Klose. Their tacit understanding had long been familiar to all Bayern players. With just a small glance, Lewandowski instantly understood Klose's intentions. That very decisive hand signal proved Klose intended to use his secret technique. The return pass caught Götze completely off guard. His focus had not been on Klose at all. Smiling, Klose dribbled past Götze and continued his advance forward. An S-shaped sudden turn allowed him to evade a central defender. Witnessing this, Lahm rushed forward as well, attempting to engage Klose in another challenge. But this time Klose had no intention of wasting time. He directly chose to chip the ball over the opponent. The ball flew directly behind Lahm, and Klose rushed to Lahm's rear with lightning speed. This scene left Lahm utterly shocked. "You must be careful, Klose seems to have ignited his form now." That idiot Muller burst into laughter, shouting as he charged forward. I never believed Klose could explode with power in an instant. But within a blink, he could no longer see Klose's figure. In his moment of confusion, he discovered Klose had already appeared behind him. The ball slipped perfectly through Muller the idiot's legs. The force was not heavy, yet the effect was superb. Muller the idiot flew into a rage and howled, but Klose had already continued his charge toward the penalty area. Now only Lille and Jefferson remained in front of the goal. Lille's reason for staying motionless was not fear of Klose, but rather the preservation of strength in his legs. Only the divine strength skill remained. There was fundamentally no way to stop Klose. Just as Lille was contemplating how to intercept, Klose, Jefferson suddenly charged forward once more. Lille attempted to grab his arm, but unexpectedly missed. He watched Jefferson's figure with astonishment. This was precisely the epitome of a tenacious football striker. Upon seeing Jefferson, Klose couldn't help but take a deep breath as he charged directly toward him. "Remember, I don't care whether you can see the ball or not. In my eyes, you are my enemy." Klose was fearless and valiant. "It doesn't matter. Consider me your opponent." That's exactly the real Klose. Jefferson smiled faintly. Yet just as the two were about to meet head-on, Klose suddenly made a sharp turn, swiftly carrying the ball to the sideline. This scene shocked everyone present. Not only that, after dribbling past Jefferson, Klose actually chose to stop the ball. Instead of pressing the advantage outside the penalty area, he chose to control the ball. Some of Team 2's players were even more bewildered. Klose is being too arrogant. Is he actually waiting here for defenders to surround him? This guy must have other plans, but we can't figure them out. Never mind that. Hurry up and stop his ball. Several of Team 2's players rushed toward Klose in a swarm, but Klose merely smiled coldly. A ball shadow instantly flew toward the goal, defended by Reina. Pasha had been staring at Klose just a moment ago. Yet in the blink of an eye, with Klose unmoving in place, the ball had vanished without a trace. Lille had absolutely no idea which direction Klose had kicked the ball, yet the ball had already flown out. The panic in his heart was expanding infinitely. Never had they imagined Klose could be so formidable. This truly proved his status as a world-class striker. When everyone was searching for the ball, it was Neuer who discovered its position. He stepped out of the penalty area in horror, pointing toward the opposite goal. "That ball seems to be heading toward a bird in flight." "I think so too. Kicking it that high, isn't he just wasting the opportunity?" Boateng hadn't seen the ball's trajectory at all. Not only had they failed to track it, but even Lewandowski and Lahm couldn't make sense of where the ball had gone. Only Klose wore a cold smirk on his lips as he waited for the goal. Beads of cold sweat had broken out on Neuer's forehead. This was nothing short of a nightmare for him. Just a moment ago, no one could find the ball's direction, yet the next second it had already reached above the goal. Initially, Neuer had been extremely anxious, but upon seeing the ball rising higher and higher, he actually began to smile at that moment. Looks like Klose has finally made a mistake this time. Under our combined pressure, he's completely lost his composure. That's right, it seems our man-marking strategy is working. Muller burst into laughter. Why do I feel like there's something strange about this ball? How is it flying higher and higher? Lahm also couldn't understand what was happening. Yet a glimmer of light appeared in Götze's eyes. If the ball's trajectory continued like this, wouldn't it be flying out of bounds? Klose was a world-class top-tier striker. How could he possibly make such a blunder? Could it be that Klose was attempting to execute that particular technique? With this thought in mind, Götze anxiously shouted toward Neuer. "Neuer, you must watch out for this high ball." Yet Götze's warning was met with Neuer's complete disregard. "Rest assured, a ball like this is easy to handle. I can catch it with no problem." Neuer's arrogance made Lille feel a surge of unease. Every time a well-intentioned reminder was directly rejected by this fellow, the outcome this time would surely not be a good one. Lillet had recklessly allocated nearly all his skill points to shooting attributes. Now seeing that the opponent's ball had reached such a height, he felt somewhat helpless. Suddenly a memory from his mind surfaced. He recalled that world-class striker Ronaldo had been skilled at executing a particular type of knuckleball. The so-called knuckleball involved kicking the ball at a certain height, an arc, then it would suddenly drop as it approached the goal. If Klose could also execute this technique, then no matter how high the ball flew, it would certainly drop when it reached the goal line. With this thought, Lillet became extremely excited and rushed toward the goal. Across from him, Boateng sneered, "Lillet is such a fool. The ball is about to go out of bounds, yet he's running over there for what? Yes, I don't understand it either. Perhaps after scoring 2 goals he's gotten a swelled head." Muller burst into laughter. Nearby Jefferson suddenly remembered the same thing. He stood frozen in place, utterly motionless. After the ball reached above the goal, it indeed began to plummet at tremendous speed. One moment Neuer had been rejoicing wildly, yet the next moment he could no longer smile. The ball not only descended but flew into the goal at an incredible spinning speed. In that instant Neuer's gloves were torn from his hands, yet he still couldn't manage to catch the ball. "It's over. The ball's spinning speed is too fast. I simply couldn't hold on." Neuer's mistake made Götze grit his teeth in frustration from afar. That despicable goalkeeper. Completely ignoring others' advice. He absolutely shouldn't be on the field. What's the point of saying all this now? It's already too late. Lahm sighed helplessly nearby. The ball hurtled toward the net at tremendous speed, and Lillet charged forward at this critical moment. Despite giving his utmost effort to block the ball, he still failed. The ball's spinning angle was too wicked. It grazed past his shoulder and drilled directly in. He had come so close, barely a sliver away from successfully blocking that ball. This action also shocked Klose. Though the ball had directly plummeted into the net, Klose had been terrified by Lillet's movement. To think that no one had ever been able to defend against this technique before, yet this time Lillet had actually discerned the ball's trajectory. Was this guy truly a Chinese person? How could he possibly possess such extraordinary observational ability? Just as Klose was lost in thought, Coach Flick's whistle sounded. Goal counts. The score is 2-2. It's a draw. The moment this result was announced, players from both teams breathed a collective sigh of relief. This friendly match had truly been played at a world-class level. Bayern Munich was simply hiding dragons and crouching tigers, delivering a spectacular performance. Lillet was standing inside the goal, lost in contemplation with deep disappointment. If he had just shifted his angle slightly, he could have certainly blocked that ball. Yet the ball had still been kicked in by Klose, resulting in this draw. Though Neuer kept apologizing beside him, Lillet simply couldn't hear a single word. Just then a large pair of hands appeared directly before Lillet. "Mr. Lillet, you played quite wonderfully today." Lillet looked up in astonishment and discovered that Klose had personally come over to the goal. Could this fellow possibly have come to mock him? Just as Lillet was about to retort, he noticed genuine sincerity in Klose's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and grasped Klose's hands. The two embraced tightly, and what shocked all the players even more was that they exchanged jerseys. Muller's eyes widened in amazement. How could it be done like this? Klose has never exchanged jerseys with me before. You wouldn't understand. Klose only exchanges jerseys with opponents he truly respects. Lewandowski delivered a perfect jab from behind. All of this deeply moved Lillet, who was even on the verge of tears. Finally, the distance between Klose and Lillet had narrowed further. The ice in Klose's heart was melting away piece by piece. Flick and Jefferson watched this scene with satisfaction, their hearts filled with excitement as well. When Lillet and Klose approached Coach Flick, wanting Jefferson to give them some guidance, they were both astonished to discover that Jefferson had long since vanished without a trace. Lillet searched the surroundings in disappointment, but found no sign of Jefferson. Not even his guide dog remained. It had disappeared without a trace. What on earth was going on? Lillet continued scanning his surroundings with an extremely anxious gaze, a sense of loss welling up within him. Jefferson's departure stirred a faint unease in Lillet's heart. Having helped Jefferson fulfill his wish, Lillet had naturally assumed Jefferson would stay for the celebration. Unexpectedly, after the match ended in a draw, Jefferson left without even saying goodbye. This immediately made Lillet feel a sense of loss, and he fixed Coach Flick with a strange, searching gaze. "Coach Flick, you are very familiar with Mr. Jefferson. Where exactly did he go?" "He didn't tell me where he was really going, but he left 2 things behind." Coach Flick solemnly pulled 2 items out of his pocket. "One is for Klose, and the other is for you." After hearing Coach Flick's words, Lillet had already seen the 2 items in Coach Flick's hand. One was unmistakably the Footballer of the Year medal, its dazzling golden gleam immensely appealing. The other, however, turned out to be a shabby-looking envelope, forming a striking contrast with the medal. Klose was also conflicted inside. What on earth was Jefferson up to? During the match, just now, Klose had not shown Jefferson any respect at all, so it seemed the 2 items had already found their owners. Klose was extremely troubled, feeling certain that the worn envelope must be his. Just the sight of that battered envelope gave one an oppressive feeling. There certainly couldn't be anything good inside, but this was probably payback for being rude to Mr. Jefferson earlier. Coach Flick, can I refuse to accept this? Close said lazily. Coach Flick said with a smile, I'm afraid not. Mr. Jefferson gave instructions before he left. But at the New Year's celebration, holding a tattered envelope would be too embarrassing, wouldn't it? Close couldn't help speaking the truth. Unexpectedly, Coach Flick shook his head with delight. He simply pressed the gleaming golden medal into Close's hand. This was simply beyond belief, and the players around them began discussing animatedly. What's going on? Wasn't Lillet the one on the same team as Mr. Jefferson just now? Yeah, I can't figure it out either. Normally that medal should have been Lillet's. Could the coach have done it on purpose? Very likely. Maybe he just did it to do Close a favor. Although Close was quite shocked inside, he still accepted the medal happily. He proudly waved the medal in front of Lillet several times. The meaning was obvious, the medal still belonged to Close. So what if you helped Mr. Jefferson? Lillet, however, felt extremely heavy-hearted. Of course, he had no idea what was inside the envelope. But from what he knew, Jefferson was not the kind of person to forget a favor. After all, it was Lillet and his teammates who had fought alongside Jefferson until the very end. Yet now it was Close holding the medal and showing it off who radiated glory. At that thought, Lillet looked at Flick with astonishment. Coach Flick, is this really what Mr. Jefferson left for me? Yes, I even asked him several times before he left. Flick let out a long sigh. He didn't seem to be lying, but a trace of resentment rose in Lillet's heart. If so, then I can choose not to accept it. No, Mr. Jefferson said before he left that this item is extremely important to you. Flick said with great firmness. This only made the other teammates talk even more. What's going on? It seems Mr. Jefferson can't see things clearly, and his mind might be failing too. That fool Muller burst out laughing. Don't talk nonsense. There must be a deeper meaning. Maybe it shows Mr. Jefferson is a nostalgic man. Gotze suddenly said. Lam also nodded. He felt that Jefferson would never do something like that without reason. Lillet, don't be too upset. I feel that Mr. Jefferson definitely has another intention. Lillet calmed down a little, and then a question suddenly occurred to him. For Close, what he wanted most right now was honor. After all, as a world-class striker, he had never won the World Cup even once. This was his last chance to participate in the World Cup, and of course, he couldn't perform too poorly at his club either. Driven by such strong pride, Close naturally wanted the award most of all. Perhaps Jefferson had taken this into account, which was why he gave the two men different things. Lillet took the envelope, and immediately felt that the item inside was quite heavy. Could it be cash? Lillet quickly ran his fingers over the envelope, and found that the shape inside was not money. What exactly was it that Coach Flick had to give him? Lillet did not open it right away. Instead, he walked over to the bench and sat down. Almost all the players crowded around Close, taking photos and posing for memories. Flattering words kept ringing in Close's ears, but Lillet did not care at all at this moment. After taking a deep breath, he still decided to open the envelope. The instant the envelope was torn open, Lillet was stunned. What was inside the envelope was clearly a secret manual. Lillet's heart immediately filled with gratitude. It turned out that although Jefferson could not see, he knew exactly what was what. He wanted to pass the secrets of playing soccer directly to Lillet. That was the most crucial point. At this moment, all the flowers and applause were being given to Close, allowing Lillet to face all of this calmly. He quickly opened the book and input every technique into his mind. Under normal circumstances, Lillet might not have been able to memorize things quickly, but now he had the Footballer of the Year system. Unexpectedly, the system had also improved Lillet's memory. In just a few minutes, all the soccer tricks in the book had been mastered by Lillet. Lillet now felt as if he had been enlightened. His mind had become much clearer. However, on the last page of the book, several lines were clearly written. If you have mastered all the secrets of playing soccer, destroy this book immediately. Below was Jefferson's signature. This left Lillet confused. What did it mean? Could Jefferson really intend to pass everything he had learned in his lifetime to Lillet? This was simply an unexpected blessing. After thinking for a long time, Lillet decided to respect Jefferson's wishes. He raised the book high above his head, both hands already using full strength. The teammates surrounding Close were celebrating with him, when suddenly from the bench came the sound of paper being torn to shreds. The sound of tearing paper caught everyone's attention, especially the fool Muller, who ran over first. He stared dumbfounded at the pile of fragments on the ground, unable to hold back an expletive. Mr. Lillet, what are you doing? Can't you handle losing? Exactly. Just because Mr. Jefferson didn't give you a chance to shine, does it deserve this? Neuer glanced sideways at Lillet. I don't think it's necessary either. It's just about a gift, right? Let Coach Friedrich give you another one instead. Lamb added from the side. But at this moment, Lillet ignored everyone. He was about to make an even more shocking move. Earlier, he had only torn a book in half. Now he began ripping it into tiny pieces one by one. Right before everyone's eyes, he used all his strength to shred the book into fragments. Despite Coach Friedrich desperately trying to stop him, nothing worked. Lillet finally tore the entire book into shreds in one breath. Now, even if the emperor himself arrived, the book could never be restored. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief and slowly stand up. Coach Friedrich, I'd like to go out for a walk. But the celebration is still going on. Don't you want to attend? Coach Friedrich gazed regretfully at the fragments on the ground. Though he had no idea what was inside the envelope, everything had become a mystery. Coach Friedrich had originally intended to pick up the torn pieces hoping to find some clues. But just then a gust of wind suddenly blew the door open. In the blink of an eye, the pile of fragments was completely swept away by the wind. Coach Friedrich gazed regretfully at everything. Lillet, why don't you stay and join the celebration? Coach Friedrich, I'd like to go out and clear my head. I'll play in tomorrow's match as usual. Lillet smiled faintly. Lillet, there's no need to be so stubborn. I'll just let you have the medal instead. Close proudly took out the medal. But at this moment Lillet decisively refused. I will respect Mr. Jefferson's wishes. I won't take something that doesn't belong to me. Such as stubborn temper. You need to learn to adapt. The fool Muller laughed heartily. Lillet, with nothing else on his mind, strode toward the door. After the exhausting mental training earlier, Lillet felt completely drained. At that moment the football master system suddenly chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained an unexpected secret manual. Reward 1,000 points. This was an unexpected surprise. Lillet decisively allocated the points to his dribbling skill. A flash of white light passed, and Lillet's dribbling rate rose to 20. This meant his ball-carrying breakthrough ability still needed improvement. However, with the football master system assisting him, Lillet felt this was far more manageable now. The reason he had come out was simply to relieve his fatigue. As for what Close and the others might speculate, he couldn't care less. Lillet strode forward with long, confident steps. Not far from the Bayern club was an artificial lake. It happened to be late afternoon. Beside the willow trees by the lake, many young couples were being affectionate. Lillet ignored all of it and continued strolling around the lake. Mr. Jefferson, thank you for passing all your secrets to me. I will definitely not let you down. Lillet was lost in these thoughts when suddenly a child came running toward him and bumped into him. Unexpectedly, the child didn't even offer an apology and immediately dribbled forward. Lillet had intended to stop the child and have a proper talk, but seeing how the child played football, he immediately dropped the idea. A German child of 7 or 8 years old was able to dribble so skillfully. If this were in China, it would be utterly inconceivable. The most likely reason was that Chinese children spent their time attending all sorts of tutoring classes. Thinking of this, Lillet couldn't help but give the child's retreating figure a thumbs up. But just as the child was sprinting forward, he suddenly tripped over something on the ground. With a loud splash, the child fell straight into the lake. This sight terrified the young couple nearby. Seeing everything, Lillet didn't hesitate for a moment and sprinted toward the lakeshore. Once he located where the child had fallen in, he didn't even bother to remove his clothes and dove in with a dolphin jump. In his past life, Lillet had been a swimming enthusiast, so rescuing the child in the water was effortless for him. Water dripped continuously from his body. The child was already terrified and hadn't even had time to say thank you. Just as Lillet was about to leave silently, a man came running over urgently. After understanding what had happened, the man blocked Lillet's path. Sir, thank you so much for saving my child. It's nothing. Anyone would have acted without hesitation in this situation. Lillet said lightly. Sir, please leave your name. We Chinese always do good deeds without leaving our names. In that case, if you ever need anything from me, Ronnie, just say the word. Hearing the name Ronnie, Lillet was instantly stunned. He quickly verified, which Ronnie are you? The man smiled. I'm the Ronnie who plays for Augsburg. Lillet's heart leaped with joy. He had never expected to meet Augsburg's forward Ronnie here. He quickly offered a warm greeting. Hello. I've heard so much about you. Ronnie smiled bashfully. I just play recklessly for Augsburg, nothing special. Of course, Lillet knew this was modest talk. In reality, Ronnie was indeed an exceptionally formidable forward for Augsburg. Tomorrow's fierce match was inevitable. Originally, Lillet had no intention of playing. But after meeting Ronnie, his mind was made up. He must take the field and test whether the tactics from Mr. Jefferson's secret manual actually work. 1,000 days of training, 1 moment of use. Lillet strengthened his inner conviction. He warmly shook Ronnie's hand. I believe we'll meet again soon. Leaving a thoroughly bewildered Ronnie behind, Lillet strode away. Watching Lillet's retreating figure, Ronnie couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of person is he? And why has a Chinese come to Germany? Observing Lillet's walking posture, Ronnie suddenly had a strange thought. He had a strong premonition that the two of them were very likely to meet again tomorrow.